Dallas Mavericks coach Jason Kidd saying he will push Cooper Flagg. Put a 6'9" guy at the point and put the ball in his hands. When has that ever worked, PK? Give me one example you've seen in your lifetime.
Well, you're talking about Magic. Obviously, he was a flag. He was a point guard since birth. I don't know that
anyone else is going to pull that off. Yeah, right?
Yeah. It's funny, Jordan pushes Russell, and it's a big hubbub, and Kidd pushes Flagg, and it's great. I don't understand it.
Different time, different place, different era, PK. There you go. It's a double standard. I think that he doesn't have to play point guard. This is the part about positionless basketball that makes complete sense that we've been seeing. If he could initiate the pick and roll even some of the time, the whole thing about giving teams different looks, and maybe he's not doing it 40 possessions a game. Maybe he's doing it, 10 times a game. You don't have to be Magic and have the ball in your hands every possession. But if you can do it well enough to do it once in a while, it gives teams a different look, and over time maybe he gets a lot more confident. Why not? See what he can do.
I don't know that he needs confidence to do that. I mean, that's something he's been doing his whole life. I still want somebody to bring the ball up. I don't want Flagg bringing the ball up. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't think bringing the ball up is as big a deal as who runs the first or sometimes even the second pick and roll. If you can do that, you can really put yourself in the middle of the action, whether it's, points, assists, but just create good opportunities for your team to score.
Oh, I love it when you talk basketball.
Oh, man, I thought of you when this happened because this is a story, whether it works or not. The Lakers signed DeAndre Ayton. $34 million this season with the money that he's making with the Blazers who bought him out, and then with the money that the Lakers are going to pay him. So well paid. And he does put up stats, but he drifts during games, checks in and checks out, runs up and down the court at 2/3 to 3/4 speed. Now, having LeBron and Luka Doncic, can those guys, we all, veteran leadership, one guy keeping him in line, role model, blah, blah, blah. Is somebody going to get through to him? He's getting older. We talk about players maturing in their mid-20s. Are the Lakers talking themselves into something that might actually work, or just setting themselves up for the disappointment they felt in Phoenix and the disappointment they felt in Portland?
Yeah, I think the guy is who he is. Sign Patty Mills then if you're looking for that great veteran leadership. I already told you what I thought of that. That is so cliche and so overrated. Does the guy have a personal motor to want to compete at the highest level? That's what it boils down to. It's fortunate that LeBron has no hair already because playing with DeAndre Ayton would cause him to lose his hair.
Pull it out, baby.
This is who he's going to be. But the Lakers don't have anything, so if he can give them something. Here's a guy who, when he was in Portland, he did not play because it was icy.
Yeah.
So he didn't leave his home. They talked about it for days in Phoenix. This is who he is. You expect him to be anything. He'll have some good games. He'll be able to help them. I don't think that they're looking at him as Phoenix did as the number one pick. Now he's a guy who was waived, essentially. So the expectations will be a lot different.
Dallas Mavericks are giving former Utah Jazz guard Dante Exum a 1-year contract, so he'll be back in the league next year in Dallas. NBA adjusting Greg Popovich's career record, removing the 77 games he missed last season. Change did not move Popovich from his top spot. He is the number one coach all time with 1,390 wins. It actually helps his career win percentage. Now he's at .628. So there you go. What he'll always have is 5 titles. And famed NBA halftime performer Red Panda suffered a broken wrist after a fall from her 8-foot-tall unicycle that she rides at halftime of games while she balances and flips bowls with her feet onto her head. Took a fall at the game, ended up with a broken wrist. DJ and PK.
#NFL.
I want to see what calling a game feels like.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to see.
Getting in the booth.
You
saw that, man. Tom Brady paycheck. And you saw his first couple of games, and you're like, I can do that. I can do that. 320? Was that what it was?
Yeah, it was funny. No, I've always I feel like impersonated guys that call the games and stuff like that growing up, and I don't know. I thought it would always be fun.
You want to throw up a random clip and you commentate it for us real quick? You don't want to do that.
I don't like. No,
you don't want to try to work through some improv here.
No, that's not. Yeah.
Do a table read.
That's what it felt like right there. I just felt like no,
sir.
No.
I love where your head's at, but I feel like the preparation involved for calling a game, like truly sitting in the booth, color commentating has got to be.
Player names is where I.
Yeah, that and the constant swearing, that'd be something on the network. You have to dial that back. Fine on a podcast, but not so much on a network football broadcast.
Swearing jumped out at you?
See if Travis Kelce can slow that down.
Well, obviously he would. You think that's an issue?
Probably not. He would probably be able to control himself, but it's pretty funny in that clip while he's talking about it. Not even close.
Well, he's just trying to build his brand. That's what he's doing.
Yep.
So you
and he's
going to
need
boys.
And he's going to need to do something with his time after he's done playing. So why not this? Give it a shot. More games than ever are being broadcast, whether it's NFL or now college football. Games everywhere, broadcasts everywhere. If he's got a knack for it and wants to do it, he can get better and do it. Certainly like the name recognition, the celebrity for sure. DJ and PK.
#college football.
NCAA's created a special one-time transfer portal window from July 7th to August 5th where athletes who would not have made a roster in their respective sport, 105 in college football, can enter the portal. They'll be assigned a designated student-athlete tag. BYU quarterback Jake Retzlaff could be assigned this tag by BYU. Deadline for designations July 6th. Then they can hit the portal with no issues in transferring. Schools have full control in naming their designated student athletes. Players do not have to move. So guys who don't have any idea are about to get bumped at quote-unquote lower-level schools. How else would that work?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't understand this in the least.
They used to have, the scholarships and the walk-ons, and they had more than 105 players.
This is the college football version of the waiver wire.
Right?
But who's going to be on it?
Jake Retzlaff.
Well, Jim, but there'll be other guys, too.
Yeah, but he may be the headliner.
But somebody who's walked on at Ohio State and Oregon may now be getting a roster spot in the Pac-12 Mountain West Big Sky and bump somebody who's already there. Some of those schools may be able to up their rosters and find some players. It'll be a scramble. It's like you said, Yak. It's a waiver wire, a bonus portal.
Yeah, but who would want these guys? I don't understand it.
The expectation is they're not going to be top of the line players. But to DJ's point, it could be a guy at Oregon who may be the 110th guy, could go and be like the 80th guy at the G6 level.
He's already gone. This is a big nothing to me.
DJ PK.
#Major League Baseball.
1-2 pitch. Strike three called. There it is. He got him with a slider. Strikeout number 3,000 for Clayton Kershaw. History at Dodger Stadium. They will stop the game. Kershaw doffing his cap to the crowd. This adoring crowd here at Dodger Stadium as Clayton Kershaw enters the 3,000 club, just the 20th member and only the 4th left-hander in the history of the game with 3,000 strikeouts, every one of them coming in a Dodger uniform. He swings, and it's a base hit to right. Ohtani around third. He comes to the plate. Dodgers win! Dodgers win! The 15th career walk-off hit for Freddie Freeman, and the Dodgers come all the way back to win it 5-4.
Dodger fans get some history, and they get a 5-4 win over the Chicago White Sox, who continue to struggle. They're 30 games under 500. But a magical night at Chavez Ravine. 125 years of Major League Baseball. 126, I guess, now. And this is the 20th pitcher ever to do it. Rarefied air for a guy who's already got an MVP and a World Series and 3 Cy Youngs, and now he's in the 3,000 strikeout club. PK.
Yeah, I watched that game, and he got it on the called strike. and it was something to behold. The place is so funny. Right from the first inning, he'd get 2 strikes, and you can feel the buzz through the television, and you're waiting. And he had the most swing and misses he'd had all season, but he hadn't gotten the strikeouts. And the strikeouts were not coming, and you could see when he got 2 strikes and somebody put the bat on the ball, there was a groan. It's almost like, if there were 2 outs and it was a routine pop, they wanted the fielder to drop it so he can get another shot. And so you had that going on. And then when he got it, my wife was sitting there watching it with me, and Will Smith's the catcher. Why didn't he go out there to congratulate him? I said, because they clearly had been told, all of you, get off the field as soon as possible, and he's going to walk from the mound to the dugout and let him have the spotlight completely, because it was kind of weird. Strike 3 called, and it was just like it was the 1,457th strikeout for the catcher. The inning is over, and you know how they just go back to the dugout. And as I was watching it, it was obvious Will Smith knew what he was doing, and everybody else knew what they were doing, so they made sure they got ahead of him, and so that he could have that walk off the field completely and totally by himself. And then he stands there in front of the dugout, acknowledges the crowd, and then some players come up to him, and then he goes in the dugout, then he has to come back. I think it lasted, they said, 6-7 minutes. And yeah, it was history, man. Absolutely was history. And it's cool, and I like what Kershaw said afterward. And the Dodgers came back and won the game. A little bit of a footnote, made it more fun, I guess, for the folks there. But he said, when he was younger, he didn't appreciate the opportunity to be in the Dodger uniform the whole time, because he's from Dallas, and there was talk about going to the Rangers and all that stuff. He says now where he is, he really appreciates the opportunity to have all these strikeouts with one wearing the same uniform with the same team and all that. And he said, I will finish my career, meaning I would think that means he's retiring this year. I don't know that. But there's something to be said for that, and that's really cool.
Only the 3rd pitcher to get all 3,000 strikeouts with the same team. Chris Sale, Garrett Cole up next. Maybe in a few years we'll see them. They're both still, looks like they're capable of maybe putting up 200 strikeouts a year. So for Chris Sale, that means 2 years. He'd be 38. Maybe he can get there. He's over 2,500 strikeouts. And Garrett Cole needs about 750 strikeouts. He's 34. So can he get 200 strikeouts a year for another 4 years? Those would be the next guys up for 3,000. What we don't have is guys in their 20s on any kind of pace to get there. There's a few guys who can still get there, but with guys throwing fewer innings and missing years with the surgery, it's getting harder and harder to pull this off.
Well, we'll see what Skeens does in 6-7 years, where he's at.
Yeah, it'll take a while. He's not to I don't think he's to 1,000 yet, is he?
Oh, he's just getting started.
Yeah,
he's in his 2nd year.
So how can he be to 1,000?
If he was 1,000, he would get 9,000.
I saw him on a list. I'll look it up later. Whatever, it'll entertain me. The other games around Major League Baseball. Jose Altuve, 2-run single. So he's now on the Astros all-time hit list. He's now number 2. Beat the Rockies 5-3. Braves beat the Angels. Matt Olson with a grand slam in a 7-run 6th inning to win that game. And Toronto had an 8-run lead and blew it. And then held on to win. 11-9. Woo! Sweating it out. And they're now tied with the Yankees for the lead in the AL East. So look out. Here come the Jays.
I am looking out. In fact, I'm going to look out right in that stadium here in a few weeks.
That's right. It's on the list. Checking another ballpark. The Bees lost to Tacoma 9-3. Game 3 in the series tonight. First pitch 7:05. Tony Park's on the call at 6:50. Also, Major League Baseball starters out. PK, any snubs? Anything that bothers you? I mean, there's a couple positions where there's more than one really good player, and somebody had to be left out, so I don't know if it bugs you that much or not. Freddie Freeman, Pete Alonso at first base. Freeman wins. Alonso does. I mean, I'm assuming he'll be named here when they name the reserves, but he won't be a starter. I don't know if that one bugged you.
I would say Acuna would be the one because he's had the surgery. But over there in the American League, man, Jacob Wilson from the A's getting the job done, and he's going to be an all-star. And Jacob Wilson is from one of the higher learning institutions that I attended, but you may not think of
Grand
that.
Canyon.
It is Grand Canyon. He is an Antelope. I think his father was coaching there or something, so he went there. And NAU doesn't even play baseball, so you can't have them.
No.
And so that's kind of cool, Grand Canyon. They've had a really good program for a number of years. They've had major leaguers. Tim Salmon for the Angels, I think, probably would be the most well-known.
DJ PK.
Hashtag NHL. Hashtag golf.
PGA Tour contesting the John Deere Classic. Preston Summerhays, Zach Blair, Patrick Fishburne, the locals in the field this week. The last full field event stateside. The Open Championship coming up. A lot of guys
Scottish Open next week.
Yeah, a lot of guys are playing that Scottish Open next week and then the Open Championship in 2 weeks. But the John Deere Classic this week, so we got the locals to keep an eye on with the action starting today. DJ PK.
Hashtag NHL.
The NHL and the Players Association and international officials finalized a deal that had been agreed upon a while ago. They're going to send NHL players to the 2026 Milan Cortina Olympics. Be the first time the NHL players have been in the Olympics since 2014. So get ready for a nice little mid-season break for your Utah Mammoth when they announce the schedule here in a few weeks. It'll all become clear.
I'll be here.
What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, the question today coming up. We got tickets for RSL to watch RSL take on St. Louis City Saturday night, America First Field. And we'll give those tickets away in the 8 o'clock hour. DJ and PK, the question of the day is next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a small fender bender at the top of the on-ramp from Parish Lane in Centerville to go northbound I-15 is on the right shoulder, but it's not causing much slowing. Just be aware if you're in the area. Also starting to see a little bit of congestion leaving Eagle Mountain and SR 73 as well as 2100 north as you head over towards I-15. This update is brought to you by UTA. It's time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more U-time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Yegor Dehaman, they probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of skills and measurables.
They don't have to sell anything with Ace. When they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. There's really nothing that you have to, sell it with this dude. The ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think they're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
If you need up to $3,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you are never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $3,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with a Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, childcare, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust, WeFixMoney.com. It's free to use, available 24/7, and some lenders offer same-day funding. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com. For up to $3,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high 6s, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hello, I love you, won't you tell me your name? Hello, I love you, let me jump in your game. Hello, I love you, won't you tell me your name? Hello, I love you, let me jump in your game.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. It is time for the question of the morning. The esteemed Brett McMurphy as the Utes in the college football playoff after winning the Big 12 Conference. Now, wouldn't that be a great bounce-back season? Did you expect these responses, PK?
I don't know what they are.
Aha! Well, there's Jared lecturing Utah. They haven't learned about being overly arrogant in the preseason. Question mark. Well, it's not they. It's Brett.
Sure. Yeah, I get your point.
But it is assigned to the Utes. Vernon, that's how they got in trouble last year, getting arrogant and listening to someone's opinion and getting overly confident.
I think they got in trouble because Cam Rising didn't get down.
Bing. Preseason rankings, in someone's opinion, proves diddly squat. They still have to show up for the first game and play. I don't agree with 11-1 season predictions. They still have to go to Morgantown, Provo, and Tempe. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. They don't have to go to Tempe.
Except they do not have to go to Tempe,
no, they play,
take that out.
Yeah, they play Arizona State at home. But they do play those 3 all in a row, and that on paper looks like it could be a difficult stretch.
Well, it's supposed to be a difficult stretch.
It is. Stuff isn't supposed to be easy, please.
Yeah. So I think you can look every team and say, wow, that's a difficult stretch in the Big 12. Literally every team, because this conference has a lot of talent in it. And so, yeah, I get that. But I'm not really worried about the schedule because you don't know. Oklahoma State was supposed to be a pushover by the time they came to Provo last year, and it took just like every bit of the 60 minutes for the Cougars to win. So the schedule is just that. It's the schedule, and it'll be hard. Conference games, I've always bought in, even when they were in the WAC and Mountain West, obviously. And conference games are hard. Teams get up for conference games because they matter so much. So, yeah, it's going to be hard. But I can see where McMurphy's line of thinking is, because I look at teams when I do a poll or try to see, is this team going to be able to recreate what it did last year? I was talking to this with somebody just the other day about one-score games and things. One-score games, not where a team is up by 13 and gives a late touchdown.
Right, yeah,
I'm talking about a legitimate one-score game right down to the end. The Cougars and Devils had a bunch of them last year, and to be able to recreate that is awfully difficult because things really have to go your way. And we know that very football takes fluky bounces sometimes. Like in Kansas State for the Cougars, it seemed to bounce their way. It was like a 3 or 4 minute stretch there where the ball is all bouncing around. We remember the Kingston one and then the fumble return. And it has to bounce your way. And it happens sometimes, right? And so I look at teams that have a bunch of narrow wins and figure, okay, say they have 4. 1 or 2 of those the following year, just because of football, will probably be losses. Now, the flip side is if you have a bunch of narrow losses like Kansas had last year, they went through a stretch where it seemed like every game was a one-score loss, and it was right there, and something crazy was happening. And the Utes obviously had a disappointing season, but they had a bunch of games that they were right there, and if they have any form of offense, they can win. They even as screwed up as last season was, they were just a few plays away from winning 7-8 games. And I know that's what we do in sports, but I'm trying to take emotion out of it and fandom out of it and look at it as rationally, as logically as possible. And so if I do that, I'm thinking that, man, if they get any kind of offense, they should be in the mix. Whether they're going to win the conference, it's your guess, my guess, whomever, Brett McMurphy's guess, anticipation, prediction. That's all fun stuff, right? But I think they have a legitimate chance to get in November and have that opportunity.
If they keep their quarterback healthy this year, which obviously hasn't happened the last 2 years, but if they do, if he comes anywhere near replicating what he did at New Mexico, the defense looked really good last year, and it looks like it ought to be really good this year. So it shouldn't take a lot of offense. It's not like the offense is going to have to be great, and doesn't it have to be better?
Well, if Dampier's healthy, absolutely it will be. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind.
So that's what he's banking on.
I understand. I know exactly what he's banking on. Yeah, I get it. I don't necessarily know that that's good enough to put them in first place, though. I guess you don't have to be first or second, and then win the game in Dallas there, or Irving, or wherever it is. Was it not Irvine? What's Arlington?
Yeah, Irving was their old stadium.
And I was going Irvington. I was combining the two places.
And merge these towns.
I was trying to think of it. But, yeah, so get to that point. I mean, it's certainly conceivable, especially when you think about they don't even have to win the regular season. You only have to win the one game. If you just finish in second place, you're good enough and you're good to go. So I could see where he would think that. I probably wouldn't pick it myself. But that's the two different things. I'm going to look and pick a conference standings, but I'm not going to pick who's going to win the game in Irvington.
That's going to become a thing now. Just embrace it.
Let's go to Irvington.
Let's go to Irvington for the Big 12 Media Days at the Star, and then we'll be back to Irvington
Even
for
though
the
it's in
conference side.
Frisco. So
it doesn't matter. It's all Irvington now.
Irvington?
Yeah, merge them all together. Why not?
They call it the Metroplex. It's just one big area anyway,
it's
right?
True, yeah.
Isn't Arlington actually sits between Dallas and
it's
Fort
like
Worth?
the
Doesn't this
city.
thing draw from both?
Yeah, it's right in the middle.
I mean, it's like L.A. It's, driving across it is, hour, 2 hours. You've been stuck in traffic down there, I know, because you told me about Yeah. There was when we were just starting out, there was a radio station down there that was held up as the example of all things awesome in radio. And so you were there and stuck in traffic, so you got to listen to it. It was raining and parked on the freeway and not moving. And then you told me, they're seeing stuff in the air that definitely wouldn't fly here. That's we can kind of be like them, but we better not be really like them because we'll all be in trouble.
Right. Their standards were something that would not fly in our community. The stuff that they were talking about. And the Cowboy season was over because it was basketball season, and I flew into the Dallas airport, and I had to drive all the way over for basketball at TCU, and it was a Friday. So, it took me a good while, and I did turn on the station. And it was just stuff that, oh, my goodness gracious.
A little closer to Howard Stern than what we're doing.
Totally,
yeah,
100%. I was really shocked that that's what they were doing and what they were discussing.
Yeah.
Something that we would never discuss. And then there was some bootleg sound of a Van Halen record that they had, and they were talking about. I could live with that, but the other stuff that they were talking about,
nope.
That is a satellite radio discussion, man. I couldn't believe it. So it stuck with me. But I wouldn't even want to talk about that. I mean, basically, if our guys did, I would say, "Come on, guys, we don't need to talk about that."
Oh, pulling back the curtain. That's an epic line in a meeting a long time ago. Come on, guys. So to get back to Brett McMurphy and get this thing back on the tracks, I'm the one who did that. Brett McMurphy, here's the other thing he's leaning on. And I think that, and this is another thing you can't guarantee with injuries and all that, but as much as you hear people saying great things about the Utah defense, and you can look at previous years and back it up, and people say great things about the offensive line. And so as much as we talk about, can this OC do this or that, and can this quarterback do this or that, and those are important jobs, so it's totally fair game to talk about what they might be capable of. The thing everyone seems to agree on is that the Ute offensive line is going to be awesome. Now, to be awesome, it has to stay healthy. We get that. But sitting here in the preseason, man, it's getting pumped up. They got a first-round draft pick in that O-line. They might have a couple of draft picks in that line.
Oh, they most definitely have. They might have 2 first-round picks.
And dominant from one tackle to the other. So when the O-line is awesome, well, you can pretty much do anything behind it.
Well, yeah, I would be a little bit cautious on that because the guys that are expected to go high were on the team last year. And I don't know that they're any better.
And you got to keep the QB healthy. But I mean, they are expected to dominate. Now, we'll see if they do.
And the defensive line, I mean, they have a lot of irreplaceable parts. They always seem to do. But at the same time, they're missing 2 studs up front.
Took a big hit.
One at BYU and Tafuna being the other. So it's going to take a little bit of – I don't know that I can just come out and say, wow, they're going to be awesome.
But I get why he's leaning into this pick. I get how he got there. Now I think you could get a whole bunch of other places, and we'll get into that in another segment. There's plenty of other teams you could have picked that would sound just as reasonable.
Yes, I think it would sound more reasonable, actually.
Okay. Because those are who you'd be picking and who you will pick and what we'll hear more of when you're at Big 12 Media Days.
Right, but I still say that this team, I expect it to be in contention in November.
So will this standings look like the standings last year? Like we know the 2 teams that got to, what was the name of that town? Irvington?
Irvington?
Yeah, they got to Irvington and played for the title. Right? We saw ASU and Iowa State there. But there were 4 teams tied at 7-2, and there were 3 more teams 1 game back. And what was so stunning last year was that the teams that got picked at the top were way down at the bottom, and the teams that were at the bottom were way up at the top. But the fact is, if you just if you'd picked any of those 7 teams, it wouldn't have been nearly as outrageous because there were literally 7 teams within one game of going to Irvington.
Well, I think some things have to happen in order for that to happen is that you have to have an absolutely horrendous team that everybody beats, literally everybody beats. So you're it's not a guarantee going into it, but afterward you got the win. And we had that with Oklahoma State and to an extent, Utah, right? So the teams that we thought would be tougher, circumstantials, and they weren't. So that gave teams wins. And I don't know necessarily if we're going to have 2 teams that you would expect to be better and go a combined, 2 and 18, right? Is that what it was?
2 and 16.
2 and 16.
Yeah.
So if we have that, I think there's a likely chance. And also the fact that it's such a large conference and you don't play so many teams, that really factors into it. We had this to an extent with the Pac-12. You played your teams in their division, so that was 5 games, and then they had the crossover games. So what, you were only missing 2 teams on the other side? Is that the way it played out?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's not that much. Here, you're missing a lot of teams, and so because of that, I think that leads to a more jumbled conference standings because, well, you didn't have to play this team, you didn't have to play that team.
It might have sorted itself out.
Yeah, and I think it tends to do that, and you have the logical standings of everybody played each other, and the good teams, most of the good teams beat the bad teams, and so you had that order and descending all the way to the bottom. Now, with so many teams missing each other, I think that lends itself to more teams being closer together. You look at the Cougs, right? They didn't play Iowa State and Colorado last year, right? And so they didn't have the opportunity to get losses to good teams. Utah did play both of those teams, and they lost to both of those teams. So you have it's such an, not the word is an imbalance, but it's just, to me, in my mind, because of the almost like haphazard nature of a schedule now, that you are in the situation where you're going to have these teams that can be, standings are going to not be deeply separated from second place to 5th place or whatever it might be.
Well, they can ride that defense, and they can ride that O-line. I mean, that's always been the team is built the way Kyle Whittingham would wish a team to be built, right?
They always are.
Now, can they execute it?
When did they not?
Well, I mean, they don't have an O-line like this every year. I guess to your point.
I mean, they had it last year. It's the same guys are back.
Right, but they weren't back last year. Did you know they were going to be this good?
I knew Spencer Fano was going to be this good.
Yeah, Spencer
Absolutely.
Fano.
I'm sure
agreed.
Jock knew Spencer Fano was going to be that good.
He was back, and he was changing. He'd already been on the field as a tackle, and he was changing sides, but nonetheless.
Hell, he's so good he could play 2 positions at once.
Tackle and guard.
Yeah. He'll hike the ball and then be the lead blocker on the sweep. I mean, he came in from literally day one.
He was supposed
if
to
you
be the
come
guy.
in from day one and you're a big-time player at Utah, you are an NFL player.
Yeah, that's pretty much established now. That's
right.
That's what's happening.
Now, the offense is going to be better, but I wouldn't necessarily point to the O-line because the O-line is what it is. It's what's going to make the offense better is not the O-line because the O-line is already there and already been doing its thing. It's going to be the transfer from Washington State. Obviously, it's going to be Dampier and those types of things. Those are my 2 guys at the top that I expect to have big seasons. What's the kid's name? Parker. And with that in mind, that's where I'm going. The O-line has already been established in my mind. It's not new. Now it just has more weapons behind it. If this thing works, certainly the offensive line is going to be a critical component, but it was always going to be a critical component. It's going to be Dampier with his electric ability to get out there and then trying to tackle that dude. Good luck. and then obviously the running attack, which they always seem to have anyway. So I totally get what McMurphy's saying. Absolutely. I buy it. And also I think there's another aspect in that Utah, and I'll go to my grave saying this, at least now, maybe 5-10 years from now it'll change, that they are the most disrespected team in college football. Or overlooked, not disrespected. The most respected, overlooked team. They're not overlooked. They haven't been overlooked in years. And this is another classic example
of Brett McMurphy not overlooking them.
Right. But yet, they're out in Utah. It's like the Van Horn thing years ago. Oh, man, how come you have a little axe to grind that you weren't recruited by the Pac-10? And I was sitting right there the day before the draft because, nobody comes from the WAC and is the second player and it was understood he was going to go number 2 behind Duncan at that point, right? And so you just assume, there are two things they assumed about Van Horn. He wasn't recruited by the Pac-10 and he was a Latter-day Saint. And he was neither. Not that it mattered, but they just assumed a white guy from Utah, right? And he was recruited by the Pac-10. He just chose to go to Utah. And it's the same thing. Utah, they're just overlooked. No, they're not. They get enormous amount of respect, and this is just another latest example of it. And all the respect that they get has been earned. That's what's so cool about it. Everything that they've accomplished as a football program has been earned.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. While the Utes are picked, there are other teams that could be picked. We will get to that next. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
SR 36 is the only roadway showing delays currently. It's all northbound between Sunset Road and the I-80 eastbound merge due to lane restrictions in that area. Also, I-15 getting a little bit busier, but lighter than normal traffic is keeping everyone at freeway speeds at this current time. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Coach Ron McBride's hanging out with us.
This is Under the Radar. Lavani Damuni, Lander Barton, Logan Fano.
Ooh, oh, yeah. The Fano boys, both of them, the tackle is pretty amazing. You know, I mean, you look at him, he looks different than everybody else.
Talking about Spencer.
Yeah. The two offensive tackles at Utah are very good. BYU tried to steal those two guys.
They did?
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't heard that.
You got to be kidding.
No, hey.
Coach.
Hey.
That seems like
I don't make these things up.
that seems like you're repeating rumors, Coach.
No way.
You make it seem like BYU maybe had some money to spend that they were throwing out there.
That is correct.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry-aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages. Beep, 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 beep. What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It would be untrue. You know that I would be a liar if I was to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on,
the band of the day today is The
fire.
Doors. Jim Morrison dying on this day in 1971. Brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
I remember it, man. I couldn't speak for like 2 hours when I heard the news.
You would have been pretty young. Pretty young to be that hardcore to The Doors. Yeah, that's more. That's more like it right there.
I'm kidding.
I thought so.
I've since read a lot about it and all that stuff.
Was he in Paris?
Familiar with it. I got pictures from the gravesite from somebody texted me a name that everybody would know in this community. Texted me pictures when that person was there one summer a few years back. So I have that on my phone. And then I turned around 2 years ago and texted this person the gravesite of Greg Allman of the Allman Brothers. I said, I realize it's not the Doors, but I still think it's cool.
Yeah. So your move. You guys can have the tennis match.
Difference
from the next
in income.
Rock star.
One can go to Paris, and I went to Macon, Georgia. It's a little cheaper.
A little bit. Saved a few bucks.
Yeah.
Brett McMurphy has the Utes winning the Big 12, going to the playoff. I saw his playoff bracket. That was the only Big 12 team he had in the playoff. No,
that sucks.
No second team. He had the usual suspects in there. Ohio State, check. Oregon, check. Georgia, check. Notre Dame, check. Right on down the line. I think Penn State and Alabama have a pretty good shot this year, PK. It doesn't mean he's wrong. I can hate it, but it's like, well, it's probably not a terrible prediction. He's probably going to get a bunch of those right.
Yeah.
He did have Boise State in.
And then I'm wondering, in their own version of not the true blue blood, but is Boise just going to dominate that spot that's available to those teams?
With so many teams that have rotated through that spot as the postseason's gone through its various forms, and they don't have to compete with a lot of those teams because, now TCU's in the Big 12, Utah's in the Big 12. They, BYU never grabbed a spot, but there were projections about them sometimes, but they're in the Big 12. So a lot of these teams are across the line and into a power league. So there's arguably fewer to go after.
Because it seemed like Boise was slipping relative to where it was, but they've had a renaissance now.
Yeah.
But we'll see, I think they're in the toughest conference that they've been in or going to be. Not right now, but next season.
Yeah. So you can look at the Utes and Brett McMurphy's prediction and say, okay, I see why he says that, but how many teams in the league can you say that for? If the next national college football writer, and Andy Staples, whoever comes out and does a similar deal, which actually they probably all will here shortly, and if they say Texas Tech, you're not going to bat an eye. You're like, well, I get why they put Texas Tech up there. But how many teams in the league
could that's going to be my pick, yeah.
Yeah. How many teams in the league can you do that for before you look at one and go, whoa, that's a reach. I didn't see that coming. I wonder what they're thinking there.
Oh, well, you can. I think you got to put both schools here locally.
Even with
BYU right now,
even with an inexperienced quarterback at BYU. I was literally talking about this with a Cougar fan yesterday, who was, and everybody will do whatever they want with their own expectations. He was scaling his back. He's like, he said, I was thinking 10 wins. Now I'm thinking 8.
Okay, but the Devils had just the same thing last year, and they freaking won.
And it could line up. It could happen.
So I only have to go back as far as the very last game.
You have the Devils on this list?
I think they should be on the list, yeah.
Got too many starters back, not to.
Correct.
Even though they're missing a really good one, obviously.
And my gosh, I would hammer that in Levitt's ear 50 times a day, because he's got to be able to hear that. So many folks are doubting him and say he was a product of Scattabooyah. And obviously that kid was off the charts great. And you had the best description ever of what you see when you watch him play. Speaking of Scattabooyah, you said you just laugh.
I do.
And I thought, wow, that was a great description. We all know what that means. That's the ultimate entertainer right there, because that's what you want.
Yep.
And he certainly had it, and he's gone. So it's a big loss. To me, that loss, you could argue, is parallel to Retzlaff being gone. How's it going to be? But you got these other guys now, man. And we always hear next man up, blah, 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 blah. So let's go and let's see what you got. So you can go down the list probably, and maybe not as extreme as the quarterback and the running back for BYU and ASU. I get that. But other teams have got losses too. So I would also throw Iowa State in there.
Iowa State, I was going to say.
Has to be. I think you have to throw Kansas State in there.
What about Kansas?
And I would have no problem putting Kansas in there. And I realize they didn't have a good season last year. Yeah. And then Baylor, don't you have to consider them?
So now that's 8 teams. That's half the league we've now named.
I know. I got it.
I think given the way Baylor ended the season, we should have brought their name up earlier.
Well, I wasn't bringing it up in any order.
In any order, right. But let's just make clear, I don't think they're like the 8th best favorite in this league.
Okay, that's fine.
I wouldn't be shocked if after last year, I don't know if I could be shocked by any of the 16. At some point, you just throw up your hands like, okay, there's a transfer portal. It's a huge league. It's craziness. There isn't an Ohio State at the top of the league, so anything can happen. But I would say that I would be a little more – if Baylor I think BYU winning it would be more surprising than Baylor winning it. I think Kansas winning would be more surprising than Baylor. Baylor really finished strong. You look at they got that quarterback situation ironed out. September was a mess. But they get to October, November, they were really good. And they were really so if they can keep it rolling.
That's their own fault, and they overlooked Robertson 2 years in a row.
Right. But then it's our fault if we overlook them now. And having said that, just because you did something last October and November, it doesn't mean you're going to repeat it now. It doesn't.
There's no guarantees.
None.
On anything. So
right.
That's why I'm looking forward to the season, because there's a whole level of possibilities that are there, and then there's going to be a couple of possibilities that we aren't considering possible right now.
Nobody's mentioned TCU yet. Would that shock you?
Shock me? No.
Mildly surprise you?
No, would not shock me. I would say in the category of possibility, that would be shockers, but I think they at least need to deserve a look, is Arizona and Colorado.
So mildly shocking. Surprising. Not shocking, but it would be surprising.
Yeah, I mean, because if this Lewis kid is what they say he is, and especially as we get into November, if he's got enough playing time over there in the Boulder, look out. And Fafita's a dangerous man. And maybe it's a little bit of BYU basketball with the Cats being, man, so much was new last year that it just took a while. And with basketball, you play enough games that you can develop it during the season. Football, you don't play that many games, and then because you don't, and you started 1-4 or whatever it was, I'm just throwing stuff out there, you end up beaten. And now with the staff coming back for next year and all that, this year and all that, maybe they put it together. I wouldn't pick them by any stretch, but I think they'll be a dangerous team on any given week. And if you get them that particular week, they can beat you. I really believe that's possible, and I think we'll see that. There'll be a few surprises with the Cats. Like, wow, that was an impressive win. They may not have the accumulation, but I think they'll have some individual ones.
So if West Virginia does it, we'd be surprised because Rich Rod will have a good offense, but we did our spring football tour, and the defense might face a couple challenges. So if they pull it off, that would be shocking.
Well, the thing that I go with this, and I do this historically, when you have a coaching change, was it because the guy got a better job and left, or maybe retired, or was he fired?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's two different situations there that can determine. And I think more often than not, if a coach is replaced because they were dissatisfied, you have to allow the new coach some time.
Hence the difference between Deion's first year and Deion's second year.
Yeah, to me, that's just a general rule that I have, particularly, most especially, at this time of year.
So apply it to UCF as well then.
Uh-huh.
Scott Frost is there, and they lost 8 of their last 9 games and were a mess. They beat Arizona. But other than that, they were a mess.
Right. And, it doesn't always play out. Like for the other side of it, it didn't play out with the Cats last year. Jed Fish was promoted in a sense, and we expected more out of Arizona, and they were a big disappointment.
All right, DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. PK, it's the Utah Jazz. Anything is possible. Do you think this is possible? And if so, how will people react?
Oh my gosh, if it's possible, build a statue.
We'll get to this next. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, how about this, man? The holiday weekend is already here. You have my permission to take it easy the rest of the day. Have be good times ahead, hopefully for all of us when we come back next week. And that's what I would wish for you for your entire life as you grow older, man. You work hard. There's no question about it, obviously. And you want that wealth management plan that is going to help in your retirement. And you need to start right now if you haven't. And even if you've already started, why don't you up your game a little bit? Get with the folks at Trajan Wealth, because they know what they are talking about. This is what they do. My goodness, they want to talk to you. They are a fiduciary firm. That's what Trajan Wealth literally is, a fiduciary firm. And as fiduciaries, they always will put the client's needs first. That's you. And here's the way the system works. They want to make money, so they need you. It's required that you make money. So when you make more money, they make more money. Simple, man. They have decades of experience in the financial services profession. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. Get with them. Give them a call. Set up a meeting. Won't cost you anything at the start. To find out more, 801-899-7600. 899-7600. They've got offices in Farmington and Draper. 2 convenient locations, north and south. On the website, get information immediately, literally right now. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
You can't get dust on your boots with your feet propped up, or feel the rumble of hooves with your volume up loud. The spirit of the West is wild, it's unbridled, and it's waiting for you at the Utah Days of 47 Rodeo. Saddle up for something you can't stream, live in moments you can't pause, and make memories that'll replay for years to come. July 22nd through the 26th, trade the sofa for the stands and join us for more than just a show. Get tickets at UtahDaysOf47Rodeo.com.
The wait is almost over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now almost open. The Garden Restaurant opens on June 30th. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, opening next week, June 30th. See you there.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Business owners, I want you, you want me. Let's get together and have a beautiful relationship, man. You got a passionate product. You're passionate about your product, I should say. I want to help you endorse it, make you some money, man. All you got to do is text PK to 57500, and our sales staff will be in touch. Let's get together. I want to help you make money. I want to endorse your product, man. There's nobody like me. Come on, let's do it. Text PK to 57500.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Well, it's rumor speculation season. Few teams. Few businesses do drama and rumors and speculation as well as basketball. And I guess we can trace the roots back in, 75 years ago in baseball, they called it the Hot Stove League, and all the offseason rumors about trades flew around. So we got a bunch of stuff out there about the NBA now, PK. And the one that involves the Utah Jazz that caught your ear, he soon could be, well, I guess he's already the longest tenured Jazz man, right? Because his trade got done before Markkanen's trade by a few weeks. But Walker Kessler, and what might be out there as far as interest around the league and interest with the Jazz?
I think Kessler's one of these players that on his own, he's not a superstar, or at least not yet. Maybe he can develop. That'd be awesome if he did. But you put him in a team that has a specific need for his skill set, and he could really, really help a team. There's no question about it, because his skill set is something that teams need. They need a shot blocker. They need a rim protector. They need a rebounder. Every team needs it, right? And that player doesn't need to be necessarily a superstar, but like Jakob Poeltl, I think, can do a lot of different things. On his own, he's probably not the first team All-NBA or any of that stuff, but put him on, like I said yesterday, put him on the Warriors, and wow, I think he would make that team a lot better. And so I don't want to see it sound like Liam Neeson in Taken, but Walker Kessler has a certain set of skills, and if he gets to use them, he will kill you.
So I think that's where it needs to start. You take the personality out briefly. I think this is a question for any of the 30 teams, obviously more so for the Jazz because he's on the Jazz roster right now, but any of the 29 teams that might be thinking about acquiring him. How do you view the defensive-minded pick-and-roll center? I mean, we just saw one of them with Rudy, right? What neither one of these guys did, and what Derek Favors didn't do either, was shoot threes. And it does seem like there are coaches/GMs that are really dedicated to, I'm going to have 5 3-point shooters on the floor, and 1 or 2 of them need to be rim protectors. And this is where positionless basketball gets a lot more real, right? They may not be traditional. Giannis is not a traditional center, but he's a rim protector. So the Bucks have wanted 5 3-point shooters out there. And so they had Lopez. Now, obviously, he's moved on to the Clippers here, and they went over and took the Pacers apart. But that's not Kessler. And to me, it doesn't look like it's going to be Kessler. I mean, I know he's talked about it, and I know guys older than him have added that, so maybe that'll happen. And, man, if they give up on him and it does happen, then it'll look very good. So they got to be able to figure that out. And they got more info on that than we do. That seems to be a bit – how do they want to play? How does Austin want them to play? Does he like a defensive guy and 4 shooters, or is he someone who demands 5 shooters? Because that philosophical question seems to me like that's the basis of what you decide.
Okay, but if I'm good enough offensively with the other guys, he can help me in an area that he has expertise in.
Oh, yeah, and they're coaches who believe that, and we saw that with Quinn Snyder and Rudy. I mean, Quinn thought he could do it. I don't think that was spin in public. He loved Rudy. He loved what Rudy did at the defensive end, and he thought the other four players, and Rudy was really good in the pick and roll game. So it's but he didn't need Rudy to be a 3-point shooter to have a really good offense in his mind. Now they never got to the conference final, but you can argue, hey, the Jazz didn't get to the conference final with Stockton Malone right away either. That took a good long while.
Yeah, but the rumor out there that I saw is 2 firsts and a player for Kessler. If AA got 2 firsts and a player, and that player is not some,
I was going to say who are the player and where are the picks?
Well, 2 firsts.
Well, yeah, but if they're picked 20 and 25, I'm not that impressed. If they end up being lottery, if they end up being lottery picks, I'm very impressed.
Right,
but there's a wide range.
Yeah, but the Minnesota pick wasn't, or was it Cleveland, which I think they just used the Minnesota pick, and it wasn't lottery, but they moved up 3 spots and got a player that they really wanted. So that gives you just because you get that doesn't mean that's exclusively what you get. Then you spin that and you move up. You got 2 picks now. Yep. Now you got 8-9 picks. So in the next X amount of years, we're already seeing that with Oklahoma City. That's one of their big selling points. Well, sure, they're going to have to pay guys, but they've also got these picks, so they can reload that way. And I don't think you scoff at first-round picks. And I get a 5th place spot is better than on 20, at least on paper anyway. But we already saw what they did. They moved up, 3 spots this year to get someone else. We'll see what Clayton ends up being. Hopefully he's a great player and fills a real big-time need. But if they're excited, at least they were excited about getting him. You don't trade up for somebody that you're not excited for. At the same time, I think they traded up for Trey Burke, and that didn't work. So who's to say, right? We'll find out in the next 3-4 years. That's the fun of it all, is that these guys do, without question, know more than all of us. Whatever I know, Austin Ainge knows 1,000 times more. I have no doubt in saying that. But even when you say that, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the right pick.
No. It wasn't that long ago that they were holding out for a first for Jordan Clarkson. They thought they could get it. It turned out they couldn't. So just because they think it doesn't mean it's right. Just because they pick a guy doesn't mean he's right. But I get your point that on the surface, getting 2 first-round picks, and a player, that could be pretty intriguing. Tell me who the player is, obviously.
Yeah.
But assuming that it's a starting – I would think they'd be looking for someone who they think within a year is a starting quality player under the age of 25. Now, is it better than that? I probably don't want a guy older than that.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
My biggest concern, if they were to move Kessler, is he's the one guy on the roster, or the only guy on the roster, who gives you what he can give you. And you look at the rest of the roster, right? Right now, they've got options. You want wing players, tall wing players who are athletic? I can give you Bailey. I can give you Hendricks. I can give you Williams. Now, I don't know if those guys are going to pan out, but I've got options there to see. And just by dumb luck, 1 or 2 of those guys are going to pan out. They have to, right? And it's the same thing at the guard line. They've got 3-4 guys. Well, if you get rid of Kessler, you have nobody at center who can give you what you're looking at. Nurkic is older, so I don't think he's going to be there in 3 to 4 years.
He's going to be there in 2.
Right.
We'll see if he makes it through this one.
Right. So that's the one thing that would concern me about moving Kessler, is then you got to go out and get somebody like him, and you already have him. Whereas if you traded Keontae George, I got 2-3 other guys that I can give opportunities to, so at least I have the possibility of filling those needs. You create a void if you get rid of Kessler that you don't have right now. But if the offer is so overwhelming, well, then you got to take it.
Well, it goes back, we were talking about this with David Locke, probably a couple months ago, and I remember him saying, well, if you move Kessler, you have to go find another Kessler.
Yeah.
Because you got to have somebody like that, and you don't. I mean, Filipowski is a big guy, but he just doesn't move like that. He's not that long. He's just, that's just not happening. Not
Right,
to
we
that
understand
degree.
that.
No way.
Right.
So they got to go find somebody else. So that does seem like a setback. Now, conversely, they're so far away that if you have one piece you can move and you can get 2 or 3 pieces, because otherwise it's sitting here adding one guy at a time, and how long is it going to take?
Yeah, but they haven't been adding. I mean, they've been adding 3 at a time.
If they hit on all 3, you're right.
Well, they're not, but just dumb luck. They should hit on some of them.
And there's other ways to add guys. You can find your, Royce O'Neal undrafted, your Joe Ingles undrafted. Not everybody has to come in through the draft. There are people playing basketball all over the world who can contribute in the NBA. So there's other places. But there aren't a lot of places to find a 7-footer who's as long and athletic and moves as well as Kessler does.
Right.
And that catches everybody's eye. And I know somebody who talked to Steve Kerr when they were here the first time, and he saw him in person for the first time. Obviously, he knew about him, but he's like, well, he's going to be good. Those guys just know.
Yeah.
But I do think philosophically, man, if you really want 5 3-point shooters, and if that's what you've got to do to be an elite team and to be a championship contender and to win a champion, and you really believe in that, then you probably should be looking for that kind of trade for Walker, because I don't think he's going to turn into that.
What team has 5 3-point shooters?
I think Milwaukee did when they won it.
Right.
I mean, so if you're trying to build that team, you're not going to build with him.
You don't need that.
And if you come to that conclusion, then my desire to trade him goes way down. If that's what Austin is thinking.
Indiana didn't have it. OKC doesn't have it.
Well, you may think you have it and you don't have it. Now we get into the weeds a little more.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you think you've got a 3-point shooter, and then you get to the finals and he shoots 25% from 3. So you didn't have him when you need him. I mean, Turner really struggled.
He's not a 3-point shooter. I don't think so.
He shot 39% from 3. And he was taking 5 a game this year. 5.5, actually. So I think they think they have him.
Didn't do it when it mattered.
Exactly. And that's what I was just saying. You think you've got him, but then you're in the finals and you just aren't going in.
And then they didn't want to pay him the money, so he left.
Yep.
They told us that they didn't value him. Yep. I don't need to tell you him. I don't need to say it. They told us.
Well, would they have valued him if they weren't going into the luxury tax, or are they just another one of these teams? And I think that's really hampering the rebuild here. I think it's hampered their play in the last 3 years, is that owners are drawing absolute lines about, depending on the club, about luxury tax, first apron, and certainly the second apron. Like, I'm not writing that check. And so,
guys, going to run out of money here?
Guys,
you need to get a GoFundMe?
No, I don't. I don't think any of these owners are going to run out of money, but nonetheless, they don't want to spend it.
I don't know. I don't know who the owners of the Pacers are, so I have no idea. All I know is this one. That's all I care about. I couldn't tell you the owner of the Pacers could walk in the room right now, and I'd have no clue. I don't even know the person's name. No idea. And I don't want to know. I'm worried about the Jazz, not the Pacers. So that's where I make my money, is talking about the Jazz. I don't think the rebuild has been hampered by the Jazz's unwillingness to spend money.
No, I think it's been hampered by other teams' unwillingness to take on the salaries of Jazz players. I don't think the thing that's limited trading John Collins is his talent. I think the thing that's limited trading him is his salary and how it fits into other people's budgets.
Yeah, but that's every team in the league.
And that's true. And I think that's why he's still here. And I think that's why Clarkson was here certainly 2 years longer than he needed to be. You'd probably argue 3.
Yeah, and that's why, they got rid of Mitchell and Gobert. That's part of the deal. That's never going to end. Of course that's the case. They were paying him too much money, and they didn't have the flexibility, and they didn't think they were good enough. I get it. So that's why we're in this situation that we're in. If they were making $10 million a year, it'd be another story.
Well, they're about to decide whether they have to pay Kessler. So if you're going to move him,
well, they're not deciding this summer. They're not going to re-sign him. They're going to let him go and be a restricted free agent, and then they're, as you would say, kicking it down the road. So they've already made that decision. I can tell you that.
We're moving into Gordon Hayward territory, people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Same plan.
Yeah. And then Gordon got his feelings hurt because he thought he was a big-time player, and big-time players aren't treated like that. The only problem was you weren't a big-time player. I mean, you're a very good player. I'm not denigrating his talent by any stretch, but he thought he was all-world because he put Butler on his back and got to the Final Four. And, yeah, okay, you're really good. Hayward was really good, but he wasn't that type of player. So the Jazz, I thought they treated him fine. He got his money, but he got offended. And then when it was time to leave, he left. And he went chasing the biggest stars because he thought he was among the biggest stars. He wasn't. And I think Kessler will have a little more common sense in this situation.
I would think you're right. I don't think Kessler. Yeah, I think he's probably wired a little different. Definitely think he views himself differently.
Yeah, so he'll get his money. Kessler just needs to put his head down. He knows this. Put his head down and go to work, man, and do what you need to do, and you'll get that offer.
Well,
that'll come.
Yeah. Just keep doing what got him from where he was his first year to where he is now.
Yeah.
Just keep that arc.
Although the arc, yeah, exactly, because expectations go up.
Yep.
You don't plateau at this age. Something's wrong if you plateau.
If he does develop a 3 to any level, then moving him that gets a lot harder for me to swallow. Not that they care what I think or they care how I feel about the move, but I'd be like, well, what are you moving him for? I mean, at that point he becomes. I mean, what more do you want from him at that point?
Unless it's just a killer deal.
Yeah, again, back to who the team is, what the picks are. You know, some teams' unprotected picks are awfully tempting, especially if they're in the next draft. So you hear 2 firsts, and they're not all created equal.
They only have one unavailable, non-tradable under any circumstance player, and that's A.J. DeMonsa.
They don't have him, PK.
Oh, you just wait. You just wait.
Yeah, now you're talking. That's what you did with Cooper Flagg. How'd that work out?
That was a long shot. That was a long shot, man. That was a 1 in 87 chance. They drafted where they're supposed to. This is going forward. You don't know where it's going to be. And a kid, if Ace Bailey can finagle where he doesn't want to go, you don't think A.J. DeMonsa? This kid already loves Utah. My goodness gracious. He's the Grand Marshal at the parade tomorrow, isn't he? Or is that later on in the month? I forget.
All right. PK the Hype Machine. It is a holiday weekend, PK. I do believe you put a question up on Facebook about that, and we should get to that next. There are celebrations to be planned. There are things to be done. There's fun to be had. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still mostly problem-free commute this morning along the Wasatch Front and also the Wasatch back. A little fire in Tula County, a little rain in Cottonwood Heights are the biggest issues if you're on either area this morning, if you're out on the other side of the valley. This update is brought to you by our friends over the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to invent a food line that you just invent by putting stuff in your pocket, and that's how it gets heated up. No need to
we don't need appliances.
Yeah, put it under. But have you ever seen those like Indian street food Instagram videos? I go down that rabbit hole sometimes.
What does the algorithm say about us?
some weird stuff that pops up. Mine is all sports and food stuff.
That'd be accurate. If I had to guess, that would probably be accurate.
And I do the thing too where I'm like, I like that recipe. I'm going to send it to myself. And then I see myself in the mirror mirror as I walk by something in a building. I go, who are you? What are you? What's your problem? That's me. I've started to do that. I send myself Instagram recipes that I can try out on the weekend. I've become like a segment on Studio 5, breaking it out. And I saw this on Instagram. I wanted you to try it. My goodness.
You start your own cooking show.
Oh, I like to cook. I'm one of those guys.
Can you do a cooking show on the radio?
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sell and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, Save Right Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the Save Right Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at AmericaFirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, say ah! These guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sports is John Philip Sousa.
That it is.
This just screams the 4th of July, doesn't it? And here we sit on the 3rd of July. One of our questions up on our Facebook page. Where's the 4th of July rank in your holiday list? PK biasing the survey. Hint, put it pretty high up there.
You have to.
What is the lowest it could go? In my mind, the lowest it can go on a holiday list is 3rd.
3rd.
You want to go Christmas and Thanksgiving, I get it. Some people might want to go New Year's. I say no. 4th is a big
New Year's
push.
a holiday.
Well, it literally is. I consider holidays paid days off. I get that discussion. People are like, well, it's Arbor Day. I'm like, yeah, well, I don't get a day off for Arbor Day, so it's not a holiday. Halloween is a holiday.
It's what's
no,
in
it's not.
best interest of your pocket.
No, it's
pretty
actually
much boils down to that.
No, because I'm getting paid whether I work or not. The pay's the same. That's the whole point. Not having to work, having my time back in the interest of my time.
If I give you the time and don't give you the money, you don't want it.
What? I didn't follow that.
If I give you the time off, I'll give you Arbor Day, but I ain't paying you. So if you don't show up for work, I'm docking you.
Oh, I see where you're going. I got it. I was slow. No, I wouldn't have a fit. Actually, there was a time, and I don't think they're doing this anymore. There was a time where we were told at TV we could buy another week of vacation, and I did, and I had a coworker shocked by that. And I'm like, kids are growing and gone, man. I need the time.
That's because you make so much money, it's no big deal. The rest of us, me and Yonk, have to work overtime, and you can buy a week, and it's like you save somebody $600,000.
Half of what you just said is true. About
and the other half was spot on.
No, the other half was total. No, stop with your drops. You played it yesterday. You played it pretty much every day this week. No, the other part's BS. You're not working overtime to make the ends meet. That's total BS.
I'm working overtime.
No, now you just want to sing because you think this is a karaoke show. It's like, see, we all know about you at 9 o'clock in the show, and we especially know about you on Fridays because this is a holiday weekend. By 8:30 on Thursday, you're in Friday 9 o'clock mood. And I'm fabulous. Just ask me. That was a good one. I like that one.
Are you fabulous?
Well, not really, but that's what made that more fun.
Well, you told me to ask you, and I just asked you.
That was the whole sarcasm of the whole thing that made the payoff enjoyable. So, where do you rank it? I probably would rank it 3rd. 3rd out of 10. 3 out of 10.
The best holiday that's not based on religion or food.
For a lot of people, it is based on food. And I get your point. Not everyone, for everyone. But, man, for a lot of people.
Right, but that doesn't count.
Is critical.
That doesn't count.
Why doesn't it get counts to them?
Because it's
it just doesn't count to you.
Because it's the same thing as Memorial Day and Labor Day. The same type of food is had. So it's not specific to July 4th, whereas clearly turkey is appropriated for one day of the year. If you don't have turkey that day,
what are you doing?
Something's wrong.
Yeah, what are you doing there?
And so the religious aspect of Christmas speaks for itself.
How do you feel about the Christmas turkey, or you're okay with the Christmas ham?
Well, that's a preference, man. I'm going to tell people
Some
what to
people,
eat.
I grew up with, it had to be the Christmas turkey. It was the Christmas meal and the Thanksgiving meal were nearly identical.
No, I grew up with macaroni, ravioli, meatballs, lasagna. And it was home cooked. I don't know if you realize this, but I grew up with a heavy Italian influence.
Why haven't you ever mentioned this?
Despite the Irish name, it's no wonder I'm all messed up. Think about this. Yeah.
What is this new information?
So come on.
Did you have a cannoli?
Yeah, for sure. I actually had available, if you wanted it, Italian food on Thanksgiving. It was always there. At no point was there never not a pot with meatballs simmering. literally every day of the year, certainly on those holidays. But I can't assign, and I get that food is part of the holiday and it's part of the gathering, but fireworks, if I say fireworks, we automatically go to July 4th throughout the entire country. So that's why it has you. If I say hamburgers and hot dogs, I could very well say Memorial Day, Labor Day, and be fine. But if I say fireworks, we go right to the one holiday. So outside of a specific food and religion, July 4th is number one. And if you don't put it at number one, you get out.
Way to craft an argument. That was beautiful, PK.
Well, it's the only way to craft it. It's the most obvious way to craft it.
Got to have your fireworks. A good fireworks show, preferably at a game. And I've seen fireworks shows multiple places over the years, obviously. But
what about at Monster Jam?
I haven't done that.
That's what I'm doing tomorrow night.
Oh, really?
Well, an activity.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily have to be a game, but it's some form of activity.
The game was the best.
It's going to be at a sporting venue. It'll be at Rice Cycle Stadium.
The local tradition, I can't speak to other places, but the local tradition letting people go down on the field, which they've done at the Bees and at Real Salt Lake, and it's just obvious watching it happen. There's a gazillion kids who are like, this is awesome. I'm down on the field. Here come the fireworks. The buzz in the crowd is awesome. None of the other stuff's good, and I've seen them. I saw when I was growing up. I saw them at the county fair. We'd be at the racetrack and see them. Cool fireworks shows there.
You don't need to go to a game, though.
No, you don't have to.
If you want to, that's fine.
That's chef's kiss. That's top drawer. But when I was a really little kid, we used to watch them from a car parked on a hillside, and they shot them off at a shopping plaza down near us.
That's good enough.
Yeah, that was a pretty good show.
I also think what also is cool, something you haven't mentioned, is over water.
I haven't grown up with that, but I've seen it, and it is cool. That absolutely is cool. The stuff I've seen it. I've seen video from. I think the video on the mall at DC looks cool, although I've never done it. But my wife grew up back there, and that was their tradition. Was you went down to the mall and. Apparently, everybody drove there, and it was just a total mess. I mean, a lot of us have been there as tourists. It's a total mess. There's a gazillion people. Go down to the mall and watch them. But Boston and New York do them over water. Those look awesome. I've seen Sydney. They do them over water. That looks awesome.
Sydney does it on July 4th over water?
No, they do theirs on New Year's Day because obviously
Sydney, Australia.
They don't have the 4th of July, but I've seen the fireworks over water, and it's cool.
But that doesn't. I don't care what they do in Australia.
Growing up in San Diego, you'd think I would have seen it, but I don't even know if they have one down at the Bay. Maybe they do, but we never did that.
Didn't they have the famous one where they all went off at one time down there in San Diego about 10 years ago? They had a malfunction.
There was a malfunction. I don't remember where it was, but I do remember the malfunction.
Right there on the water.
Mm.
The only malfunctions I want are wardrobes.
Thank you, Janet. Janet and Justin, right? There they go.
And I believe it was an accident.
You're the one. I suppose somebody has to believe that. Might as well be you.
And I immediately closed my eyes. So I never saw it.
DJ, you were right. It is 9:00 on a Thursday.
It is.
July 4th needs to be way more respected than it needs to be put on a much higher level.
Where'd you go for fireworks when you were a kid after you were done with the pasta on New Year's and rolled around to the 4th of July? Where you probably had pasta again.
I created my own.
Oh, you did? At the neighborhood fireworks?
No, I don't like neighborhood fireworks. Go to
I'm on a show.
A local park. I'm not a big do it on the sidewalk stuff.
No.
This isn't really. And I didn't understand that until I got to Utah. People are big on that.
Big on that here. Yeah.
Of course, then I promptly did it. My parents came up and we did. My parents and my sister came up a few times, and we went to Sugar House Park.
Yeah, that was a big show for a long time. That was a big deal when that stopped.
Snakes and sparklers, but where's good stuff, man? Good stuff. This is the good stuff. Snakes and sparklers.
Are you nuts, dude? You need stuff to explode. Go boom. So you're gonna tell me that you don't have no black cats, no Roman candles, or screaming mimes?
No.
Oh, come on, man. You don't got no lady fingers, buzz buttles, snicker bombs, church burners, finger blasters, gut busters, zippity doo-dahs, or crap flappers?
No, I don't.
You're gonna stand there, owning a fireworks stand, and tell me you don't have no whistling bungholes, no spleen splitters, whisker biscuits, honky lighters, Husker do's, Husker don'ts, cherry bombs, nipsy daisers, with or without the scooter stick, or one single whistling kitty chaser?
No, because snakes and sparklers are the only ones I like.
Nice.
Don't you think when they're writing bits like that, they're just cracking themselves up?
Absolutely.
They're sitting around a writer's table just...
Yeah, Joe Dirt's a legendary.
And there's a million of them that they probably put out that they're like, yeah, we can't put that in, but it's hilarious.
When I was a kid, there was a kid, I went to the same school all 8 years, and there was a kid in a grade ahead of me, and he had lost some of his fingertips, and the word was that he did personal fireworks. So they scared us all for 8 years, and it stuck
worked.
with me.
It worked, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
Well, and because,
Jason Pierre-Paul will show you exactly what not to do.
There's that. That's a high-profile example right there. But the truth is, if you work in a newspaper or in a newsroom in radio or TV, man, you hear these stories every year. So they really do stick with you.
Yeah, and his name was Oliverio Mendia. I remember it.
No, the name stuck with you.
Well, everybody went. There were 2 classes per grade.
So everybody knew, right, in small community.
And everybody went the whole 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally, you had a few people move in, but no. And I went to the same grade school with the same kids for 8 years, and for 7 of those years, we were all together in the dumb class.
But you were smart enough not to do that.
And I was smart enough to know that I was in the dumb class, so I figured for the rest of my life, just give them the minimum because that's all they're expecting, so why surprise them?
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Where does the 4th of July rank on your holiday? Hit us up on Twitter, David DJ James. Facebook, DJ and PK. We'll get to more of your responses coming up. More on the Utah Jazz and a potential trade and more college football. Ought to excite you Ute fans, unless you believe in jinxes, I suppose. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got lane restrictions in Provo Canyon slowing down drivers headed eastbound towards Vivian Park this morning. Also some wet roads up in Parley's Canyon, reducing speeds around East Canyon if you're headed up towards or down the canyon this morning. Updated brought to you by our friends over at GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough. Your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit once again. GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Catch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Brian with Olson's Greenhouse. In today's busy world, your home should be your sanctuary. A peaceful retreat where you can unwind, breathe deeply, and recharge. And what better way to create that haven than with flowers? A pop of color in your flower beds, a cheerful container garden by the front door, or a lush patio filled with vibrant blooms can transform any space into a personal oasis. Flowers don't just brighten up your home, they lift your spirits too. Research even shows that surrounding yourself with plants can reduce stress and boost happiness. At Olson's Greenhouse, we grow premium quality plants that make it easy to bring beauty and joy into your life. Whether you prefer bold, eye-catching colors or soft, soothing pastels, we have the perfect flowers to complement your space. And with locally grown plants, you know they're ready to thrive. This spring, create a sanctuary of color and comfort with flowers from Olson's Greenhouse. Find us on Instagram at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens or go to OGG.com to find a retailer near you. That's OGG.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't you love her madly?
We were just talking 4th of July and fireworks, and Real Salt Lake's going to have their fireworks show on the 5th of July. They've got St. Louis coming in for a game Saturday night. We got a 4-pack of tickets. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. 4 tickets to go watch RSL. And St. Louis Saturday night at America First Field. Call right now. 801-575-ZONE. Where's July 4th rank on your holiday list? Hint, put it up there, pretty high. Tommy, correcting you, PK. Man, you can't even ease into a holiday weekend without someone telling you wrong. I think it's Independence Day, not the July 4th holiday. And I rank it number 1, Tommy says.
Same thing. Tomato, tomato. Get out of my face.
Bruce, I rank New Year's Day number 1. It's the best because of college football. All Bruce wants is a holiday and the Rose Bowl.
See, that's why it's not, in my mind, a holiday, because it's associated with college football. No other holiday is associated with something that isn't related to the holiday. So that's why I can't put it as a holiday. You see what I'm saying?
Nope, I really don't. I think
because when New Year's Day falls on a Sunday, it's not college football.
Ah, so that 1
So
in
the
7
holiday in
chance
your mind is
rotates you
college
around.
football. It's college football, not New Year's Day.
Well, speaking for Bruce, sorry, Bruce, if I'm not speaking well for you, he would just say, now it turned into 48 hours and they play it on the 2nd.
But what does he do on the 1st?
Probably watches the NFL.
Right.
Because it's
right.
on Sunday.
Exactly.
That'd be my guess.
Right. So it's not college football.
But it's still
Thank
football.
you for making my case, as you would say.
Thank you, Bruce. Dyson, I rank it numero 1. So he moves in front of Thanksgiving and Christmas. Puts it in the top spot.
I'm okay with that.
Brian, holiday, laughing, crying emoji. I work all weekend. It's just another day to me.
Oh, great. You and him, the two hardest working guys in
See,
the world.
I would disagree with
God.
him because even if you are working, which sometimes they do and sometimes they don't, but even when you're working on a holiday, there isn't as much management around. It has a different vibe. Isn't that true in
And
most businesses? I guess maybe
you
if you have a
get
job
more
where you don't
money
work around it.
often.
Ah, yeah. If you're hourly, you're right. You're getting the old time and a half or double time. Yeah.
Yeah.
More cash.
Right. You want to hear something stupid?
It's about 40% of this show, but sure, why not? Let's go.
I know, but I've been working on you. I'm trying to cut it down to 20.
Yeah,
I hope next year I can do it. That's my goal for 26.
It's worked all these years. Go ahead.
My father-in-law always worked on holidays because of the extra money, right?
Okay.
And he worked for American Airlines. He was a reservations supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
And so he always worked, and he worked the swing shift. And so he lived over in California. That's where I ended up. That's how I ended up getting that job, because we went over to visit him before we were going to get married. And I called that one day. I called the newspaper. Hey, can I speak to the editor? Yeah. You got any openings? Yeah. They interviewed me that day. It was so bizarre, you know what I mean? And then I ended up, blah, 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 took the job. Well, so we move over in that community where he was living. And unfortunately, he died at 59. So we had about 5 years where we lived over there, and he was alive and fine. And this was his second marriage, not my mother-in-law. And he married a local, so her family was in the area. And she worked better at work, blah, blah, blah. And so the two of them worked on every holiday. So what really stunk, and I went along with it because I was a good soldier, for 5 years, we would have Thanksgiving at 11 in the morning, and I hated it.
11?
Absolutely. Yes, because we'd have it before. He wanted to have it with his daughter before he went to work.
Yeah. Okay, so I get that part. So I grew up with, it was Thanksgiving dinner. And we had extended family in San Diego that would show up, right? And it tended to be people are showing up at 4 or 5, and you're eating about 6. But as I got older and moved here, we started doing it, and for the same reasons, going to work. 11 is just too early. I couldn't do 11. But I found like the big meal at 2 or 3, I like that better.
100%.
I can do the 2 or 3 o'clock start.
Yeah.
And it's not what I grew up with, but I really transitioned. I like it. But 11 a.m., that seems a bit early.
Yeah.
I'm still.
But I went along.
I mean, brunch at 11. Well, you're a team player, PK.
Yeah, and we're basically I literally moved over there my first year of marriage from Arizona, and my wife came several months later.
So it's time to establish new traditions and all that, but that was a tough one.
I know. I went along with it, and it sucked. I hated it. But I was just and then he dies at 59, and he marries somebody young who's still living. So I still haven't gotten a dime of inheritance. Talk about ticking me off.
That's
a
right.
nice story. Yeah.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Yusuf Nurkic has a press conference coming up. We're going to let you hear a little bit of that, and there's a trade rumor around the Jazz we'll get to. Stay with us, DJ and PK. It's 97.5 The Zone.
The latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $3,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with a Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $3,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
The 2025 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls in Nephi, Utah. On July 9th, it's a wild Wednesday in Nephi. As 40 of the best bull riders in the PRCA will be trading big dollar blows with bulls from Flying U, Diamond G, and Andrews Pro Rodeo. It's your chance to come and witness the hardest hitting and most exciting sport in the PRCA. The Cowboys will be letting it all loose to grab their share of $35,000 and a spot at the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. Get tickets at UtesStampedeRodeo.com or 435-623-5608.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high 6s, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We got some media availability coming up during our show. Yusuf Nurkic, new jazz man. I believe briefly a new jazz man, but we'll see how it works out. He's going to meet with the media. We'll let you listen to a little bit of that here. We're also working on something for you hockey fans. What's going on with JJ Peterka? They moved they've had it scheduled a couple times, and whenever he does his media availability, he's going to talk to us afterwards. Is the way it's been planned.
Postponed again. That's all I know.
Postponed Monday, postponed Thursday. As long as it doesn't have to do with him signing a long-term contract. Does it have anything to do with that, or you don't know? As long as those two things are.
Only thing I got this morning is it's postponed.
Okay. All right. We can deal with the one thing, but the other one, let's get her done. That's the kind of move that really makes sense. I mean, his age fits in there. He's a little older than Cooley and Gunther and a little younger than Clayton Keller. It's the kind of trade you want to see the Jazz make if they're going to be moving Markkanen and Collins here. Can they get somebody whose age fits the timeline a little better, the way Peterka does? Get that all lined up, PK. Get it all lined up. And
I'm trying to think who.
Then get him on our show. He says selfishly.
Yeah, who could
you're trying to think in the NBA who they might want?
Yeah.
I would be okay in it. You might lose the press conference kind of thing, but I don't really care about that. I wouldn't care if I didn't realize who it was and wasn't convinced of said player's awesomeness the moment the deal was made. I mean, there's some names we can all run down, high draft picks, stars, young stars, all stars, and say, oh, it'd be great. If it's Cooper Flagg, we would all say, oh, it's great. But it doesn't have to be somebody. It could be somebody on the way up that people, you're buying low and getting a deal because you see it coming and other people don't.
Yeah, but like who?
I don't know who that is, but I didn't know it was SGA when it was SGA. I'm like everybody else. None of us reacted when that Paul George trade was made. We're all talking about Paul George, and we should have been talking about SGA. But Oklahoma City, to some degree, saw it coming, and maybe to a certain degree they got fortunate.
I told you years ago, always draft a Calipari guy. He knows NBA talent.
Yeah. Well, and along those lines, draft Patino guys for similar reasons, right?
Right, but he hasn't had enough time there at St. John's. He's
right,
been out of
talking
college
more about,
the game.
Yeah. But drafting a guy, he still has something. Patino sees something, and he coaches you hard, and you can deal with the discipline, and there's a little something to, when Rick Pitino, and granted, he doesn't have to, it's not like when he was at Kentucky, right, where he had the pick of all the elite players. It's a little different deal at Iona, but I still think it means something.
Possibly. I don't.
It's not
I
the
think
same
you
thing.
think
I know what you're
something
getting at.
because of the Florida experience, not the Iona experience.
Well, the combination of the two. You played for Rick and you passed the test, and there's something to that. But you're right about doing it at the highest level. What you can get with your Floridas or Kentucky, and soon your Arkansas, presumably.
A little concern is that he didn't go with them to St. John's, and it's in the same city. But I don't know anything about the backstory there to act like, that's a red flag. So I can't say that whatsoever. Right. And now it doesn't matter.
He's
anyway
here,
because
and
they've
we'll
drafted
just see.
him. Yeah, and so that's all out the window. Now, all I remember my memories of him are as most recent as could possibly be, when he's just hitting huge shots in the most pressurized moment in literally the most pressurized game of the season.
And of his
life.
life.
Can't escape that.
Yeah, and of his life to date.
Yes, and so that is really cool. And I don't necessarily care that he played it for Pitino. I like the fact that he believed he was under-recruited, and then he set the stage and then moved up. We've seen guys do that of late. That's been more a story, I think, in basketball than it has been in football. It's been a story in football, too. But
Cam Ward.
Football,
the number one pick in the draft.
And Scattaboo.
Yeah, that's another good example.
But football, you just need so many guys. Where in basketball, one or two dudes can make a significant difference.
Yeah.
I like the kid's moxie to think, I'm going to take the shot because I'm going to make it, and we're going to win the NCAA title because I'm not losing this game. And that just speaks volumes. You can't get necessarily caught up in that, because I can give you two examples of guys who had great NCAAs and didn't do much in the NBA. But this kid here, it's like the way he conducts himself, and then somebody asks him about some nickname, and he, whoa, slow the flow here, man. I haven't done anything yet. So far, talk about losing the press conference, Walt Clayton Jr. has won it in my mind. I love what he said and his attitude and his body language about, I'm a winner, and this is what I do.
Yeah, he had a good first press conference. You know, when they hit him with the old, what do you think of Walt Lake City? He's like, I got to do something first. Slow that down.
Yeah, right. And he's going to get every opportunity, I believe. I don't know. It's not going to be handed to him. I'm not saying that. But I think over the course of this very season, he's going to have a lot of opportunity to show us what he could do. And because, at least for me, and I'll get your opinion on it in a second when I stop talking, because he's a couple years older, I have a little more expectation than an 18, 19 year old.
100%. Absolutely, totally agree with that. And there still will be a transition. You know, he's still a rookie in the NBA, and that counts for something. But there's still, at 22, you've had reps you just can't have at 19. And obviously you're more mentally and emotionally developed, right, at 22. And they got a 24-year-old rookie now. He's a second-round draft pick, so maybe there's a talent issue there. But I would think the age partly scared people off too. So maybe they have something there. We'll see. But, yes, absolutely, 20, 22, 24, I'm expecting you to make physical and emotional development and all that stuff. And certainly the reps matter.
Yes, if for no other reason than, according to Chris Peterson, you're aging out of the dumbest demographic in the country.
I think Chris Peterson's right about that. A, I lived through it. B, my brothers lived through it. C, a bunch of friends in college lived through it. D, we've seen a gazillion stories in college sports covering it all these years. Yeah, I think there's a lot of evidence that says Chris is on to something there.
Yes, and he's aging out of it. And so I have a higher level.
More.
And so far, and he hadn't played a game or bounced a ball yet that we've been able to see. I realize they've had a couple of practices. But so far, I can see what the Jazz were thinking in moving up to get him. And especially when Austin Ainge says, wow, knowing where we were drafting, our two choices would have been Ace Bailey and Walt Clayton, and then they got him. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean anything until the games start and we all get to see.
But it raises my expectations. I mean, don't go out and say that for no reason.
Right.
Just to hype up a press conference? That's short term. You don't get much for that.
And, I've been around Austin enough to know he's not really a hype guy. He's not really trying to say stuff for the sake of grabbing headlines.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to speak what he believes as much as he can't say everything. We understand that. But I like what he says in terms of this is what I think. And I think it's real. He's not trying to sell us a bill of goods to buy that we think, oh, yeah, hype it up. I think he's just sort of speaking on what he thinks is real. And, it remains to be seen if he's right. I hope he's right. But my pattern with him in a lot of conversations years ago where he would speak what he thinks. And if he can mess around too, but when he's up there on the podium, I don't think he's looking to mess around.
Well, we'll look at the track record here as he gets up there and says what he says and makes whatever statements / predictions he makes, and then we can track him and hold him accountable.
Yeah, and he wants to be held accountable too, for that matter. I can tell you that.
Yusuf Nurkic, new Jazz man, meeting the media right now. Let's listen in for a few minutes.
Can you hear me now?
1 second.
Okay.
Zoom calls are awesome. I thought we were past all of that, but apparently not. They're still working on it. All right. Well, we'll get back to that if necessary.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank goodness. There's a rumor / speculation out there, which may just be part of rumor / speculation season. And the NBA does drama as well as anyone, and their version of the hot stove league is certainly entertaining. But it has to do with the Jazz and Walker Kessler, and we've heard forever teams inquire about him, but what is the price tag? And we will discuss that momentarily. But first, here's Yusuf for real now. Yusuf Nurkic, introductory media press conference.
Okay, first up is Ryan Miller.
Hey, Yusuf, Ryan Miller from KSL.com here. Just first off, what was your reaction when you found out about the trade?
I mean, reaction, it was funny the way it happened. I was with my wife at the movie theater, so I got a phone call, and you never know what's going to happen in the NBA, regardless of what they're saying. But I was glad it was Utah, and just looking forward to great organization. Know a lot about how they do and what they do as far as getting ready and prepare for the game. So I was really excited for that.
All right, next up, Andy Larson.
Yusuf, at this point, you are the oldest player on this Jazz roster.
30, is that old?
On this team, it is.
Okay.
And I'm curious just kind of what you think of kind of that maybe responsibility in terms of leadership and, just playing with a bunch of young kids.
I mean, I'm excited, first and foremost, adding a lot of young guys who can play, super talented, athletic. It's a dream for me. I can pass the ball and with the coach and he's Seamus of the play, I think I can be really successful with them. But also, like you said, now with the veteran, even sounds crazy that I'm oldest. But looking forward, man, just to be leadership for them, showing the way, and how to be a pro is super important for them.
Lauren Green.
Hi, Lauren Green, a sideline reporter with the Utah Jazz. Welcome to Utah, first of all.
Thank you.
When you look at the way Coach Hardy plays and the style he plays, how do you envision yourself fitting into his scheme?
I mean, I always love him or like him a lot from the side, and just the way he, carry himself at the game and then as a coach. Even I was really surprised at the time when he got a job that he was super young, if I can say it that way. But I think I fit perfectly. Like, I think they play so much off the ball stuff. Might be like, top 5 in the league last season, whatever. But I just love to share the ball, and when everybody's involved, I think he's doing a really good job with that.
JP.
JP Chunga, UtahJazz.com. What have you found to be some of the useful traits to sticking around in the league and having so much longevity?
Well, like I said, I think the best day of, young, when I was drafted, I feel like that's the best day of their lives, changing their lives. I think it's super important to enjoy that day. But also it's a trick. Like you have to be aware that's not you didn't make it. You made it to NBA, but you have to be able to stick a long time. You have to be a pro, do all the necessary thing. I guess care, respect people, not necessarily people work for you, but people work with you. So I think that's a big difference. Understanding you have so many people working with you, but not for you. So I think that's what takes you to over the hump.
Andy Larson.
Hey, sorry, I didn't introduce myself either. I'm Andy Larson. I'm with the Salt Lake Tribune. But wanted to ask, have you had a conversation with either Will or the front office on kind of what your role is as far as starting or coming off the bench?
I mean, I talked to everyone, but that's too early. I don't know. It was just a lot of going on. I don't think the the role and minutes and all those things come at this point. I just got here yesterday, so it's a quite journey from Europe here. So I'm sure there's going to be plenty of talk of that. But like I said, it's just adjusting the time zone now for me. It's a big deal.
Ryan Miller.
You've obviously played a lot of games in Salt Lake. What kind of stands out about playing in Utah that you can remember?
So seriously, like when I felt like I always loved the fans, and I felt like it was always tough to play here. But knowing what I know in 11 years in the NBA, about Utah, I feel like I had to delete it because what I just saw yesterday and today and day before, I feel like it was super, if I can say it, like super nice state that I was surprised. Remind me a little bit of Portland and Phoenix, like kind of mix. But it's just unique as far as like didn't know much about it, like living wise, but like saw some few homes and the huge houses. So it's cool to be in an environment where it's like a family style. So good culture. Like I saw the people in the airport and on a plane and kind of stick like how hard they love the Jazz. So I think that's a huge and a really big plus in our league.
Jeff Rainier.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Rennie with Fox 13. What do you know about Walker Kessler, an emerging center here with the Jazz? What do you know about his game, and do you think you could be a mentor for him and the other bigs on this roster?
I mean, super athlete, young, talented guy. We can definitely take a next step about screening and out passing. So looking forward to work with him, but help him in any way I can. But anybody pretty much, I feel like a lot of guys can benefit of the way I play. But I understand we're totally different and a game style of play. But that's not necessarily bad. I think that's a good for coach and for us to kind of play differently, but also can learn for, one another.
JP.
With Eurobasket this offseason, how does that help when it comes to getting back into NBA play?
I mean, it just helped to have a competition, before NBA, and a really good competition. Like you said, we have a few games, but also we have like a month and a half training camp. So it will be, obviously we work differently over there, like 2-a-day practices and stuff. So it will be plenty of practice and just being in game shape. You help to come in a camp, basically live, just playing the games, and I think that's super helpful.
Eric.
Eric Sparopoulos, UtahJazz.com. Yusuf, you started to expand your range and take more threes in recent years. How much of an emphasis is that for you moving forward?
I feel like I can shoot the ball, and also it's just, I guess, find the balance of that. But it's also the coach and coaching staff and teammates trusting you. So it takes both sides. Confidence is one thing, and how much coach feed you with the confidence, you just translate to the floor. So like I said about role or the way that I want to play, it just depends on a will and coach how we're gonna do it. So
Ben Anderson.
Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. Yusuf, you mentioned your wife. Can you tell us a little bit about your life off the court?
life.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just easy, chill guy, man. Just drinking coffee. You're gonna see me pretty much everywhere in Utah, around just be outside as much as possible. I'm happy I saw there's plenty of coffee shops and food. So um, just, hanging out with fam and nothing special, man.
Ryan Miller.
All right, there is Yusuf Nurkic, the new Jazz man. He is on his fourth team in 4 years now. He had a couple of major injuries, and he was 15.10 rebound guy before that, but a broken leg, a broken wrist, and his production's been dropping the last 3 years. I don't expect you have much in the way of expectations for him, PK. I don't think I have much in the way. He's got 1 year left on his deal, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, he is a big guy. Maybe they can flip him for somebody here. We'll see how it works out, but pretty low expectations going into this.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. 30 years old, so I think he still wants to play a few more years, so he should have motivation to be whatever he's got to give it. So, you need a backup center, and maybe he can teach Kessler a few tricks of the trade type of thing there. To think that I think it's kind of cool that 30 years old, he is the oldest guy on the roster. And he acknowledges that. He says, 30's old? No, well, it's not. But on this team, it is. So the idea is more of get Sexton out of the way to develop the guys, and this is what you had to take back.
Yep. DJ PK, we're going to talk NBA. We're going to talk Jazz rookies, Ace Bailey, expectations for the 5th pick in the draft with Brian Gelsiler, SiriusXM NBA radio host and contributor. Talk Damian Lillard's next move. What would he advise? We'll get to all of that next with one of our favorite NBA voices. Stick around.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got some lane restrictions in Provo Canyon, slowing down traffic. You headed eastbound up the canyon towards Vivian Park. Also had some wet roads up in Parley's Canyon. So have been reducing speeds around the East Canyon area if you're out and about this morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes, delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The immediate resolve of this is best case scenario for Jake, Retzlaff, and for BYU. We were thinking that this civil suit would tie him up to past 2026, and that would hamper him, and that would leave BYU on the hook for questions. BYU'd have to answer, well, yeah, we don't know, 2-3 weeks into the season, is Jake Retzlaff, how's the civil suit? Is it going to get resolved? If it does get resolved, will he be eligible? And then the same questions for Jake. Now at Big 12 Media Day, we can start talking about Trayson Bourget. We can start talking about McKay Hillstead. It could be, hey, so Jake's gone? Yeah, Jake's gone. Okay, so tell me about this Bear kid that you brought in for Stanford, and how does he fit into Aaron Roderick's system? And what does the quarterback room look like now that Retzlaff's gone? And we're talking football.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222. 543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Held over due to popular demand, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card or cash bonus when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Are you looking for a fun way to get your kids outside and off their screens this spring? Try flower gardening. Starting a beautiful flower bed or easy container garden is a great hands-on way to spend quality time together while teaching kids about nature. They'll love digging in the dirt, picking out their favorite flowers, and watching them bloom, all while making real, lasting memories. Plus, gardening is a great way to slow down, soak up some sunshine, and enjoy the fresh air as a family. This is Brian with Olson's Greenhouse, and my family has been growing flowers with care for 4 generations right here in Utah. Whether you have a big sunny backyard or just a small shady front porch, our colorful, locally grown flowers make it easy to add beauty to your home. So this spring, start with a new family tradition, one that grows with your kids. Get inspiration at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens on Instagram or find a garden center near you at ogg.com. That's ogg.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy. Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
PK brought to you in part by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. DJ PK. We're joined now by Brian Geltzeiler, SiriusXM NBA radio host, NBA TV contributor, and longtime guest on our show. Brian, good morning. Happy
Hello,
4th of July
boys.
weekend.
How we doing?
Good.
Happy 4th to you as well.
There is we love stories, right? This is why we do what we do, and I find Ace Bailey to be a fascinating story on multiple levels. We've got, well, first off, the headline in Utah was, oh no, another guy who doesn't want to come to Utah, right? And that taps into old wounds and all that kind of stuff. But lost in that, which is fairly obvious to people who are following, is, well, he didn't want to work out in Philly. He didn't want to work in Charlotte. So Utah's on a list. And there was, they were trying to get him somewhere in the draft. It didn't work out. Now he's here. I actually think people should be, and I'm interested to see if you agree with this, actually people should be thankful for this if they think he's going to be good, because I don't think he would have dropped from 3rd to 5th without all of that going on. That was just part and parcel of what had to happen to get him here. So how high is his ceiling? What are the odds he pays off and gets somewhere near that ceiling? Do you worry the fact that he is a shot maker, which is useful when the shot clock is running out and something you really need on an NBA team, can also be a negative because it can turn guys into unrepentant gunners who are inefficient and puts a cap on them winning. So there's a ton of storylines with this guy. Jump in anywhere you want and tell us what you think, because he's the 5th pick, big investment, and people are really intrigued here.
A couple layers here. So let's talk first about the draft layers, then we'll get into basketball fit stuff and what's going on with the Jazz to create a smooth runway for him, because I think it's very important. Number one, I think Philly and Charlotte both made very crucial mistakes for entirely different reasons. Philadelphia is, and they really kind of don't have a choice, but Philadelphia is deluding themselves into believing that they're still a title contender. And, listen, when hoping is a strategy and hoping Joel Embiid can stay on the floor enough to be a title contender is really the best strategy they have. So Philly, in that delusion, went and took a guy that in their estimation, and VJ Edgecombe, is more NBA ready right now than Ace Bailey. And that probably is true. And they liked Edgecombe's attitude a little bit better. Bailey did not want to be there. Bailey didn't want to be there because he's looking ahead to his second contract and wanted to go somewhere where he could have a high usage rate and post some good counting stats to be able to use that to leverage his way into a second contract. It's the type of thing where the Jonathan Kuminga thing here becomes a cautionary tale, right? A guy that ended up in a winning situation in Golden State on what was essentially a gap year and has struggled to connect with the coach, has struggled to fit in with the system, and now is going into a second contract world where there's, do you pay him on production or do you pay him on potential, right? So he's trying to find the right deal, not a lot of cap space out there, but that's the cautionary tale here in Bailey in terms of him not wanting to go somewhere where he felt as though there wasn't going to be the level of usage that he wanted. I thought Charlotte made a huge mistake, even bigger than Philly in that respect, because if I'm Charlotte, look at how Boston built championship team. It's Tatum and Brown, and they built around these two long wings. Well, they already have Brandon Miller in Charlotte. You could have paired Miller with Ace Bailey, and you decided not to. Why? Because Ace told you didn't want to be there? Because Ace didn't want to work out for you? Because Ace said they want to play with LaMelo Ball? All those things. You know what? You have to sometimes, trust the system and say, we're going to take this guy and we're going to do everything we can with the guy to make it work. And that entered Danny Ainge. And Ainge did exactly that. And listen, in the end, what's happening with Bailey is his agent, Omar Cooper, who, by the way, butchered his own son's situation by pushing him into the draft too soon, Sharif Cooper, a few years back, and is not an experienced agent, is not even an accredited agent, but for whatever reason, Bailey and his family trust him. And he kind of did a half measure here. If you don't want to go somewhere, be Eli Manning, be John Elway, state it, come out and say it. This passive aggressive, I'm just not going to work out for you, and maybe you'll get the message. Well, Danny Ainge doesn't receive messages like that. And you could have very well told Danny, we're not going to go, we don't want to go there, and we don't want to report. And Danny may have taken you anyway, because that's how Danny operates. But I think when you look at what Danny's trying to do to create the right atmosphere for Bailey, you just have to look into two moves that the Jazz made over the course of the last couple of days. Number one, the trading of Colin Sexton. And listen, Sexton I think, can help a winning team. I don't think he was bad for the Jazz, but at his core, he is a chucker. And you got to be, so is Ace Bailey. But if you want Bailey to develop, that ball's got to be in his hands a lot. The second move was the buyout of Jordan Clarkson. And make no mistake, the reason they couldn't find a market for Jordan Clarkson, that was what, 14 mil, guys, which is not in this, in this financial climate in the NBA, is not really an objectionable number. No one would take him at that number. Why would no one take him at that number? Because he is a chucker that makes George Costanzo look shy. The guy never met a shot he didn't like, and I don't like that addition for the Knicks that they're making, because the Knicks have a ball movement problem and brought in a guy that loves to just shoot it every time he touches it. So, but what the Jazz did here is clear those two guys out to bring Bailey. And listen, Keontae George still has some of those tendencies too, but I think they believe he can grow out of them. And they brought in Walter Clayton Jr. to be, for lack of a better term, even though he's a young guy, the adult in the room, an experienced college player. And they cleared the decks for these younger players to be able to come in and play big roles early on. That makes it more attractive for Ace Bailey to be there. The Angels are going to do a really good job with this, and they just are. It was the right pick for the Jazz. I love it. I thought the Jazz were one of the big winners on draft night, getting Bailey and getting Walter Clayton Jr. I think you just kind of have to wait and see how all this plays out. Bailey is the thing about Bailey that I think is really important to understand, and why I think Omar Cooper screwed this up, and in some ways screwed him up a little bit, because all of a sudden Ace Bailey's got a reputation of being, for lack of a better term, a little bit of a prima donna, a little bit of a high maintenance entitled type of guy. You talk to anybody that spent time with Ace Bailey, he is not that kind of kid. He's a really, really good kid who wants to work hard, wants to get better, that believes in his own potential and is very, very sure of himself. By the same token, a good person, a good teammate, and all. He's a good guy. And the thing is, he just hasn't the reputation now because of how clumsily this was handled. It's not a great reputation. But Danny Ainge got a really talented, and Austin Ainge, I got to credit both of them, got a really talented long wing that's going to fit really well in today's NBA and may take a couple of years to marinate to get there. But he will get there. He's a young guy. In the end, I love the pick. That's, I guess, the best way I can break it down.
So then you mentioned that the handlers sort of screwed it up. Do you have any concern that there'll be other things that become issues in the next couple years or so from those people?
No. And I don't have those concerns, because I think once that the Jazz have Ace in the facility, once they have him, kind of ingrained in the organization, there's not going to be a ton of dealing with this agent. It's going to be, Danny, Austin, Will Hardy, and the player. And I think when those relationships are starting to develop and are cemented, I just don't think the agent's going to matter all that much. And what are we looking at with the agent? Well, again, we're going to worry about having to deal with the agent again in 4 years, 3 years. Like, it's not, to me, that's not really a relevant thing. Once he's drafted, you have him there. Listen, they're going to sign him to the full number on the rookie scale that they want to sign him for. They're not going to play games with him. That'd be stupid to do that. And Danny and Austin Ainge are not stupid. Neither is Justin Zanuck. I mean, they'll take care of all this. So I think I just think it's a really good thing across the board. And it's the type of thing when the Jazz talk about, and your fans have a sensitivity to the fact that free agents don't necessarily run their hard time getting a star, all of those things. Bailey's the guy that this is going to be built around, not Larry Markkinen. The timelines don't match up, and I still think that at some point, come trade deadline, after he's proved his worth a little bit this season again, because he did not have a good season last year and the contract's enormous, I think that he's going to be a candidate to be moved. I really do. So I think Bailey is going to be the centerpiece of all this. Walter Clayton's going to play a big role, and Danny's kind of gutted this thing out in the way that he did, and now the rebuild starts in earnest.
This is getting pretty into the weeds, and I don't normally get there, but the Ace Bailey thing got pretty wild in the 48 hours right before and after the draft. And the guy I'm blanking on his name now, he runs the agency that was signed with, came out and explained basically Omar, the manager who's tight with the family and has known him forever, he's the one that created this scenario and was trying to get him to a certain club. And basically in this interview that he does, Omar's been pushed to the back bench, and the agent, Danny, is now running things and is going to do it much more traditionally. And watching the boss talk about Omar and Danny, I thought the boss realizes this is a PR mess. And I think the boss knows if this doesn't get straightened out, then other agents are going to come and try to pry the client away, saying you're not being represented well. You got everybody from Eddie Johnson on Phoenix Radio that PK heard to Derek Favors on Twitter blasting you. You're costing yourself money. Jump to our firm. So this agency, who hadn't been in charge, the manager had been, I think they've really taken charge of the reins. I think all that stuff is in the past. I think it's all being smoothed over. And as usual, it comes down to money. Follow the money, and that's why it's getting smoothed over.
Well, they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose the client for the second contract.
Exactly.
The second contract's where the big money comes in.
Yep.
So they don't. But listen, it's in relating to Eddie Johnson, who you guys know is my colleague at NBA Radio, and is also a very good friend. And Eddie and I have had this conversation both on and off air. Listen, Omar Cooper, our channel, NBA Radio. Okay, and one of our executive producers who produces NBA Today with Justin Terman, Eddie Johnson host, reached out to Omar Cooper asking him if he wanted to come onto their show and tell his side of this.
Mm-hmm.
He asked for money. And I say that because it's not common in this industry, okay, to go and do a guest hit and be paid for it. It just isn't. It's not how the industry works. He asked for money. And listen, you guys, I don't know if you listen a lot to Justin Termini, but Justin Termini doesn't suffer fools. You play that game, Justin Termini will go blow you up on his show. And he blew up Omar Cooper. And by the way, the overwhelming support in the background from NBA people was like, yeah, he deserved to be blown up on that. Point being is that they had to fade Cooper here. They had to do that right now. And the thing is, you can't get in the way of the kid's relationship with this organization and his development until you're talking money. And with the rookie scale, it's easy. You slot him in. He was a number 5 pick. You give him the maximum amount of what you can give him because, I mean, there's a rookie slot, but you can play games anywhere from 80% to 110% of the rookie slot, depending upon your level of cap space and what you agree with the player. I think Bailey will get closer to 110%. Bailey's they'll come up with the right number for him to make sure that he feels comfortable and happy and valued. Like, it's at this stage, what Omar Cooper can do, what the agency even can do, is relatively limited. Ace Bailey's a member of the Utah Jazz. He's going to sign his contract. They're going to offer him the right kind of contract in the rookie scale with whatever little bit of wiggle room they have. And Ace Bailey's going to be on the Jazz. And he's going to develop under Will Hardy and under the Ainges, and he's going to get ingrained with his teammates, and it's going to work. It's going to work because the Jazz have put a really good organization in place with the right kind of people, and Ace Bailey's the right kind of kid. And everything else at this stage, it wasn't last week, but everything else at this stage is just a lot of noise.
Are the Nets a good spot for Demon out of BYU?
I think so. Listen, I really like Demon more than others. I'm not one of these that is panning the Nets draft. And I had Fran Fraschilla on my show last week, and he told me why I was dead wrong. I think Demon listen, the Nets right now for a rookie are a great spot for anybody. And I think Demon will do very well there. He's going to play next to Michael Porter in the front court. The thing for him is the shooting piece was bad this year for BYU, but at the combine, there were teams that liked the way he shot the ball. And I think that the criticism of the Nets with Demon was that you left Malawak on the board. It was less about Demon and more about the fact that, come on, Malawak, you guys, I was on with you telling you I thought the Jazz should be looking at him at 5. You know what I mean? I love Malawak, and I'm not alone in that. So that was the criticism of the Nets pick of Demon, less about Demon. But again, to me with Demon, it comes down to one thing and one thing only. Can you be a 37% three-point shooter in the NBA? And if you can, this guy's going to be a very good NBA player. Big handles, passes. I think he'll be okay defensively. I think he'll be able to use the size a little bit. I certainly think that he'll be passable on that end of the floor. It's a multi-talented player with size who can play a bunch of different positions also. So I like the player. I like the pick. In that spot, I would never have left Malawak on the board, but I do think Demons will have a chance to succeed in Brooklyn. I will tell you this, Porter's a good player for him to have there because Demon likes to pass and Porter loves to put his shots up, and now Porter's going to get more shots than he ever dreamed of being the guy in Brooklyn.
Brian Geltzeiler joining us, SiriusXM NBA radio host and NBA TV contributor. Damian Lillard went to Weber State. He's got a lot of fans here in Utah. He's suddenly a free agent. Surprise. If you were advising him, when and where should he sign?
Well, as soon as possible. Because wherever you're going to sign, you want to make sure that you are in lockstep with your rehab, with that medical staff, and having your own doctors and everybody kind of working together on your behalf. But this thought that you're going to rehab on your own and then just present to a team, I think you got to be careful. If I'm Lillard, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sign a 2-year deal. There's no team that I think will give him a player option in the second year, which essentially we rehab you and they'll let you go shop. No. So I think he should go find a 2-year deal. And I kind of think when you look, there's 4 teams to me that I think are very good fits for Damian Lillard. Number 1 is the Boston Celtics. They're in a gap year. Lillard's having his own gap year. They're kind of changing things around a little bit there regarding, they traded Porzingis, they traded Holiday. It appears, at least as of right now, they're keeping Jaylen Brown and Derek White. And if they're going to keep Jaylen Brown and Derek White, I would look to bring Lillard in, knowing you can have him on a league minimum deal because he's getting paid by the Bucks either way. And just see how it works. See how it works with him at point guard. You had a defensive infrastructure. At least you had the defensive infrastructure to be able to capably hide him. So I love Boston. 2 other East teams, I think Orlando would be somewhere that they should look at. Good compliment to Jalen Suggs. Will he be happy being a bench player at this stage of his career? I'm not sure. He would be a bench player on Orlando, but I think he's a very good fit there. I think Detroit would be a good place for him next to Cade Cunningham. Again, they do have the defensive infrastructure, at least before they signed Duncan Robinson, to be able to hide him. So we'll see, but I think that was a nice spot. And then, probably maybe the most intriguing fit of all is Minnesota. Minnesota really can't do anything at point guard that takes him beyond league minimum. Mike Conley's on the last year of his deal, 1 year, $10 million. And, we love Mike Conley. You guys in Utah love Mike Conley. He has been a wonderful guy and a wonderful player in this league for many years. In the playoffs, he didn't look like he had a lot left. And again, he'll come back this year. He'll take a leadership role in Minnesota. But how great would that be to be able to rehab Lillard all year and then hand that Conley spot over to Lillard when Conley's contract expires at the end of next year? So those are the 4 locations. If I'm Damian Lillard, I would look very heavily at. Like Orlando, probably the 4th of the 4. Boston and Minnesota at the top of that list. Detroit, not a bad fit either.
Not the Warriors, his old hometown, huh?
Nah, I mean, I just don't know at this stage of Steph Curry's career how you can think you can pair him with Damian Lillard and you're going to be able to stop people from scoring and keeping the ball out of your own basket. I just don't. I think the Warriors, that's fun. It makes for a cool story. It's not all that realistic. I just don't think that it is. Listen, the Lakers are frankly more realistic than that, really, because the Lakers may have to do something regarding Austin Reeves if they truly want to switch around this roster, or maybe a LeBron trade comes down the pike because we saw the statement from him last week and we know he's getting antsy. And quite frankly, I think if LeBron had more leverage, he'd be out of there by now. He just doesn't have a ton of leverage. He had to exercise that option because that money wasn't going to be available for him. It's something that Rich Paul will never tell you, but that's the reality of the situation. So the Lakers would not be a terrible fit, but I would not. If I'm Lillard and the Warriors, I just don't think it's a good fit for either side.
Brian, we love it as always. Thanks for joining us, and happy holiday weekend.
Same to you guys. Enjoy the holiday, and I look forward to talking to you soon.
Brian Geltzeiler, SiriusXM NBA radio host and NBA TV contributor. Your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
She bangs. She bangs.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City this Friday and Saturday. Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Tim Hughes back again with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. It's that time of year when you're looking to make a change in your landscaping, and maybe you're tired of some of those areas that you just end up pulling a lot of weeds out of this time of year. Greg, you've got a lot of answers for that in the form of rocks and bark and so many other things.
That's right. We carry 22 different varieties in our bins here, and they're available to be picked up, or we can deliver them to you.
Mike, there's a reason why professional landscapers and even school districts and others use your products.
Yeah, it's a great proven material. We get a lot of school districts and municipalities that use it as well, and landscapers.
You still have those playground chips too?
We do.
You're going to find it all right here in Murray at 4660 South 200 West. And remember, you can drive right in and pick it up yourself or have it delivered right to your home. Call them at 801-262-5142 or go online at replenishcompost.com. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Woo! Oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. Listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
Time for your feedback. The esteemed Brett McMurphy. We've had him on the show many times. One of a handful of national college football writers. He's got the Utes in the playoff, winning the conference. Wouldn't that be a great bounce back? And it's leading to a lot of awesome responses. Tyson, so same as last season, huh? Laughing, crying emoji. There was a quarterback injury factored in there. They're not going to have an injured quarterback every year, are they? Some point they're due a little good fortune there.
Yeah, and then they got Isaac Wilson has more experience, obviously, if that would happen.
Right. PC Darrell, facts. As a Ute fan, fully embracing that prediction. Big T Money 25. Tyler says, what? Wherever Brett lives, weed is obviously legal and maybe other drugs, and he could possibly be an alcoholic. I think they'll be better, but playoffs? We talking about playoffs? Come on now. A little over the top from Tyler on a holiday weekend.
We'll see. Possible.
Tony says, yeah, that'd be interesting. We have a really good offseason, but let's see how the first 5 games go. I think we end up top middle, which would be a huge accomplishment from last year.
Top middle? What is that?
Like, I assume that means like 4th or 5th or something. Not at the very top, but near the middle of the top. Top third, top quarter, in the mix. Which, as we pointed out last year, there were 7 teams separated by 1 game. So it was almost the top half of the league was, a drop pass here, an interception there, maybe a field goal over here, away from being in the conference title game.
Sure.
You get that exactly close, you can woulda, coulda, shoulda yourself into anything.
I got you.
And where does the 4th of July rank on your holiday list is our other question this morning. True Blue BYU. Number 1, Christmas. Number 2, Thanksgiving. Number 3, Memorial Day. Number 4, 4th of July. Ranking it 4th.
Okay, I'd flip the 3rd and 4th, but that's his choice.
Sofa Tofu. Wow, that's something. Number 1, opening day. Not officially a holiday. Number 1, opening day. Number 2, Christmas. Number 3, Halloween. Not officially a holiday. Number 4, Thanksgiving. And number 5, the 4th of July.
Well, I've always said if it makes your top 5, you must be pretty good.
Nothing serious. Lane Abbott says it's 3rd, and the list goes like this. Number 1, Christmas. Number 2, Thanksgiving. Number 3, July. Number 4, New Year's. I think a lot like Lane. That's a really good list right there.
New Year's Day is not a holiday.
It is literally a holiday, PK.
Except we celebrate it the night before.
Well, some people do.
Everybody does. New Year's Eve is bigger than New Year's Day.
Well, depends on your parade and your bowl game, I suppose. But you know what? We can argue that when New Year's rolls around. Right now, we got to head out for the weekend and let Jake and Ben take over right here on The Zone.
Looks like it's that time again.
Can't help but think, where did the time go?
So much fun.
So little time.
We'll be back soon. I promise.
Goodbye.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hi, I'm Celeste Edmonds, Director of the Christmas Box International. We're so grateful for all you gave last Christmas to help abused children. You really made a difference. Of course, the Christmas Box House shelters children 365 days a year. If you or a group you belong to would like to help, please join our Christmas in July campaign to help children during these summer months. It's easy. Just go to thechristmasbox.org. That's thechristmasbox.org to donate or to volunteer. Or Google us. Thank you so much and have a happy summer.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy Thursday that feels like a Friday.
It's because everyone has tomorrow off.
Yeah, we're celebrating the independence of this great country.
Except our friends at Mountain Home Services, who I think are coming to fix the heater.
Oh, really?
No, I don't know. We've got a heater up here.
We do,
they do
because
cooling, heating, plumbing, electrical, fireplaces, and generators.
We may have to move that heater. I think it is in the camera shot, and it is quite loud.
It is loud. That's the biggest issue. But it's cold in here.
It's
Once
cold.
again.
Again, it's cold, which everybody wants to hear about. Do you have big 4th of July plans, Ben?
Working in the yard. You?
God, that's all you do. But you are revolutionizing a space.
We are. We are radically overhauling.
Right. That's no small task. Well, that's an unfun way to celebrate the independence of this country.
Yeah.
But you have the time, I suppose.
Yeah, that's the important part. Got the time. And plants are sitting on top of the ground dying right now, so we got to get them in the ground.
What about the fireworks? We found out yesterday.
The bottle rockets, yeah.
You're a firework guy? Oh, you're going to light them off yourself, so you're not going to...
No, I live in a weird neighborhood that every once in a while people spend several $1,000s on fireworks, so I get it for free. Or it doesn't show up when I do my own, and I'm fine. But yeah, I don't need to travel to see them.
We live in a non-firework zone.
Yeah.
And so we do need to travel, but I'm really trying to figure out a way not to.
Do you guys have a view of the valley?
We do.
Like a natural view, like you step out of your front door and you can see the whole valley?
It's back door, but no, not whole valley. That's our issue. We've got an obstructed.
It's a little obstructed.
View, especially in the summer.
But can you see all of the fireworks from
Not
your?
really.
Okay.
But I can get to a viewpoint in short order.
Okay.
However, that gets popular.
Yeah.
Then you have to deal with the couples that are making out, because it's also like a makeout spot.
And that's not you and your wife.
No, no. But the overviews are dominated 364 days a year by the makeout.
Yeah.
But the one time a year it's fireworks, I think the makeout people feel bullied. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But they're going to stand their ground. No, we're staying here.
86 today, 86 tomorrow. So we'll have a nice,
pleasant weekend.
Yeah, not a horrendously hot 4th of July.
So hopefully everybody out there is doing something more fun than Ben. No offense, Ben. You need to do what you got to do, but yard work is not
top of the list for anybody.
What I would call fun. Some people do enjoy yard work. I'm not one of them.
You get a rhythm for it. It's like the way runners talk about getting a runner high. You don't get it from digging holes, but you get better at it, and it gets easier. And then you start to see progress, and it feels better.
Are you putting in exotic plants? What's the theme?
Hopefully things that will survive in the heat of the Utah desert.
But not like Amazon jungle or something.
No.
No, more like naturescaping, or what they used to call naturescaping.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we do live in a desert.
A desert.
All right. Well, good times.
Yeah, not super exciting, but fun.
You enjoy it.
Thank you.
We had an exciting afternoon yesterday, Ben. We're going to play our exclusive interview with Isaiah Collier coming up at 11:10.
We'll do 11:10. Do second half of the first segment of the second hour.
Stay tuned for that. He's a pleasant person. I thought it was a good conversation.
Yeah, some green flags, I thought, in what he talked about in the offseason and what he watched and what he wants to get better at.
And then everybody else there was super jelly when we got selected to go out and do a one-on-one. Oh, I have no idea. I just projecting feelings onto them.
We did get called out privately out of the media room.
We got to go back into the basketball area to conduct our exclusive. I felt like 60 minutes. I really did.
We also got to step out on the court and watch the last couple of minutes of guys shooting after practice on the cool down. Anything jump out to you? You saw Ace Bailey in person for the first time. You saw Walt Clayton Jr. for the first time in person. It's the first time I've ever seen them on the court. I saw him at the press conference, but.
I'm no shot expert by any means, but Ace seems to have a smooth stroke. There's no kind of obvious. He's not Ronnie Brewer.
Yeah, it's not all over the place. It looks the same every time it comes out of his hand.
Yeah, which I think a little thinner.
He's thin
than I thought.
He is only 200 pounds. He's thin.
He probably could use, I don't know, like 10 or 15 maybe.
At least, yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's, as we discovered last year, not going to happen his rookie season. So don't get me wrong. I don't think he's going to be pushed around, but he is thinner than I thought.
He's 10 pounds lighter, but almost identical measurements to Taylor Hendricks coming out of college. Taylor, I think, has more natural, just kind of sculpted shoulders, broader shoulders. Ace doesn't have the broadest shoulders in the world, so I don't think he's going to look exactly like Taylor as he beefs up, but I think Ace is going to get a lot bigger, and that'll be a key part of his transition, which will change a lot about his game.
I hate that, this is always going to be a topic now with this guy, but you know what? He had a smile on his face the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're just joking around. Keontae George was out there in slides and kind of having fun.
Razzing everybody.
Yeah.
But hanging out.
And, in a, cool locker room practice kind of way. And the vibe was good.
Yes, the vibe was good.
The vibe wasn't, I've been kidnapped by an NBA franchise.
Yeah.
The vibe was pretty good. So it was interesting to watch. A couple things. I like Walt Clayton's hair very much.
Okay.
And I knew I was going to, but
Okay.
like it in person, I confirmed like
He's got the curls.
he's got good hair.
Yeah.
And then I love his accent.
Okay.
I mean, he does. He has a very southern accent.
He's from Florida, right?
Yeah. And I love it.
Ace Bailey also has a accent that comes out in funny places. In like specific words he says. Jazz did like kind of a walk and talk with him, and he was talking about the Vers in Salt Lake, which is views, but you'll hear it. It comes out in some funny spots.
Now, if they spend a lot of time here, here's what I want to know, okay? Because this is what happened to my dad. Because my dad is from the very eastern part of Virginia, and my grandmother has an accent. You know, my grandfather did. And here in Utah, my dad sounds like a Utahn.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as he gets off the plane,
code switches. Yeah.
In Virginia, all of a sudden it's y'all this and y'all that.
Oh,
and
that's funny.
Yeah, it's really funny in an endearing way, of course. So I want to know if their accent fades while they're in Utah.
Okay.
But
Comes
the
back.
minute they're back in Florida, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what I've observed in my own personal life.
But we didn't talk to Ace. We were out talking to Isaiah when Ace sat down and talked. We did talk to Walt Clayton. You can find that on KSL Sports on Twitter and Instagram and everywhere. I just think it's an interesting group of young players. I thought Walt Clayton actually had pretty good size. He looked, now again, you mentioned Keontae George was in slides and Walt Clayton was in basketball shoes. But I think he's taller than Keontae. I think he's certainly bigger than Isaiah, height-wise, which helps. Every little bit helps. I had a question in a mailbag I put out asking why is Walt Clayton going to be different than Trey Burke or Shane Larkin or Shabazz Napier. Like, he's legitimately 3 inches taller than all of those guys. It's a big difference.
But honestly, he might not be.
No, he might not. He might be the exact same, like, small guard who had a great run in March.
Sure.
And had a good college career and didn't break through. And yeah, absolutely. That's what you get at 18. You don't get that guy at 3, hopefully. But yeah, you get that guy at 18 and you hope that he bucks that trend and is Fred VanVleet or is Jalen Brunson or is Jameer Nelson.
Turns out to be different.
Yeah. But it's a sliding scale. Yeah, and it falls apart quickly.
That's why trading up to get Burke at 9 was
a risk.
A risk.
Yeah.
You know, if Walt turns out to be Trey Burke and you picked him at 18, all right.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah.
Right.
It's you move on. You move on with life. Top 10 picks are really, really valuable, depending on the year, of course. And Trey's year was not strong.
Horrendous.
Yeah.
Specifically in the top 10.
Not strong. But there's a chance he could be that. Absolutely. One thing, though, he will get the chance to step in and compete.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these guard positions are not set in stone at all.
No, I've been told that Keontae is having a great summer, and they're excited about him, and he's shown some growth, and I think it's good. I actually thought yesterday just kind of being out on the court the way he was showed growth. You know, maturity, leadership stuff is another area where Keontae, I think, has some chops and can get better, can get a lot better. There are times when I have really liked his kind of, I don't know, let's say body language, and there are times when it seems like, oh, he's just a very young person still. So growing there, I think, would be beneficial for him. But yes, absolutely. You cleared out Jordan Clarkson and Colin Sexton, and you're just going to put everyone out there and say, go win a job, because they shouldn't be married to anyone on this roster at this point.
It shows, well, I don't know. I'm trying to think, because, yes, I thought it was a nice thing that he was out there talking to those players in particular and in the manner that he was.
Yeah.
I cannot help but think, and this is me because I'm a sick person, that they said, hey, we're going to let the bozos in now. So why don't you go over there and
chat
and chat and smile a little bit. But honestly, even that is fine, though. Like, go over there and do it. It shows you're listening. You're coachable. You know, you're on board. You're all pulling in the same direction. You know, yeah, I'll go chat up the rookies. And I see Ben's got his phone out. So let's make sure I slide into that exclusive for KSL Sports. You know, I don't know how genuine that is. But again, I'm a pretty sick person. Those players in particular were set up right in front of us. No way that's an accident.
That is always where they put Lowry. That is always where they put kind of the the show pony.
Yeah,
You know,
again, on purpose.
Yeah, they're probably true.
Right.
You're
So
right. Keontae's not, or Lowry's never buried on the far court. There's 4 courts, just so people, or 4, and there's like 12 baskets, but there's 4 real baskets, 2 full courts that they play on in the practice facility. And we're in the far right corner.
Yeah.
And that's always where they put.
And Austin Ainge kind of bounced over to chat. Danny Ainge walked by.
Only we saw Danny, though.
Hello.
Yeah.
Justin was there. I mean, like, it was a thing. They wanted us to get a certain impression, and we did. It was very much there. And good for Keontae. Go over there and show a little leadership. Go make it happen.
Yeah. He's been around. He's been at the press conference. You know, he went out to dinner with all the young guys as well. So
well, or tease on our exclusive with Isaiah Collier. He's been in town.
Yeah,
like he's been here, which is interesting. Now he did say he took a vacation or whatever.
Go hang out with your parents for a little bit.
You know, everybody's got to get out of town after an NBA season. There's no doubt. But he's been like here in the building, making it happen, which I think is a good sign. And he probably knows he's competing too. Like Walt, George, Isaiah, they're all going toe-to-toe for minutes on this team.
All of these guys are trying to win this job because the first person to just lay claim to it, I think, is going to have it. If Walt Clayton's just better than you are, you're going to lose your job, and then you're going to be on the way out. Because there's not room, I don't think, for 3 of these guys. Because they're all probably point guards. You know, Keontae's a little too small to be a full-time shooting guard.
Oh, I think they all are. I'm pretty comfortable.
Isaiah Collier is clearly just a point guard. And Walt Clayton, as much as he, I asked him about it yesterday, what position do you play or where they have you play? He's like, I'm doing both. And he does do a little bit of both. But he even said, look, at Iona, I was a point guard. And then I played a little off ball in my junior year at Florida. And then I went back to being a point guard last year. He's a point guard. That's going to be his goal.
With Keontae, listen, if he guarded like he was 6'7", like somebody like Lou Dort, if he guarded way above his size, maybe you could think about him sliding over to the 2 on a consistent basis, but he doesn't. So
yeah,
you're going to have to hide him at the 1.
And I think
his game's got to adjust to that or not, but that's,
And I think the Jazz want Ace Bailey to be there too. Because the one you said he was thin, he's not short.
He is not short.
He is really tall.
No.
He looks tall. He plays tall.
Oh, he's got a basketball build.
He rebounds tall. He's got an elite build.
He's not Kevin Durant, and no offense to old KD, but it's not Beanpole when he got into the league. It's not Gordon Hayward.
Right.
He does not have the little kid look. He is just a little thinner than
just thin.
Was anticipating. That's it.
But yeah, absolutely. He's not Corey Brewer. He's not that guy who's never going to put on weight. He just looks like an 18-year-old.
Yeah.
Which is everything we've heard is he's every part of 18.
Man, to be 18 again.
It'd be crazy. It'd be a weird world to be living in. So, but he seems excited to be on the court and be around. So, no, I thought it was nice to go and check out practice for a little bit.
It's the reason just picking him at 5, regardless of the circus, was the right idea. And not to honk my own horn, but it's basically what I said the whole time. He has to come. He's going to come. He will work with the franchise. It's in everybody's best interest. And if the Jazz are smart, and we saw maybe an example of this, they'll welcome in the circus a little bit because it's an 18-year-old and he's got relationships that come from somewhere, and you want the 18-year-old to succeed. And so figure out a way to make him comfortable. That's the point. This is a person who is 18 and has been plucked out of their childhood and dropped into Salt Lake City, Utah as a very young person. Whose mom moved out with them for a long time?
Yeah, Taylor's mom's had been here for a little bit.
Whatever you've got to do to be comfortable. And I'm sure the Jazz leaned into that. And if you have to lean into Omar Cooper for a period of time or whatever, well, figure out a way to make it work. We laugh about what's T. Morant? What's Jaw's dad's name?
Yeah, T.
Like how annoying it would be to deal with that.
Yeah.
And maybe Memphis has gone too far in dealing with it.
Yeah.
And like Indiana drew a line with Tyrese Halliburton's dad, and I thought it was absolutely appropriate. But at the same time, you got to figure out a way to make your players comfortable so they can be pulling in the right direction doing what they're going to do to get better. Kyle Korver lived with all his brothers.
Yeah. You mentioned that the Jazz were indulging in already some. That was in the way of Omar Cooper Jr. So I incorrectly reported, and I'm going to let myself off the hook because I was told this is who it was, but it was somebody else. Omar Cooper Jr., who is Omar Cooper, who is the manager that everyone has been worried about. His son, who is, I believe, a twin with Sharif Cooper.
The basketball player.
The basketball player.
Right.
Maybe he's not a twin, but anyways, a son.
Brother,
but I heard
brother,
the brother. And the son of Omar Cooper Jr. was out there shagging balls for the Jazz. He was grabbing rebounds and passing them back to players shooting threes, and some Jazz fans, I think, I reported it yesterday. A lot of us reported it yesterday. Got rattled by the idea that the Jazz were handing over the franchise. I lacks context. This kid wasn't talking. This kid wasn't doing anything other than grabbing a ball and passing it to the shooters.
That's it.
That's it, yeah.
Oh, did the snap talk?
Yes, freaked out.
Freaked out a little.
First of all, it's his son. It's not Omar Cooper Sr.
And even if it was Omar, who cares?
But it's Omar Cooper Jr.
Honestly, somebody's shagging balls. Yeah, whatever.
And he's trying to make it at McNeese State, where he has played basketball previously. Trying to make it as a general manager, coach, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, GA.
So you give that guy an internship or whatever you want to call it.
You give him a couple of shirts and you let him come in and grab rebounds.
Yeah. No, who cares? Yeah. Whatever makes your player comfortable to operate as a professional basketball player at a very young age. And I know some examples probably come to mind of actually signing players in with the intention of making the young player feel more comfortable.
Joe Ingles, Eric Paschal, D. Brown, Roger Powell. People know John Stockton's sister was the quote-unquote trainer for the Utah Jazz for a while? Wonder how that happened.
Strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is. The D. Brown one was funny because that was actually the Darren's second year.
Yes, right.
And D. Brown was a second-round pick, and I stole that press conference.
Did you?
I did.
Okay.
I stole that introductory press conference because it was all very stuffy and people were asking questions. And somebody had asked, they were asking just benign questions. And I just, like one-liner when it was my turn, said, "What did Darren tell you about Jerry?" That's all I said.
Yeah.
And he just goes, and then didn't answer. And it was
question.
It was it was all anybody ran.
That's funny.
That whole day. That I will always remember that press conference because D. Brown won the star that day, Ben.
Jake Scott was.
Who was the first round pick? Because D was the second round pick.
The Jazz might have traded it to get Darren Williams.
Yeah, we'd have to look into that. I can't remember. I think they did. There was somebody else there. But D. Brown was kind of a big focal point because he was Darren Williams' backcourt mate at Illinois. And he had a big personality. I don't know if you remember
of course.
him, but yeah, he had a huge personality.
Ronnie Brewer.
No, there you go.
That was a good draft because they got Paul Millsap at 47. That's all that matters. Ronnie Brewer wasn't very good. D. Brown was terrible. Paul Millsap was A+.
A home run, as they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew there were others there. Old Ronnie and his weird elbow shot.
Yeah.
Who was a fine player. He started for a couple of years for the Jazz.
Yeah.
Stood in the dunker spot.
Didn't get guarded by Kobe famously. It kind of ended his career.
Well, it probably should have.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was interesting to go over there to practice, and certainly interesting to watch him shoot. We saw Cody Williams a little bit down in the distance, him shooting. I tried. It was too far away for me to make an accurate assessment in my own brain as to how much weight he's put on.
But he does look a little bigger. He certainly looks a little bigger.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it a little more up close.
Yeah, and we will.
But he was
Coming
shooting
up
it
on
well.
Saturday night.
He was putting it in the hoop.
Yeah.
All right. We've got top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The immediate resolve of this is best case scenario for Jake, Retzlaff, and for BYU. We were thinking that this civil suit would tie him up to past 2026, and that would hamper him, and that would leave BYU on the hook for questions. BYU would have to answer, well, yeah, we don't know, 2-3 weeks into the season, is Jake Retzlaff, how's the civil suit? Is it going to get resolved? If it does get resolved, will he be eligible? And then the same questions for Jake. Now at Big 12 Media Day, we can start talking about Trace and Bourget. We can start talking about McKay Hillstead. It could be, hey, so Jake's gone? Yeah, Jake's gone. Okay, so tell me about this Bear kid that you brought in for Stanford, and how does he fit into Aaron Roderick's system? And what does the quarterback room look like now that Retzlaff's gone? And we're talking football.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, my name is Nee Addy, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Philo, the TV streaming service that puts its audience first. What does that mean? It means no hidden fees and no long contracts. It means 24/7 customer support with real people. And it means the easiest and most affordable way to watch the stuff you love to watch. Live TV from networks like A&E, BET, Nickelodeon, and Discovery. All the groundbreaking blockbusters from AMC+. A huge library of movies and shows on demand that you can stream now or save to rewatch for up to a year, and fast forward through commercials. We even have more than 100 channels that are always free, even if you pause or cancel your subscription. And the best part, TV shouldn't break the bank. So all of this is just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Check us out risk-free. That's philo.tv.
The wait is almost over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now almost open. The Garden Restaurant opens on June 30th. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offers something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, opening next week, June 30th. See you there.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With
24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
The 2025 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls in Nephi, Utah. On July 9th, it's a wild Wednesday in Nephi. As 40 of the best bull riders in the PRCA will be trading big dollar blows with bulls from Flying U, Diamond G, and Andrews Pro Rodeo. It's your chance to come and witness the hardest hitting and most exciting sport in the PRCA. The Cowboys will be letting it all loose to grab their share of $35,000 and a spot at the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. Get tickets at UtesStampedeRodeo.com or 435-623-5608.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Okay, Lloyd, I'll do the training. Oh, man.
You got a training to do?
I'm sure many, but.
Phishing scams and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but, Lloyd is just all over me about this whole thing. Likely because there are people all over him, but you know how these things go, Ben.
Absolutely.
It's time for the top 3 stories of the day. It's really a game everyone enjoys, the training game. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Parker is filling in today for Christian as his mandatory sentence continues.
Well, stop breaking the laws.
We're kidding, of course. Christian's on vacation. He'll be back. I don't know. When is he coming back again?
Next week.
Oh, I thought it was next month.
August.
Oh, I totally misheard that.
Let's see what the probation officer says.
All right, Parker, where are we starting today?
The Jazz are going to be beginning the Summer League here on Saturday.
Starting Saturday.
At the Huntsman Center.
At the Huntsman Center.
Let's, if you show up at the Delta Center thinking like I'm here for some sweet Summer League action, you're in the wrong place.
Or you're in the right place because you can just jump on the train. I think it's the Red Line. Go straight up.
Oh, Jamil was telling me yesterday there's some controversy with that the Red Line has been
hijacked?
Not operational.
What?
That's what he was telling me.
Well, that would be bad.
Because Jamil who's going to be producing the whole thing. Locke and Boone are going to do play-by-play.
Yes, they are.
So Jamil's going to be producing, and he's concerned about parking.
So if you are wondering, hey, is there anyone I should watch? Obviously, you want to see Ace Bailey, and you want to see Walt Clayton Jr., and you want to see John Tonji. You want to see the Jazz players. Saturday night is probably the best matchup because they will be playing the Philadelphia 76ers, including VJ Edgecombe, who was the number 3 overall pick.
Yeah.
You probably saw him at Baylor. So that's the biggest star power that you are going to see. Let me pull up the schedule because I want to make sure I've got the right days that the Jazz are playing. Who on Monday, because they're taking Sunday off, obviously, the Jazz are going to host the Memphis Grizzlies, and that will feature Cedric Coward, who the Grizzlies traded up to grab. So there'll be a lottery pick there. They traded with the Portland Trailblazers on draft night. And then the Jazz will host the Thunder on Tuesday night. All of these games are at 7 p.m. And the Thunder have Nikola Topic, who was drafted in the lottery last year. So there is lottery talent with every opponent the Jazz will be playing. But certainly, I think the premier night, Saturday night, will be maybe the most engaging.
This is a good year for the Salt Lake Summer League. For the reasons you just put out there, this is a good year to get your tickets and go to the Huntsman Center.
Totally agree. Again, they're going to be on every Jazz game will be on KJazz. Saturday night will be on ESPN. Monday night will be on NBA TV. Tuesday night will be on NBA TV. And then it gets only better when you go down to Vegas because the Jazz are going to play Con Knippel in their first game in Charlotte, they had drafted 4 guys in the top 35. That's Friday. Sunday, not a big deal. They're playing Golden State. Doesn't have anyone on it. Monday night, they're playing San Antonio. Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey's teammate. And then Wednesday night, they are playing the Washington Wizards and Trey Johnson. So outside of Cooper Flagg, Jazz fans get a chance to watch their team play against all top 6 players drafted, other than Ace Bailey, who plays for your team. So it's very cool.
Well, Saturday... Well, let me ask it this way. How many chances are we going to get to see the older Jazz players in Summer League? Like Bryce Sensabaugh. How many games is that guy going to play?
Bryce is only playing in Salt Lake.
Yeah, right. And maybe a game, right? Wouldn't you think? I mean, they haven't said that. I'm speculating.
I was told that they want these guys to play as much as possible. So I won't be surprised if Bryce gets a lot of burn. He should dominate. Honestly, Bryce is at that point.
Dominate.
He should be cooking these dudes.
Yeah.
Keontae did not shoot well last year in the Summer League. And didn't he shoot 20 free throws? I think he shot like 36 free throws over 2 games. It was something crazy like that because no one could stay in front of him. Bryce should play. He should be the best player on the floor.
I mean, he gets lost a little bit, but he had a good year last year.
He had an extraordinary year.
Yeah.
I mean,
he
Bryce
had a good year last year.
Among the top now 8 young players on the Jazz roster, which is the 3 players they drafted 2 years ago, 3 players last year, and now I guess even John Tonji, even though he's not young. Let's say just the 2 first-rounders this year. Like Bryce is in the upper half of those players.
Absolutely.
Bryce is easily in the top 4 or 5.
I agree.
Of those guys.
All right, what's next?
The Lakers have added a much-needed big man at center with DeAndre Ayton.
Oh, I disagree. I don't know if anyone needs DeAndre Ayton.
Look out. Look out. LeBron has been appeased, and the Lakers are a title contenders once again.
Let me steal this quote that I read in The Athletic, which was slightly concerning. I
Look
apologize. The Portland Trailblazers could live with DeAndre Ayton missing shots or his man scoring on him, neither of which is good. Why are you living with that? Those are bad. They'll live with that. He said they could even live with him being limited to injuries to 55 and 40 games in his 2 seasons in Portland. But in the end, they couldn't live with his bad ways. The tardiness to team flights and practices, according to a team source. The skipping of rehab appointments. Fans saw him slam chairs when he was taken out of games. And a team source said there were tantrums in the locker room when he was sidelined for poor effort.
Ben,
why could you live with any of that?
He missed a game because of an icy driveway. He had an icy driveway, and his solution was, I don't know how I'm going to get there.
Staying home from work.
Not like, I'll do whatever I can to get there.
Not, I'm going to walk to the top of the hill and get an Uber.
Or whatever. I remember it was a particularly icy time in Portland that doesn't have a lot of ice.
And it's hilly. It is.
Whatever, but you're the star of the Blazers.
You're the former number 1 overall pick. You find a way to get there. Yeah, you walk up the hill and you get an Uber. Or you have someone from the team come and get you. They have low-level interns whose job is to do whatever.
And he's like, no, I'm going to stay home.
Okay, DeAndre.
Okay. I mean, imagine that in Los Angeles. I mean, this is going to be really something. I'm pretty interested to see how it goes.
It's a circus. It's going to be a circus.
There's no way the sommelier is going to end up playing this guy.
I don't think it's going to go
you know what I mean?
Smoothly. At the very least, I don't think it's going to go smoothly.
The sommelier is going to Jackson Hayes him, right?
He very well might. Yeah, he very well might.
Make LeBron play center again.
We've seen unserious big men have success playing with the right types of guards. Remember, JaVale McGee, I think, won a title as the starting center for the Golden State Warriors? Just by being like, I'm huge, I catch lobs, I take it seriously sometimes. DeAndre Ayton is not even that. He doesn't even have the ability to channel that. I don't think he can get into that role of being like, okay, I'm next to LeBron, I'm next to Luka, let me dial in, revive my career, and go get a next huge paycheck. I don't trust him to do that. I don't think he has the maturity to do it.
No. No. Remember, the Suns, what did they do? They didn't even they didn't pick up his option, right?
They signed him. They matched the deal from the Pacers.
As a restricted
gave him a max
free agent
deal, and then traded him for new Jazz man Yusuf Nurkic.
So I mean, he's made a lot of hay on he was the center when the Suns went to the NBA Finals, right? Made a lot of hay off that. And he tried occasionally during that playoff run. And it's got him this far, Ben. I don't think it's going to get him much further. I think it's funny that the Lakers had to sign him to a 2-year deal. That's how little leverage the Lakers have.
They needed somebody.
They had to sign him to a 2-year deal. Is the second year I need to look into it? Is it a
player option?
It's a player option.
That's even more leverage. Yeah, he's got more leverage.
You're the Lakers. Portland just cut him. Portland, a team that actually is trying to develop and get they're trying to win games. Not that they're there, but they're trying to build it. They're trying to take steps forward. They could use a young big. And they said, we would rather you not be here than you be here.
Phoenix desperately needs a center. They just traded 2 first-round draft picks to get a center and used their top 10 pick to draft another center. They had DeAndre Ayton, and they said, this guy, we can't win with this guy.
This guy's killing us.
Portland got him, and what did they do in the very next draft? They drafted a center with a top 10 pick again. Everybody drafts over top of him because he is terrible. And because not only is he bad on the court, he makes your life worse.
He's a young person who hasn't grown up yet.
A lot of people are letting this quote circulate again. It's one of his issues. DeAndre Ayton talking to Luka, because now they're teammates again, but remember they were in the same draft.
Yeah.
And the quote was, on draft night, DeAndre Ayton tells Luka, I play Fortnite 24/7, bro. I don't sleep at night. We're going to play. All right, video game guy.
He's going to develop a weight problem. What do you bet me?
All of these guys play video games, which, you know what? That's great. Go home.
Oh, that's not a bad outlet.
Unwind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stay in. Whatever. That's fine. Don't go out after the game for 5 hours. Go home and be near your bed and your dog and whatever you do. But if it's all you do, which might be the problem with DeAndre Ayton, it becomes an issue.
It's Kyler Murray's problem,
Murray.
right? No, the thing is, it's like compulsive behavior can be a negative, right? And compulsive behavior can manifest itself in a variety of different ways. And I absolutely know people who have had video game problems.
Yeah.
Anecdotal evidence, I know, but I have known those humans that truly, were doing damage to their lives because they were playing so many video games, And if, in Kyler Murray's case, and not to get lost in the weeds on all this, but in Kyler Murray's case, you could check his performance based on, God, what was it?
Fortnite releases, when they released the new Call of Duty.
Was it Call of Duty?
When they would release the new games or the new chapters or whatever, it'd be like, oh, he's been up all night.
He had a bad game. Yeah, he was played terribly. It's like, oh, he hasn't slept in 3 days. Like any compulsive behavior can certainly do damage. But I think video games, as far as an outlet or a pastime, we asked Isaiah Collier what he likes to do in his downtime. That's not a bad way to spend your downtime. It just when it becomes all of your time.
And the problem with DeAndre is he's 7 years into the league now. And you look at his averages, 16.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, block a game, which should be better, but 59% from the floor. You're like, that's good. That's fine. And he looks at those numbers and says, guys, I'm good.
Yeah.
My numbers are good. I'm getting contracts.
And I was the number one
And I was the
pick.
number 1 overall pick. I'm a max guy.
You know whose numbers those are? Enes Kanter.
Yeah, exactly right.
Those are Enes Kanter's numbers.
Yeah, an unserious, raw, talented player who doesn't care about getting better and doesn't take it seriously on the floor and doesn't do anything that actually helps you win, but does help his numbers because it helps him get a contract.
Enes was a savvy, lazy rebounder. His rebounds were, you'd look at him on paper and go, oh, okay, this guy knows how to rebound.
Pretty good.
And he did not play that way. Yeah. He was not a Paul Millsap-like rebounder.
Right.
But because he was so big and would get some easy rebounds, his numbers would look good. And you know what? If you have any skill at all as a 7-footer, you can score 16 points.
Yes.
That's not a really difficult thing to do.
Right.
But if you get beat all the time on the defensive end, you're not going to last in the league very long. But you know what Enes Kanter got?
Max deal.
A max deal.
Yep.
A max extension.
Yep.
So we've seen this player before.
You're exactly right.
So think of this. The Lakers are getting Enes Kanter post-Oklahoma City.
Yeah, right. Yeah. The good one.
Oh, it's going to go fantastically well. And, that attitude and LeBron's attitude probably are going to be some waves. And then Luka and DeAndre are going to be friends. And then next thing you know, DeAndre's vaping and drinking vodka all night.
They weigh a combined 600 pounds.
Yeah. Bad news.
What's next?
New jazz man Yusuf Nurkic gets introduced to the media.
Talked to him this morning. You heard it with DJ. You can go find it at KSLSports.com. You know what? He honestly sounded pretty enthusiastic to be here. I think after being
it's not Charlotte.
It's not Charlotte and it's not Phoenix, which have both been really pretty dysfunctional locker rooms in the last couple of years. I think being here where he's going to have a defined role. He said he hasn't talked about that at all. And hasn't heard from Will on that. They've talked to Will, but haven't talked about minutes or anything. He's going to be the backup center. He's going to play some veteran minutes for the Jazz. He's going to pass the ball around. And he seemed excited about being in a kind of a quiet town. He's got a family, just hanging out. Drinking coffee, he said.
Going from Phoenix, where it's a spicy locker room because the old maid's unhappy. And you remember they were trying to go through the whole thing where they were trying to make the old maid unhappy, so he would waive his trade clause and they could get him out of there. And he was so unhappy that he wanted to make them unhappy, so he said, not a chance.
Right. Yeah, they tried to bench him to get him to opt out.
Could you imagine living through all that and going through that? You're like, okay, well, just trade me.
And then he was catching strays for a couple of reasons.
Because he's the problem.
Yeah, because they needed a center, and Yusuf Nurkic is not that level of center anymore. He's not a championship player. And he also reflected, with all due respect to Yusuf, a failure of DeAndre Ayton, who we were just talking about, right? A number 1 overall pick, who didn't turn into the guy. And the result is you get Yusuf Nurkic. And on top of it, like, some notorious incidents on the court, like Draymond Green slapping him in the face.
So he's got that going on in Phoenix. He gets traded. He's probably like, oh, okay, wherever.
Anywhere but here.
Anywhere.
Where am I going?
And he ends up in Charlotte. And honestly, we don't cover that team, but heaven knows what kind of locker room has been created in Charlotte. Yeah. In that vast vacuum of basketball anything for a decade plus. Who knows what's going on in that locker room?
Well, to the point where they had 4 draft picks in the top 35, and they made the most conservative draft picks you could, including Con Knippel overall, which you have said was a PR stunt, and I totally agree, because they just want people to come in and win the locker room, right? They want to win a press conference, because they haven't even had that in a very long time.
Absolutely. And, I mean, whatever is allowing, which ball is it? LaMelo. To play like he played at historic usage rates.
Right.
Like historic ball hoggedness. And whoever's allowing that to happen, I'm sure it was a disaster. So, yeah, I bet this morning was Yusuf's like, great.
Fine. Yeah.
Whatever. Young players, old players, I don't care as long as it's not that.
What
a disaster in Phoenix. We're going to try and make this player unhappy. That is our goal. We're going to try and make this player so miserable that he will just throw up his hands and allow us to try and move off his contract. And it had the opposite effect.
Yeah, right. It just made everything worse.
Bradley Beal's like, I'm digging in my heels. I'm staying here. I bought a condo, dude.
Bought 2 condos. I'm never leaving.
Wintertime, Phoenix? Yep.
Yeah, this is great for me.
This is for me.
This is where my wife wants to be. This is where my kids are happy.
So take that.
Yeah, I'm making $50 million. Life
I'm
is
not
good.
going anywhere.
Yeah, trade me. No trade clause.
Oh, man.
Agree to a trade. I don't care.
All right. That is funny. All right, more next. It is Jake and Ben. Again, we're going to play Isaiah Collier coming up probably around 11:10, so stay tuned for that. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Rafael Barlow, Director of Scouting for NBA Big Board.
So excited for college basketball to start around here because the AJ DeBonce is going to play for BYU. This year a lot was made on tanking. I think we're going to see it again. What do you think?
I spoke with a college coach that was at the Team USA camp. He said that AJ has taken it up to another level. My question was, do you think he was bored in high school last year? He said, absolutely. He said, AJ should petition the league right now because he would be the best player in this draft if he entered right now. I'm not a fan of tanking, but it does make sense to tank, especially for a talent like that. If you're a fan base like Utah, you may not want to do it again because you haven't had much success with it. But AJ's special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Everyone knows that summer is made for fun. What are you doing for fun this year? Lagoon is Utah's home for summer fun and is now open daily. Don't miss out on all the fun and excitement you can only find at Lagoon. Purchase your season passport today and enjoy all the rides you love and Laguna Beach, Pioneer Village, and live entertainment all summer long. And don't forget, Frightmare's in the fall. See lagoonpark.com for information and to purchase your season passport today. Lagoon, now open daily.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes! Yes!
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Quick update to a story we talked about yesterday, Ben.
Puff Daddy?
No.
Oh.
No.
Did you celebrate? Are you celebrating 4th of July tomorrow, or are you celebrating the several not guilty results from P. Diddy's trial?
No, I would be celebrating the former.
Okay.
The independence of this great country.
Okay.
No.
But July 5th is Diddy Day?
Diddy's
at
well-being
Jake's house?
is not my highest priority.
It's probably going to be free for the 4th.
The red panda is out of the hospital.
Okay.
She has a broken wrist.
Yeah. Did you see the video?
I did. I could only watch it once.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Who was it? Kevin Ware at Louisville.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
No,
it wasn't a
that.
compound fracture.
No, it wasn't that.
But even then, we have McAfee up as we always do, the pit, and they showed her in their studio because she had gone and performed for them in studio at some point. And I've seen her several times. The way she dismounts the unicycle every time looks dangerous. There's not an easy way to fall 7 feet to the ground. There's not a smooth way to do it, especially at her age, which I will speculate is somewhere between 30 years old and 60 years old.
It's a wide gap.
Well, I'm trying to be generous.
It's a wide gap.
But at that point, you can't be taking a lot of those falls. And she took a stumble and broke her wrist.
Well, that happens a lot, right? She's catching herself or whatever.
Yeah. But you know what? She doesn't need her wrists. Unicycles don't have handlebars, and she's flipping plates with her legs. So she can be back out there today if she wants to be.
Oh, you mean like a linebacker that clubs up the cast or
put
whatever?
The club on.
Yeah, go for it. It's the red panda. She's not soft. Come on, get the club on.
Got gigs to play.
And get out there and make it happen. I have no idea what a halftime act costs these days.
$5,000.
Is that right?
At her peak, Red Banda, the NBA halftime acrobat, this is from our friends at AI Overview, which I think is artificial intelligence, reportedly earned $5,000 per performance. This was our friend Darren Ravel, who everyone beloved.
She should up her rates, man.
Other halftime performers earn between $2,000 and $3,000. But I wonder if that probably doesn't include travel. You probably got to get there.
Oh, it's got to include travel. Come
you
on.
would think?
They
think they fly you in?
Sure.
Maybe. Put you up?
I mean, it's the NBA. Come on now.
It's a halftime show.
You're putting on a world-class event.
Are you? Half the time it's like high school dance companies.
No, they do that's the pregame.
Every once in a while, they're like, we're jazz dancers today.
Yeah, that's when
Did someone no-show?
No, that's when like the bubble guy got sick.
Yeah, okay. You're right. Quick change is having a bad
night. Yeah, that happens in this business of show. Okay. So then that's why you have the pregame act. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you guys get to do something, but if somebody gets injured or sick, you get to really do something.
$5,000. The NBA season is 6 months long. She probably performs 2 or 3 times a week. At least. Yeah, she might be pumping out $40,000 a month.
That's pretty good.
For 6 months, though. It's only half the year. She's like a teacher.
Yeah, but she's doing
she might be making a quarter
like,
mil.
She's appearing at state fairs and stuff, I'm
You're
sure,
right.
in the off-season.
She's not just doing the NBA.
No.
She's showing up other places. She might be raking in pretty good 6 figures.
Dude, if you told me the Red Panda was at the Utah State Fair, I'm going to that fair.
Buying ticks.
I'm going to that fair. I'm getting a funnel cake.
Maybe she'll be at Big 12 Media Day.
I'm going to do the tilt-a-whirl, and I'm going to watch the Red Panda.
Yeah.
Maybe go check out the Blue Ribbon Hog.
I bet it, like all NBA players, she's more impressive up close. I bet once you see the height of that unicycle, like we were talking about how cool X Games was, when you see how big the jumps actually are, Red Panda's up there. She is skying.
All right, stay tuned.
I'm excited for Big 12 Media Day, though.
Yeah, that's coming up on, Tuesday. We're going to be live from Big 12 Media Day Tuesday, July 8th, and then Wednesday the 9th. Our coverage is brought to you by Window World, nationally known, locally owned. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. And yeah, we're very much looking forward to it. You and I will be here basically waiting for somebody to drop the ball.
Listening to PK. We're going to be here listening to PK talk.
Just PK? Because, I mean, Alex is going to be down there.
Have you been to Media Day?
And Hans is going to be down there. I have been to many Media Day, actually. Yeah. No, you have a point. All right, stay tuned. Heaven.
PK. No, I'm glad they're going down there.
Heaven help us if Dilly Dilly stops by.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be fanboy central. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends of Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. You know, had a birthday recently, realizing I'm firmly middle-aged, and there's no doubt that things in my life have changed, priorities have changed, circumstances have changed. I have 2 young kids now, you know, and you don't think, certainly in your 20s or maybe out of college, you don't truly think about retirement, right? What you want to do, what you want to, you know, build your entire life. And frankly, it's never too soon to sit down and think about those things. And to build what you want to build, it's extremely helpful, especially if you're like me and don't really know what you're doing, to have a team of good people on your side. And Trajan wants to be that team for you. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. Sit down with them, a free consultation. They'll help you establish goals, show you what they can do for you to get there. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 and TrajanWealth.com.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
You hear that? That's Mike, sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Lloyd was in here during the break. I should have told him. Like, it is so cold in here, my nose is running.
Lloyd doesn't show up until later in the show, though, so it's much warmer by the time he gets in here because the heater's been blasting.
My nose is literally running. It shouldn't be.
No, we're indoors.
It really shouldn't be. We're not hanging meat in here. Ben, let's set up our interview, our exclusive, if you will. We ambushed him in the parking lot and put a microphone in his face. Isaiah Collier. Let's talk a little bit about his role. The guards have kind of been a theme on the show today, talking about old Walt and Keontae out there. We saw them at practice yesterday. Keontae just in slides, but Walt was taking jumpers and looking good. Cool hair and all. But how this guard thing this battle royale is going to work out.
So I get the impression that the center position is set. I think this is Walker's job for the foreseeable future. And whether he signs a contract this summer or next, Walker's going to be here. And I know Lowry's here now. I really don't expect Lowry to be here 3 years from now or 2 years from now. But I think you're looking at Taylor Hendricks. You're looking at Kyle Filipowski. I think you've got some guys that will be in the front court with him. Wings, who knows? But you just drafted Ace Bailey. You've got Cody Williams in the wings. Like you're trying to find some of these guys to step up, and you may still have to replace him next year with an AJ DiBonza or a Cam Boozer, and one of those guys takes a front court spot or wing spot. The point guards, while they have lots of bodies, which was the main motivation I think for to put it kindly, dumping Colin Sexton and Jordan Clarkson. So they have Isaiah Collier, Keontae George. They've got Walt Clayton Jr., who we just talked about. I mean, they had 7 guards. They had way too many. They're trying to trim that down to 4 or 5 to get a sense of who can actually play. And even then, it feels wide open to me. Like, if you were to tell me in 2 years none of these guys are the guy, that wouldn't totally shock me. So I think they all recognize that and are going to be chomping at the bit to win the job.
Which I think is healthy. I think we both know, we talked about it quite a bit yesterday, what Collier has to do to win the job. And he does talk about that a little bit in the interview. You asked him about getting better shooting the basketball. So let's go ahead and play it. We spent about 7-8 minutes with him and talked about his offseason and what he's getting better at and Summer League. Here's our conversation with Isaiah Collier. Isaiah, tell us a little bit about your offseason.
The offseason's been really well for me so far. Just being out here in Utah has been great for me. Being able to just, be around the coaches every day for the last 6, 7, maybe 8 weeks. So, just working out every day, trying to get better, as a player overall. So that's been the biggest thing for me this summer.
Did you get to go home at all?
Oh, yeah, I went home for a couple weeks, but, sometimes this is home to me now. So, I like to be, where my actual house is at, so yeah.
So now that you've had a little time to look back on your number one, have you been able to draw lessons from it, or what stands out to you?
Watching the playoffs was a huge thing for me, as far as just the physicality point, as far as just guarding the basketball. For me, I think I could be a way better defender of what I showed in the previous season, and then. Of course, getting down to, making shots is, a big thing for me this summer. So, just staying consistent in the gym, reps after reps, and I feel like I've came a long way since the offseason started, so I'm excited.
Is it hard to get better defensively in the offseason?
I wouldn't say, I wouldn't say so.
What do you do? How do you work on it?
It's guarding the coaches. I think we have a whole lot of, basketball, people that actually play basketball. So, I think that helps where they can move and things like that. So, I mean, it's definitely helpful. And then you got other people that's here as well as far as just players. So, I mean, it's a good thing for us.
I hope this question makes sense, but how do you want to use Summer League? You know, what do you want to use Summer League to accomplish?
It's definitely going to be chemistry with the new, we got new players, I mean, that's the thing. And I think as a whole, it's just to get better individually individually and as a team. So, I mean, that's a, big thing for us going into next season. Of course, our roster looks young right now. So, I mean, I think it's just, going out there and, just competing.
You feel like your jump shot's getting better?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, long days in the gym. So, I mean, I feel like I came a long way since the off-season started.
Is that like getting better at shooting? I mean, I know there's coaching and things, but is it really reps? Is that as simple, get into the gym and make it happen?
I mean, it could be mental reps, physical reps. I mean, for the most part, it's a little bit of both. So, I mean, just staying with it is the biggest thing for me, and just, staying consistent with it.
You're a former Georgia High School Player of the Year, so's Ace.
Yep.
How well do you know him?
I've seen him play in high school, a lot. Played in the playoffs my senior year. Know he won that game, so I mean, but it was pretty cool, just being out there with Ace and then seeing where he's at now. He's came a long way, and I mean the potential, sky's the limit for sure. And he's only 18, so that's the crazy thing about it. So I mean, he has, as he grows in this league, learns the NBA game, I think he could be really well in this league.
You were the top recruit in the country. You know what that pressure's like. Well, what is that? Well, how does that feel to be 18, 19 years old and have those expectations on you?
I mean, it's exciting. I mean, you playing a game you love to play every single day. So, I mean, I don't really see it as pressure. It's just going out there and, being able to, do what you do. So, I mean, I don't see it as pressure. I mean, there's, of course, going to be ups and downs, throughout the process. But, I mean, you just have to accept that and keep going.
So in Summer League, as a second-year guy, you're actually a veteran, right?
Yeah.
You've been there. So what do you tell the first-year guys when they ask you what it's like?
I mean, for us, it's just going out there to compete. I don't think the Summer League is, a process to, get better in reps. So, I mean, competing is the main thing for us. I mean, there's going to be ups and downs. Like I said, there's going to be times where things go right, things go wrong. But, I mean, it's just, staying true to yourself and just playing. So, yeah.
Is there anything you're trying to do differently? I mean, this is kind of an opportunity to explore and, try different things in your game that might not make it in the regular season. Is there anything you're hoping to do?
I mean, I'm play the game the way I'll play if I was playing, during the regular season for me. So, I mean, I think just accepting the PG role is the big thing for me. Communication's a big thing as well. So, I mean, going out there, leading the team, and, using my voice, I think will be a big step for me. So, yeah.
What do you like to do with your downtime?
Downtown, I mean, I tried a little bit of golf. I'm getting better a little bit. So, I mean, it's a process for sure. So, I mean, it's just like, it's taking a while, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm gonna hire a trainer soon, though. So I mean, we'll see where it goes.
Darren Williams had a indoor simulator in his house.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you can go get your own simulator.
Yeah, I know JC still got his stuff out here too. So I mean, the T-box.
So. Speaking of JC, Colin, I bet it was nice as a rookie to have some guys to fall back on, right? Some veterans who just could right the ship if things were going wrong. They're gone now. Yeah. And that you're kind of the veteran now, and you and Keontae are those guys. What does that role feel like?
I mean, it's a blessing, just being able to be in the position. Of course, we're gonna miss Colin, JC, Johnny as well. So I mean, it's gonna be a huge step for all of us, a team as a whole, to be honest. And I don't expect everything to just happen overnight, but I mean, I think we're all learning as well, but also trying to lead at the same time. So, I mean, that's a big thing for us. So, I mean, I think that's why we've just been working so hard this summer, because it's a huge, season for us coming up, as a team, as a whole. So, I mean, I think we're all excited, but we're looking forward to just accepting the role too. So, yeah.
I'm curious what you think. You mentioned you watched the finals, but about the Thunder being the champions, and because they were a young team, grew together, you could see it year by year and eventually getting a title. What'd you think about that paying off for them?
I think they're really good because the grit they play with, how together the team is. I think it's more so just the physicality point as well too, because I mean they play at a physical style of basketball to the point where it makes the other team uncomfortable. So I mean that's been a huge emphasis for us this summer as well. Just being physical and just going out there and like competing and not caring who's like in front of us and things like that. So yeah.
What have you seen from Flip and Cody in your second year?
Cody and Flip got a lot stronger. I think they had a really good summer this far. I mean, it's good to see those steps. As far as just from everybody growing through the summer. I mean, I think that's a good thing, or chemistry that that helps teams. Just being able to see the process of everybody. It's been great. So, I mean, I'm excited for them too. They've got after it this summer. So yeah.
Would you rather bang a long drive or hit a long putt?
Oh, driver, for sure. Yeah, I like to drive, see what I'm saying? See the distance.
Sure, then you get a flex in front of your friends.
Yeah.
Last one from me. Just you are coming back with these guys, and I know you get to go to dinner with the rookies when they get brought in. It seems like the Jazz are really incorporating you into like the culture. Like they want you to be a face of the franchise. What does that feel like, and what does that mean to you?
I mean, it feels great. I mean, just being able to, welcome them to, Utah. I mean, it's been great so far. So, I mean, just be able to be at dinner with them, just knowing what they've done in their college careers and just building, that bond with them. I think that's really important, as a young basketball team. So, I mean, continue to build on that. That's really important for us.
All right, there's our conversation with Isaiah Collier. Not only insightful about his own game, but it was interesting to hear him talk about Cody and Flip as well.
Didn't see Flip yesterday, but I think he was just on the far corner. I still think he was over by where we were. So I'll be curious to see how he looks. Flip should also play well in Summer League. I mean, he got a lot of playing time last year. So he's a little older than some of these guys, and he should be ready to go.
Yeah, I think you can expect good performances from them. I mean, they walked through the fire a bit last year.
Yeah.
They played. I mean, we were talking about Bryce Sensabaugh earlier in the show. Remember that weekend he had in Florida where he tore up the Heat and the Magic? I don't think, was it a back-to-back or was it a back?
Whatever, it was over the weekend, yes. It was maybe a Friday, Sunday.
I mean, took him to town.
Yeah.
And that's when Miami was trying.
Yes.
And Orlando had their guys, if I remember.
Yep.
And, I mean, he was just fantastic. He should absolutely tear apart Summer League. And we saw great performances from Flip.
Flip had a 30-point, 18-rebound, 5 assists, 3 block, 2 steal game. It's one of the best games you're ever going to get from any rookie. And I know the Jazz were a little bit of a circus last year, but there's talent there that not everyone can do, even if you just give them, the green light to do whatever they want.
And there shouldn't be anybody in the gym who can stand in front of Collier. The tricky thing is that Collier, what he has to work on, and I was trying to ask him about what you get out of from Summer League, is he can beat everybody on the court.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what he needs to work on.
Because he can't do it against everybody in the regular season.
No.
And
he especially can't do it if everybody in the regular season is going to go under screens and gap him because they know he's not going to shoot. So his thing, again, the tricky thing with Summer League is not everybody's motivation is the same. I remember Trey Lyles' Summer League. People were kind of getting worked up. His second Summer League, people before he got traded, people were kind of getting worked up that he wasn't, lighting everybody up. And it was like, no, he's working on what they're telling him to wear one specific thing that they gave. Maybe it was his first Summer League because he only played one. So I was down in Vegas during that Summer League, and he wasn't putting up 30, but you know what he was doing? Standing in the corner and shooting threes, is the only reason the Jazz drafted him.
Yeah,
was for that specific skill. So you never know. I want to see Collier try some off the bounce threes. Stuff that would make you cringe during the regular season, but that's the stuff that he should be doing.
Same with Walt Clayton. Let Walt go out there and distribute a lot. We know you can shoot, and you're going to be able to do that, and you're going to run some pick and rolls and shoot off of that. That's great, but can you average 5 assists during Summer League?
Yeah, right.
Because if you can do that, you might be able to start at point guard. I think the Jazz are going to let Ace Bailey go crazy, and that's probably what I would do. I would say, let's see where your game is. Your ball handling was weird at Rutgers. There was zero spacing. The rest of your team outside of Dylan Harper was, Division III guys. Let's see what you can actually do on the court with NBA spacing, because you're going to have Bryce next to you, and you're going to have Flip next to you, and you're going to have Walter Clayton next to you. Like, you have Stephen Crowell, who nobody knows about, but is a Wisconsin center who can spread the floor. What happens when you have all the space? Can you beat guys?
Well, and also you can tell them, hey, all these people came to see you. You're the
Yeah,
show. Go
right.
be the show.
Go be the show.
Go be the show.
Yeah.
This is the kind of rumor around him is he wanted to be a star. Go be a star. You can you could be a big star in Utah.
And he does not have the, what's the word I'm looking for? Conscience of a Cody Williams, who you could tell when Cody did something wrong, he kind of, coward is the wrong word, but he kind of shrunk and didn't want to make a mistake the next time. And Will Hardy talked a lot about last year, sometimes Cody just got to take it. He's just got to go for it. He's just got to be willing to make some mistakes. And he thinks the game so much that he doesn't want to make mistakes. That is not going to be the problem with Ace Bailey. He does not mind his mistakes.
No, okay, so don't get me wrong. Let me see if I can explain this. The word that would come to mind is shame. But I don't mean that to be so negative.
Yeah,
I more mean I don't mean like shame in the Game of Thrones,
Correct.
Shame, and they ring the gong or whatever it was. No, or the bell. Or
publicly disrespected.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. I more mean like every time you saw Jay Crowder shoot, you were like, have you no shame?
Have you none? Yeah.
Have you no shame at all? And Cody Williams had that feeling where he's like, okay, well, I made a mistake or I missed this shot, and, I don't want to sink my team necessarily, especially when you're a rookie. You know what I mean?
Yes, right. And there's a lot of veterans around.
Uh-huh.
There are no veterans around anymore.
Honestly, Cody Williams should channel his inner Jay Crowder for this summer league, too, if we want to talk about that,
Yeah, being contrite. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Like, hey, we're going to show you some Jay Crowder film. We're going to need you to play more like this, only during summer league.
Yeah. Sense this. No, like I said, I think Ace, and we'll see it on Saturday night. I'm honestly pretty excited to see what he looks like in this environment, because it was weird at Rutgers. But Ace, I think, probably needs 20% more Cody, and Cody needs 80% more Ace.
Okay, I can see what
right?
you're getting at.
Cody needs to shed some of the shame, and I think Ace could probably use a touch more.
But
be a little more bashful.
But there's a role on this team for somebody with no shame. Like Donovan Mitchell had no shame.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what the team needed. They needed 20 shots. They were missing 20 shots. Yeah. And Donovan said, I'll take them.
Oh. Those are out there? I'll take all of those.
I'll take all 20 of those suckers.
Hey, I'm, not that Colin Sexton absolutely marched to the beat of his own drum, right? He was not out of sync with his teammates. Everyone loves Colin, but he's kind of did his own thing. And Jordan Clarkson, as much as he's like a great locker room guy and an awesome culture guy, I'm not sure he's necessarily the culture setter, but the Jazz needs somebody to set a culture, especially with two veterans out of the locker room. And I'll be curious where that goes this year. And that might start to develop right now in Summer League.
I do believe the way Jordan played gave permission to others to try and play that way.
Okay, that's probably fair.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think your guy, Jared Butler, thought, I can go dribble all I want.
I can be JC. I've seen how he does it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keontae the same way.
Want to remind you, nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. We'll have more Jake and Ben straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival, starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
The 2025 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls in Nephi, Utah. On July 9th, it's a wild Wednesday in Nephi. As 40 of the best bull riders in the PRCA will be trading big dollar blows with bulls from Flying U, Diamond G, and Andrews Pro Rodeo. It's your chance to come and witness the hardest hitting and most exciting sport in the PRCA. The Cowboys will be letting it all loose to grab their share of $35,000 and a spot at the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. Get tickets at UtesStampedeRodeo.com or 435-623-5608.
Hey, it's Brian with Olson's Greenhouse. In today's busy world, your home should be your sanctuary, a peaceful retreat where you can unwind, breathe deeply, and recharge. And what better way to create that haven than with flowers? A pop of color in your flower beds, a cheerful container garden by the front door, or a lush patio filled with vibrant blooms can transform any space into a personal oasis. Flowers don't just brighten up your home, they lift your spirits too. Research even shows that surrounding yourself with plants can reduce stress and boost happiness. At Olson's Greenhouse, we grow premium quality plants that make it easy to bring beauty and joy into your life. Whether you prefer bold, eye-catching colors or soft, soothing pastels, we have the perfect flowers to complement your space. And with locally grown plants, you know they're ready to thrive. This spring, create a sanctuary of color and comfort with flowers from Olson's Greenhouse. Find us on Instagram at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens or go to OGG.com to find a retailer near you. That's OGG.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
What's that? Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, it's Thursday, RSL Thursday. Be caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're hooking you up with a 4-pack of tickets to go see RSL take on St. Louis City SC Saturday night at America First Field. A great way to spend some time on the holiday weekend. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE.
Is Diego Luna going to be back? He's taking the soccer world by storm. At a low point in American men's soccer, Diego Luna is on a tear. He has 3 goals in 5 matches, including 3 in the last 2 last night. His Team USA is advancing.
Which is good. It'd be nice if they qualified for a World Cup again.
I would, especially because we're hosting it, right?
Oh, I think you automatically get in if you're hosting.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And I don't know if this is a qualifying tournament, but whatever, he's playing well. And RSL's been terrible right now, so good to see them getting a bump. They're not playing great.
I'm trying to think. RSL does have a history of players on the national team playing well. Going back to even like Eddie Pope, if you remember back in those days. So it does bring an extra bit of juice and spotlight to the team when it happens.
He goes on a tear and comes back and is ready to go.
Beckerman played on a World Cup team. I can't remember how much he played.
He may have started.
He started at least some.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, that is super cool. So you have a chance to go see RSL coming up on Saturday, 801-575-ZONE.
Game's always fun.
801-575-ZONE. Where is the? Do you remember the venues for the World Cup? Where's the nearest one to us?
Not sure. Is it
L.A. or did Vegas
LA.
get a game?
No,
Vegas wouldn't get it.
Even though they did put it in.
Denver, maybe?
No, they put it in Qatar, right? Qatar.
Yeah, they could do it in Vegas.
Yeah, you can do it in Vegas. You can do it in 3 p.m. in Vegas if you want to. Who cares? I can't find it. Oh, here we go. Atlanta, Foxborough, Arlington, Houston, Kansas City, Inglewood, Miami, East Rutherford, Philadelphia, Santa Clara. There's your bet.
East Rutherford?
And Seattle.
East Rutherford, New Jersey?
Yeah. It's where the Jets play.
Okay, yeah. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
What is that, MetLife or something?
New York, New Jersey Stadium. It may not have a name right now. Or it's just saying, it's just saying the names of the cities. These absolutely have names, and they're just not naming them.
So Santa Clara or Southern California.
Yeah, or LA.
That would have been cool to get one of those. But you know what? We'll have to settle for the Olympics.
Yeah.
Tough, I know.
I'd prefer the Olympics. I know some people would prefer the World Cup.
No, Olympics for sure.
Yeah.
Way better than one World Cup. But maybe if you hosted like the World Cup final.
Sure. Or 3 weeks worth of 2 weeks worth of sports, but that's not what you're getting.
No, I can't imagine what value that brings to the city, state, etc. Just being on TV for 2 straight weeks and being the attention of the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be worth billions, honestly.
The advertising alone, it's impossible to replace.
I mean, it's why all these dictators bribe so much money to get these Olympics.
Yeah, and we can actually host it because we sometimes have snow.
We often have snow.
Yeah.
In fact, and still have good facilities. Yeah, I'm looking forward to all that. There was a savvy pick by you yesterday on Win Ticket Wednesday to do the Utah Winter Sports Park, which is a good place to go watch. It is fun. They do it right.
And again, we're talking 2002 to 2025. 23 years later, it still feels relevant. And I'm sure it's somewhat outdated compared to some of the new facilities that get built and how they've, figured out technology that makes things easier or better. I'm excited to see what we build in the next 8 years that will last another 20 years beyond that, to see what we bring into our world.
If you did not have a chance to see hear Brian Getzeiler with DJ and PK, go give that a listen for a lot of reasons. I mean, he's always great. But one thing he said I thought was pretty interesting, Ben. He thinks the Jazz should really highlight Lauri Markkanen next year to get his value back to where it was and then move him, because the timeline now is Ace Bailey's timeline. And I thought, you know what? I bet you that's the plan.
I very strongly suspect that's the plan.
Because his value isn't now what it was.
Not today, no.
He's not an inexpensive player. He's got a big contract now. Mm-hmm. So you got to get him back to, 25 a night.
Yeah, get him up over 20, get his percentages back up. Look, Lauri was clearly, I don't want to say on board, but understanding of the tank last year. We did not get the best of Lauri. That was not Lauri's best effort. That was not the most focused Lauri we've gotten. That wasn't a Lowry who was checked in to win games and prove something, which I think he was his first 2 years. And look, he wanted to get a contract, and he got it. So good for him in that sense. And then last year was not very good after getting the contract. But I suspect we're going to see a more motivated Lowry this season. And I think the Jazz are going to go out there and say, try to win. And I think he understood last year that was not the goal. The team was not trying to win games last year. And I think Lowry, being a good soldier, understood that and wasn't going out there trying to give it his all. I don't think he was tanking games, but I think he recognized that that's not what the season was about.
And he's not LaMelo Ball. Like, that's not his game where he's going to dribble and put up numbers even though the team stinks. That's not his game. It's not a coincidence that he played his best basketball in a Jazz jersey when Mike Conley was still on the team.
Yes. But he only played 47 games last year.
He'll play more than that.
He will play more than that, I suspect. He did only shoot 42% from the floor, which was a career low. He shot 34% from the three-point line, also a career low. Everything from his history implies that will be up. He only had 5.9 rebounds a game. That's 3 below what he was the year before that, like 4 points less. He will bounce back. I think he'll have a much bigger year. The Jazz need him to carry an offensive load because Colin Sexton carried a big offensive load. Jordan Clarkson carried a big offensive load. That's going to fall now on the shoulders of Lowry. So just by necessity, I think his points per game are going to go up. And then, if he's back up over 23 points a game or whatever, at 7 feet tall, he becomes valuable once again.
You would think so.
Yeah.
And some team, when the calculus changes and think that they have more of a chance than they did before, and a bold move will get them over the top.
Someone in the East says this is wide open.
Somebody like Orlando.
Yeah. And they just traded for Desmond Bane. But yes, to your point, somebody like that.
That's what I'm saying when the calculus changes and they realize Desmond Bane doesn't get them there.
Right. Or Indiana.
Because he won't.
It's like, hey, we've lost Miles Turner. We're going to get Tyrese Halliburton next year. We still need one more thing. Though someone will make a trade, believing they can get back to or get to a championship level.
Right. So, and he's the unicorn. We've talked about it on this show forever. He's huge, and he can shoot.
And by that point, whether it's next year or whatever, the Jazz are going to hope to have some of these young guys pop. You need a couple of these young guys to cement themselves as the future. We've been talking about this a lot because we had Isaiah Collier on the show. And if you missed that, KSLSports.com. But they need Keontae to jump up, or Isaiah to jump up, or Ace to jump up, or Kyle Filipowski to jump up, or Taylor, all these young guys.
Or CHT.
Whoever, sure. But they need a couple of guys to show up and be like, we're going to be the top of the roster. We're going to be there. Maybe we're not even the number one guy, but we are for sure the number 2 guy. Or we're for sure the number 3 guy. But, Walker, I think, is cemented as the starting center. They need somebody to cement their job as either the starting shooting guard or point guard or small forward. And that could be Ace, it could be Isaiah, it could be Keontae, it could be Bryce, whatever. They need a couple of those guys game to elevate, and then you can start making moves to fill in the gaps using Lowry, using future draft picks you have to go out and get the star player to fill in the absence that you don't have right now. But they need the roster to take a little bit more shape before they, start throwing darts at a dartboard that, in the dark.
I wonder when they really want to win. I wonder when that starts.
I think they will win when they feel like they're ready to win.
Well, that's not an answer, but I get what you're saying. Because, Austin Ainge comes in and says, we're going to win. The tank stops now. It's like, no, not really. But I'll tell you, when the Jazz really wanted to win the last time they rebuilt, it was the year before they actually made the playoffs. Does that make any sense? They tried really hard to make the playoffs the year before with, like, Gordon Hayward and came up short because the crowd booed Darren Williams.
Against the Mavericks.
And Darren's like, dude, I was just going to sleepwalk through this game, but if you want me to score 30
you
and
want me
beat
to ruin your season?
Yeah, I guess I'll do that.
Yeah.
And so he did, which is still hilarious. And then they did not make the playoffs. Then the next year, of course, they make the playoffs and they beat the Clippers in 7 games and move on to the second round. And then Gordon leaves, Yeah. But you knew the year before that how seriously they were taking it. This was our step year, if that makes any sense. And they just happened to not make the playoffs. But that's when it really happened. I don't think we're there.
No.
With this team. I and how far away I think is interesting.
Because that summer, am I right? The one you're talking about, after they tried to win, You're right. They put the pedal to the metal. It was not about just young players anymore. And then even that summer, after they get disqualified and don't make the playoffs, they go out and get George Hill and they get Joe Johnson.
Yes.
I think that's that.
No. Joe Johnson was on. Joe Johnson beat the Clippers. He was on the team.
Right. No, that's what I mean. They got it before that year.
Yeah. They got George Hill the next summer.
Right. Leading into the year that they really started. Actually, they did make the playoffs, but they tried to win the year before that.
Right.
And then they said, okay, we have an idea. Like, you try to win.
Yeah.
You see how good you are.
Yeah, I get you.
And then you go and fill in the gaps with veterans.
No, your timing's right. You're right about that.
So that's what I think the Jazz will do. They will figure out which of these young players. You knew Gordon was a guy.
Yep.
And you started to get the impression that, like, Derek Favors is probably good enough to help you win now. Maybe Rudy Gobert is going to be a guy who can help you win a little bit. Because I think that was after Dante Exum's rookie season.
Yes. No, they lucked into Rudy because it was that year that they got serious that they sidelined Ennis.
Right.
And went with Rudy.
And he was real.
And he was real. And then his coming out party was really the year that they made the playoffs.
Right.
And beat the Clippers.
But to that point, you knew Gordon had established himself as a young player. Rudy was on the come, as you like to say. Like, he was going to be your center of the future. And then it was like, where else do you need help? It's like, well, they need a point guard, so they got George Hill, and they need a veteran off the bench, so they got Joe Johnson. So the Jazz need to find their Rudy, which they probably have in Walker, but then they need the Gordon, and they probably need the one other young player that they feel like they can build around, and then you spend some money to go out and get somebody else. And they're actually a little bit more well-positioned than that because you're going to move a Lowry out to get something back to fill in those gaps, and then you have all these future unprotected picks from the Suns and lightly protected from the Lakers and lightly protected from the Timberwolves that you can trade to get better players, not just who can you attract in free agency. And that's what it will look like.
It makes a lot of sense, but one of the young guys has to be that person.
Yeah.
And I don't think we know that.
We don't have any idea who it is.
I mean, I would bet the Jazz want it to be Ace Bailey, but...
The Jazz would love for it to be Ace.
Yes, but that certainly is not a fact yet.
Yeah, at this point last year, they'd love for it to have been Cody. The year before that, they would love for it to have been Taylor or Keontae. And none of those guys have really broken out yet. Flashes, but no full breakout.
All right, we wrap up the week, which is weird to say on a Thursday. Coming up right around the corner, it is the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Well, it's officially summer, and whatever you have planned for the summertime months in the great state of Utah, it can be made better with a stop at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Say, for example, you're heading up into the mountains, going to do a little hiking, a little shopping at the outlet stores, whatever it might be. How about wrapping up a perfect day with that perfect meal that waits for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse at Hotel Park City? And of course, all of the things to do here along the Wasatch Front, especially in the capital city, whether it's a play, maybe a concert, some sporting event, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is waiting for you at 275 South West Temple, where your entree will be perfectly prepared. I love the ribeye steak, and it is always cooked to perfection. The side dishes, the desserts, just the way you're treated, the way the servers take care of you. You're going to love your dining experience this summer at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take this pink ribbon off my eyes. I'm exposed and it's no big surprise.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, happy Thursday. Happy Independence Day to everybody out there.
How was your birthday weekend? I didn't ask.
Oh, I had a great birthday.
You golfed?
Last weekend? Yeah. I played golf, went boating with my buddy. It was awesome.
It all worked out.
Yeah, it worked out
Good.
Terrifically well. Spent the whole weekend like in Midway, of all places.
Okay.
Which, by the way, we were talking to Cindy about this at Peach the other day. Like, Midway, Park City, all of that is so accessible. It's so close.
It is.
And it feels like you're on vacation. It's like...
Yeah, it's a different part of the world.
It really is a really cool part about living here. And not just Park City. I mean, you can make that... I mean, how far away is Moab? The world's best mountain biking is...
Hours away.
3 hours away?
Yeah, Bear Lake.
2 hours
Yes,
away?
2 hours
yeah,
away.
all this stuff is so accessible. It's really a terrific part of living here.
We should have Utah Tourism sponsor the show.
I did a tour of Central Utah for multiple years, where we went to various counties across this great state and got the word out about the cool stuff there is to do.
Give us a call.
And,
or a text.
Yeah, the list is miles long. It's crazy. I shot. I'm not even a gun person, and I shot at this rifle that's like designed to shoot further than any other rifle.
Uh-huh.
And you can only shoot it at a certain amount of ranges in the country because they have to be long enough or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's one of those in Carbon County.
I believe that. We have a lot of space.
I saw Utah's last functioning brothel. That also in Carbon County.
That was a private excursion? That wasn't sponsored? You just thought you'd take that in while you were out on the road?
No, we went on like a side-by-side tour.
While I'm here.
No. It stopped running. You know what? It stopped running in a year that would raise an eyebrow, though. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It stopped running in
like 1986.
Like it was like 92 or something.
What do you mean? It was up and running.
But we were on. We did like a Razor side by side
Ethernet
thing.
cord in the wall? What? You have internet?
It was. They're like, we were with.
It's a webcam.
We were with pointed it out to us. It's like, hey, there's Utah's last functioning brothel, and we were like, oh,
They're like, yeah, it's closed
really?
today.
Yeah, it closed in.
It'll be open tomorrow, though.
In 03. Wow. I was open for a while. Oh no, but we did all sorts of really cool stuff. Then we played. We did it one year where we played golf in the various counties, and that was pretty sweet.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, there's just a lot of great stuff to do in this fine state of ours, and hopefully people out there are doing something more exciting than Ben Anderson, who is going to be planting his yard.
I'm going to eat a brat or something. I'm still going to do some stuff.
Charcoal or gas?
Gas.
What, the birth of this nation isn't important for you enough for you to use charcoal like a normal American?
I also have a smoker. I can smoke it if I want to.
Listen here, Mr. Fancy.
Yeah. I've got a lot. Yeah, I've got options. I can also do it inside on a cast iron pan. I don't care.
No, you need a Weber that was manufactured in the 60s. And to put some good old-fashioned American charcoal in there.
I've never actually used charcoal by myself. I've been places where people are cooking with charcoal, campouts, etc., and that's the nice thing. It's portable. I've never bought charcoal, I don't think, and I've never owned a charcoal grill.
Go back to Canada, Ben. I mean, honestly.
You have a charcoal grill?
Yes.
Yeah. You like it?
We have a gas one, too, and a smoker, thank you very much.
Well, you're calling me fancy. You've got all three.
Oh, our Weber is so old and beat
Yeah,
up. But
they
that's the
all are.
point.
Right. They last forever.
But I'll tell you what, on and you can't call it a barbecue, but a grill day or whatever you're doing, burgers and dogs, if you're going to be hanging out long enough, bust up the charcoal. Because then you can do s'mores after on the smoldering coal.
Because they stay
hot.
Yeah.
Telling you, Ben.
I get it.
The gas, and hey, I do appreciate a good gas grill. That's for like Tuesday night when you've got to whip up dogs for the kids.
Which is
real
generally
quick.
how I eat. Yeah, that's generally when I do it. It's a quick, been planting all day, throw it out there, get going.
But no, if you're going to do a good old-fashioned American celebration, by firing up the grill in the front yard, I think you got to go charcoal,
And then
dude.
you can light your fireworks off of it, right? Just stick the fuse in there.
You could do that.
Get your M80s going.
Let's see, how old's your son now?
Almost 13.
How loose are you with the fireworks rules?
He is not into that type of thing.
Okay. Oh,
Like, I think he likes watching fireworks, but he is not like I think he's still afraid of bees. Like, I don't think he has any interest in lighting a firework.
Okay.
He probably holds sparklers still really far from his body.
Because I'm still with my kids, who my oldest is 8. I'm still at the point now where I'm like envisioning how old she's going to be when I let her do things. I think of that stuff all the time. Like, oh, when is she going to get her first phone? Like 25. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I wonder that with fireworks. Like, I remember, when kids started being interested in fireworks. Like, at what point do you take off the
kid gloves?
Like, you can go out and light a fountain or something.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let them get out there and do it. 13, that's probably not reckless if you were to do that.
But I guarantee you he doesn't know how to use a lighter, which is great. That means he's not getting into lots of different areas.
Now, that's
he shouldn't be
naive, Dad,
getting
right? He's been flicking a lighter since he was 8.
He's been smoking cigarettes behind the scenes. Whose pack is this?
Yeah, if you don't think he has, he has.
Whose cigarettes are these? I don't smoke. And he's only 9, but he does smell like cigarettes all the time. His teeth are yellowing. The dentist said something was wrong.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, well, that's good. Hopefully both your kids won't be into fireworks. Lloyd, do you let Xavier loose on the fireworks at all?
Oh, yeah. He's got his own backpack full of fireworks.
Yeah,
Does he?
He's got his own lighter with his initials.
Is it one of those Zippo lighters?
He can roll his own
He
cigarettes.
has the ability to flip it open with one hand.
Gift from the old man.
He can light a match with his fingers.
Oh, that's so funny.
I knew a lot of kids like that too, who were like, yeah, my money that I save, whether I get it for my birthday or I have an allowance or whatever, like I spend it on fireworks. That's not my kids. No.
No. Okay.
Not where
Well,
the
that's
money's
good. That's fortunate.
Fireworks
So it's just
factory.
the poppers or something like that.
And I like poppers. I like sparklers. And then I like fireworks. I was the kid who spent money on fireworks.
And then you like to shoot off your shotgun too.
Yeah, well, that's the best part. Yeah. Find somebody's drone and shoot at it.
I don't think they like that in your neighborhood.
Sparklers and shotguns for Ben.
It's sparklers and shotguns. That's the Sugar House way.
Sparkler in one hand,
That's
sawed
how-
off in the other.
That's how Ben grew up.
Yeah. It's Utah.
It's what we do.
It's freedom.
Absolutely. Happy birthday, America. Hopefully everybody enjoys it, though.
Be safe.
We're doing national radio tomorrow, so the Jake and Ben show will be back on Monday, and we'll have plenty of summer league to talk about.
Yes, we will.
Saturday's a big day, so we'll talk to you then. Hanson, Scotty
Thanks,
G,
Parker.
coming up next. Jake and Ben show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT. Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Coach Ron McBride's hanging out with us.
This is Under the Radar. Lavani Damuni, Lander Barton, Logan Fano.
Woo. Oh, yeah. The Fano boys, both of them, the tackle is pretty amazing. You know, I mean, you look at him, he looks different than everybody else.
Talking about Spencer.
Yeah. The two offensive tackles at Utah are very good. BYU tried to steal those two guys.
They did?
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't heard that.
You got to be kidding.
No, hey.
Coach.
Hey.
That seems like
I don't make these things up.
that seems like you're repeating rumors, Coach.
No way.
You make it seem like BYU maybe had some money to spend that they were throwing out there.
That is correct.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Make sure your lawn is ready for hot summer temps. A heavy application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment in the early summer is the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green. Revive takes water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it now, so you're not trying to fix problems later. Revive keeps your lawn protected in early summer, so you'll have a lush green lawn when it's really hot. Save water, save money with Revive. Spread it, spray it, use Revive now. It works.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is 4th of July Eve. So hopefully all of you out there, most of you out there listening, have the day off. Just, an extended weekend. Take Thursday, Friday, and then Monday off, Just make a huge, long weekend out of it.
Well, it is America's greatest
holiday. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, it climbs up there against Thanksgiving.
I would, it's not one of my, I'm all about the patriotism. I'm all about, God bless America, all that stuff. It's not one of my favorite holidays in terms of food and celebration and stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm not like I'm a little bit different now, but I'm not like there's always kids running around with watermelon stained faces and people losing fingers and it's sticky. It's like a sticky, somebody's running around with, cream cheese frosting all over their hands, getting all over you.
You got grandkids?
No, I didn't say grandkids. I said kids.
No, I'm just saying, what that's not our world anymore,
I
dude.
know, but you go to parties and
I thought you put a stop.
Parties.
I thought you put a stop to that. I thought you didn't have anybody coming over to your house.
We have. That's my family's party. Everybody goes up to Idaho for that.
You've got to, okay, so you got the
So after the show, I'm off to Idaho for the next few days.
So we're doing a pool party, but it's nice because all the kids are grown and nobody's sticky and everybody's responsible for their own trip and time and all I got to do is throw some meat on a grill and
it's always blazing hot too.
Eat what I want.
Yeah.
Which is nice because when you got a pool and you're no longer heavy.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, heat is better. Patriotism is the best. Grown-up kids are incredible. And the 4th of July is it's close to the top for me. It's 4th of July and Thanksgiving. Those are the two.
Okay,
and
so
it probably goes 4th of July because I'm not enjoying the cold weather as much anymore.
Well, that's true. I do like warmer weather now since shedding a few lbs. So that's a little bit different. I wasn't a big water sports guy, but Yeah, now I'm gonna probably get on one of those wave runners. Now I'm gonna get on the little boats and get on a tube or something like that. So
yeah, absolutely. Because you guys, I'm sure you do that for the
drawing
party.
Oh yeah, because we got that spot right there on the Snake.
Right now, and people might think Snake River and think, well, what are you doing on the river? Well, it's a wide part of the river.
It is,
and it's a slow moving part.
Yep.
It's full of recreation where you're at.
We had a.
How do you put wave runners? Do you have drop them in at Burley and then drive them up the river?
Yeah, or Declos got a spot too.
Oh, do they got a little on?
Well, the wave runners, no, we've got we can put them. Oh yeah, we drop those in and then bring them down. Yeah. But we do have a little dock. Now we don't have a ramp to that dock that we can drive down to and pick them up. But there is a dock where we can dock them and do some fun stuff.
That's a great party place.
But you've seen it. It's a nice little setup.
It's a great party place. And it would be fun to fire fireworks, towards the river or down from the dock. It'd be fun.
I'm always like, where are we at on fireworks now? Like, is there like some? Because I know all of a sudden now we're praying for rain again, and I guess the doomsday drought people are back.
They're back.
And so
96% of the state is in drought.
And so, like, are we not allowed to do fireworks, or what's the story there?
Not allowed to drink water or do fireworks.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
so no more water drinking, no more fireworks.
No more lawn watering.
No more lawn water.
Do we need to check in with K-Bank?
We're going golden. You remember the old saying, let's go golden?
Yeah. What is it? Yellow is better, or what is it? Like, no, my lawn does not do yellow.
No, we'll just stay green. I'm just going to feed it a little bit less.
Yeah.
My lawn's got good, solid roots. I'm watering 3 times a week right now.
Yeah, I let's just say that we pay a good chunk of money.
Oh, wait, I thought pressurizer.
Oh no, that's we used to have the old, but now they're dropping the hammer down on us.
They're charging to Water and Bountiful now.
Oh yeah.
Even after the incredible winters that we had that stocked our reservoirs.
I know, but those are apparently long gone. All that water's gone.
All I know is I drove by Deer Creek the other day, and water was still nearly pouring over the dam. So,
really?
Yeah, it's still very full. And I don't know. I don't think we get any of our irrigation from Strawberry, but Strawberry's always full.
See, K-Bank's going to listen. K-Bank's going to get angry.
Oh, he's going to be
because he's like, I don't tell you guys how to do your job. You don't tell me how to do my job.
Oh, he's going to be so mad. Because right now I'm riding around like Chevy Chase on the horse in Three Amigos where he's got the canteen of water and he's just letting it spill on his face. That's me right now. I'm just indulging in water, swimming in it, bathing in it, drinking it, putting it on my lawn.
So are you going down to St. George, that pool, or Scotty got a pool up here?
He's got a pool here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got a pool.
Of course he does.
Oh, yeah. I mean, come on. It's Scotty.
You know, one thing I will always give you credit for, you identify people very early. You put a lot of time and investment into that relationship.
Well,
and he is one of the best human beings on the planet.
You know, we go back to 1997. It's when we became
Was that
roommates.
just a luck of the draw roommate thing?
Yeah, just roommates.
Scotty Brown, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Like, I don't know, like, how somebody could be that nice.
He's an incredible dude.
Great family.
Incredible dude, and always has been. He's been the best roommate, best buddy. He's just incredible.
Yeah, good dude. Good dude. All right, we got a busy show. 4th of July, so you're putting it ahead of Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's edged ahead of Thanksgiving because I am more about the getting in the pool and throwing some meat on the grill and now that I don't have the sticky fingered kids, because I totally agree with you. Like, that was miserable. And then we want fireworks. And then you spend $300 to light something on fire, and it's just pathetic and meaningless. But now it's like, no, man, all the kids are so much fun. Go play some pickleball, enjoy the day, swim a little bit, hang out, jump off a diving board, those kinds of things.
I have never played pickleball before.
Wow.
That's probably going to change this weekend because apparently in our festivities we have a pickleball tournament.
You've never touched a pickleball paddle?
I've never touched it. Well, I mean, no. Honestly, I've never played.
I think you're going to enjoy it. Lloyd, what do you think?
Lloyd, are you a pickleball guy?
No, I'm not. I would like to become a pickleball guy, but I am not a pickleball guy yet. I think you'd like it, though.
I think you're going to like it because you don't have to be like insanely athletic and like everybody can be good at it.
I like how you're like saying like, you don't have to be really good at sports.
No, what I'm
to be
saying
okay.
is I had a 13-year-old girl beat me. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jay Hill got whooped by some 70-year-old grandma up in Ogden.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Like, everybody can be good. It's the amount of time you put into it. I think you're going to like it.
Well, I will let you know on that one. I'm fired up.
Just make sure that John hasn't been taking lessons.
Oh, that's the reason he's doing it, is because, see, this is the problem when I have John, who hosts essentially with my parents the 4th of July festivities. So John spends all year doing something new and exciting, something that he likes, and then he's like, hey, let's all come back here and do this. And I got the court, I got this and this and this, and everybody's like, yeah, let's do it. And then he goes and dominates and then rubs everybody's nose in it because he's been spending all year doing it.
Yeah, that sounds like that might be the case. I don't want that to wreck your enjoyment of the great sport of pickleball. Hey, and I was going to mention this too. They built that new junior high out there in Eagle Mountain that's kind of down below my property.
Yeah.
They put in 12 pickleball courts into that junior high.
Really?
Finished, netted, chain link fenced, and the whole finished floor. 12. Is junior highs, are they all just transitioning to be pickleball schools? 12. They're not tennis courts. They're not a single tennis court at the school anymore. There's 12 pickleball courts. I didn't know, our 12, 13, 14-year-old kids clamoring for pickleball.
Is this going to be like a sanctioned sport in the UHSAA?
Feels like that's the way we're headed because, this is your newest, latest, and greatest school that's being built here in Utah, and it's a junior high with 12 courts.
I wonder if they're going to, rent it out to the community or something like that, maybe a revenue generator.
That might be it.
Which I'm totally down with.
And, we pay a state tax, where we pay a property tax, we should be able to walk ourselves down and enjoy the court.
Oh, they'll charge you $10 for 15 minutes on the court.
They're just about a half mile away. That's walking distance. Take my paddle down there. I'd probably be alone because my wife won't play, but go hit it against a wall or something. Feel like I'm using my tax dollars.
Yeah.
12.
That's a lot.
Those are about $60,000 per court.
Woo.
By the time you pour the cement, put in the net.
So you're looking $700,000-800,000 on that.
Yeah.
Easy. Pushing probably. Well, and if it's government, you're going to overspend.
You're
over
the millions.
You're over $1 million.
Yeah, just for their pickleball courts for a junior high.
Huh.
I sat out there and I'm watching them pour the concrete, and I'm like, oh, that's got to be a government building. No. Pickleball courts.
Well, at least it's not an NSA building that's spying on you, or Facebook that's stealing all your information.
Well, it still might be that. I don't know. They did dig a big hole. I don't know what they did.
So underneath the pickleball courts.
Yeah. Pickleball courts might lift, and out comes a massive helicopter.
Spies like us, a big old thing underneath the.
I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, I was going to throw out a disclaimer. Save anybody time and money. Don't do the Jurassic Park movie.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you about that because I saw you. You were 30 seconds into it last night and already lost your mind. Why do you go to these movies?
Well, it was Rai Fawn's birthday.
Yeah, and she wanted to do it.
Whatever Rai Fawn says, I'll do. That's bottom line.
But you won't be happy about it.
If Rai Fawn was like, I want to watch Gigli on repeat. I want to watch.
If I want to watch Jersey
Kelly
Girl.
and Justin.
Hey, you better leave Made in Manhattan out of this.
What was the
Kelly and Justin?
Justin.
Yeah, what was that show? I know what you're talking
Kelly
about.
Clarkson and Justin Guarnini.
Whatever happened to that dude?
He did what he should have done.
I think that one was called. I think it was called Jiggly.
Jiggly. If you want to watch that on a rerun, we're watching. I do whatever Rai Fawn wants.
It's her day.
And it was her Sweet 16.
Yeah. So you got to do what she wants.
She's like, Dad, I want to do a family movie night. And by the way, I did not complain to her, and she's not on Twitter, so she didn't see.
Okay, so she didn't see your displeasure.
No,
verbally.
But Amanda was upset because I was tweeting during the movie because I was just.
You were tweeting a lot.
Yeah, I was fuming. I had smoke coming out my ears.
Because movies aren't cheap these days.
No, $12.50 a seat.
Yeah.
I mean, they are nicer seats.
They are nicer
recline
seats,
and
but
all
they
that.
don't really recline that much anymore. Like everybody says, "Oh, it's luxury." Like,
No, it's about the airplane reclining.
yeah,
now.
exactly.
Yeah, it goes back about an inch. But that movie is the worst movie I've seen in 20 years.
Okay, stop it. You remember the Star Wars? You hated Star Wars.
It's up there with that.
And you left Star Wars.
Let's just say Jar
Even
Jar-
footing?
What did he say?
Even footing?
Even footing. Yes, Lord.
No way.
Even footing with Jar Jar Binks. In fact, Jar Jar Binks' digital makeup is much more believable than anything that this movie puts on the screen.
What about with your paleontology, like your love for paleontology? Did that even help it at all?
Not a bit.
Wow.
Not a bit.
I mean, Scarlett Johansson didn't help things out.
Not at all. No.
Yeah, she's just cash grabbing left and right.
I've never been a Scarlett Johansson guy, ever. Except for We Bought a Zoo. I thought she was pretty darn good in that.
You're going, We Bought a Zoo. Hey, what's this movie about? Well, they buy a zoo. All right, well, that's all I need to know there.
Which they did. Darling movie.
Oh, man. All right, so.
Worst movie of the summer.
I mean, I'm always down to see some poor dude get shredded by a T-Rex, though.
What was the movie you went, like Nostratitis or something?
Nostradamus. That was the worst movie I've ever seen.
Nostradamus?
Yeah. Like, that movie was so bad, I want you to watch that.
I guarantee.
No.
This is 10 times worse than Nostradamus.
You got to watch that and then get back to me on that one.
It's about a vampire, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's way more believable than whatever creatures this was a combo of, what was the name? Was it Mosquito Coast? What was the name of the mutant where they were messing with DNA and I think it was Marla.
You're thinking the island of Dr. Moreau.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yes. Mosquito Coast was a different. Yes.
That was Harrison Ford.
Yes. The Island of Dr. Moreau.
That was a bad movie.
This is that, but with terrible CGI.
Why? How come CGI used to be like, look, I know you've always hated CGI, but it seemed like it was getting better. Now it's gotten like worse.
So this is my entire issue. 30 seconds in, I had to tweet it, that it's the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. 30 seconds in. And I'm sitting there, and we've got the childhood of T2
yes,
and the original Jurassic Park.
Yes. Original Jurassic Park was awesome.
Incredible. The way they did it. Now, they had a lot of animatronics, and but it was realistic stuff that looked like realistic settings.
So you're saying the original Jurassic Park in 1993 looked more realistic than what you saw yesterday?
1 billion times more.
No kidding. Really?
Maybe 1 trillion times more. The level of stupidity that they try to put in, like they're trying to recreate an entire jungle with billions of leaves, and you're like, this is stupid. It looks like a Van Gogh painting. Like I honestly, was this Starry Night or is it freaking Jurassic Park? What is this, The Scare, or is it Jurassic Park?
Look at you dropping Van Gogh knowledge.
Well, you know.
You take an art class?
Van Gogh and Rembrandt, two of my favorite artists.
Okay, fair enough.
But I don't go to Van Gogh for
T-Rexes.
Yeah, dinosaur entertainment. I just can't believe where we're headed, man. It's like, but I did get some feedback. A lot of people said, don't waste your time with Jurassic Park. Go to F1.
I watched that 2 nights ago.
You did?
Yes. F1's really good. F1's really good. It's a little long. It felt like it was, they could have trimmed about a good half hour off that movie.
You did watch it.
I did watch F1. Brody and I went to it on Tuesday.
1 out of 10 Scotty stars.
I'm going to give it a 7.2 Scotty stars.
Okay, what would you give Ford versus Ferrari? Just so I have a reference point.
7. I liked F1 better.
Oh, okay. Then I'm going to go. Because I loved Ford versus
The action
Ferrari.
sequences are really good. Like the visual of sitting inside the car. Brant, you got my back on this? Yeah, like the driving action makes you feel like, whoa. And I don't know that much about F1 either. Like there was a lot of times where there's things happening. I'm like, I don't know what they're talking about, but this seems very important. It's like maybe if we took somebody that had only known European soccer and made them watch, the Denzel Washington football movie, Legend, or
The Titans.
Remember the Titans. Like, they're like, this looks really good. I don't know the rules of what's going on here, but this seems really important. And that's how I was with F1 because I don't watch F1.
Are we getting 12 Monkeys Brad Pitt, or are we getting Mr. and Mrs. Smith Brad Pitt?
I don't think either, I bet.
Yeah.
Are we getting Snatch Brad Pitt?
You're not getting Snatch Brad Pitt.
Or are we getting Moneyball Brad Pitt?
You're getting more Moneyball Brad Pitt.
Dang.
Well, what kind of Brad Pitt do you not like? He's not speaking with
casual,
a Scottish accent.
The casual business. He's not pikey.
I mean, it's his normal smug, everybody's against me, man versus the world, I'm the rebel, kind of Brad Pitt.
Okay, so Brad Pitt, was he as good as Matt Damon in Ford vs. Ferrari? Because Matt Damon was really good in Ford vs. Ferrari.
Matt Damon's a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Look, you're not going to that movie for Brad Pitt. Now, some of our female demographic may be going for that movie for Brad Pitt. The guy that was the killer in that had the blowgun that would he killed Woody Harrelson. Where the guy stole all the money and he was tracking him down. No Country for Old Men.
Oh yeah,
Shigure?
Yeah, he's in it.
Oh, okay. I love him. He's really good. I'm kind of caught between two things. So tonight's date night, and going out for a nice steak.
Nice.
And I'm caught between the Park City Symphony doing a 4th of July patriotic, big booming concert, or F1. What do you think?
If you, do you want to go for your own enjoyment, or do you want to go for Mama's enjoyment? Because I don't think Mama's going to want to see the symphony.
I'd like to find the sauce, but no.
I think you're at two extremes there. I think Mama's going to be cranky with the symphony, and you'll love it. And I think you should go F1 because I know she'll like it, and there's a solid chance you'll like it.
Okay. Then I'm doing it.
I put the odds on you liking that 60-40. Now, the one thing that I always get sideways with you is sometimes individual acting performances will turn you off. Like the storyline of F1, I like. The acting, I like. The visuals are incredible in F1. But sometimes, like, Brad Pitt will say something and it'll set you off, and then you'll end up hating the movie.
That's true. That does happen.
And
often.
so I don't know. That might happen to you. So that's why I'm not saying I think you'll like it or I guarantee you'll like it, but I'm pretty sure you'll come away being like, okay, I like that.
If you liked it more than Ford vs. Ferrari, then I'm going to love it. Because Ford vs. Ferrari, it's a 7.8 to 8.2 for me.
Ford versus Ferrari is better story than F1. F1 visually way better than Ford versus Ferrari, if that makes sense.
All right.
And it's kind of like an old school versus new school. He's got the young rookie that, wants to be Instagram famous and all this stuff. And then you got the old guy in Brad Pitt. It's like, what are you doing? This is stupid.
I will tell you, Scotty, that 30 seconds into that Jurassic Park movie.
Did somebody get eaten at least in the first 30 seconds?
I wanted to turn to Amanda and say, Scotty did it again. But I didn't. I didn't. I took the heat. Well, I just looked at Riley like, hey, Riley.
Right. It's her movie.
And by the way, I came out of that and hugged her, and I was like, I'm just grateful to be your dad and be with you.
Yeah.
Like that.
Any time we can spend together
is the best time in the world.
It's not about where you are. It's about who you're with.
Which, by the way, driver's license in hand today.
You know what that means?
My baby's flying. She got
So
wings.
is she driving Rock's vehicle?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, she'll treat that so much better than Rock did.
Oh, yeah. She's already cleaned it out, gutted it. I think she put in a new stereo or something.
I bet there's like 10 pounds of earwax that she's
No, that's my car. There's probably 10 pounds of sandwich and pizza under the seat.
Filet-O-fish wrappers. Hey, by the way, how's our guy doing? Have you talked to him?
Oh, man. He's doing really well. He's enjoying the MTC.
MTC's, it's a funky place, man. I enjoyed my time down there.
He is enjoying the MTC.
The food is phenomenal. Did he say anything about that? I wonder. Now, it's been 30 years since I was there, so I don't know. But
he hasn't said anything specifically about the food. But what we try to do is remind him through letters that this isn't football camp.
You're not getting the same workout.
So don't get physical with anybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. When you wrestle, it's like you. You wrestled with Kalani and broke his
arm.
Yeah.
His elbow. That's what I'm telling him. Like, it's like, because, when you're used to having that physicality this time of year, every year of your life, then it's almost like the mode clicks in and you're like, oh, I just want to pass set everybody, throw them into a wall, hold them by their neck, throw elbows into their nose.
It's August. I need to be hitting somebody.
Yeah. Yes, I want to cut them. I want to do a barrel roll cut. I want, I'm going to just do a nice jab. I'm going to do a pass set jab to the chest. And when that dude pass sets and jabs you to the chest, like most missionaries have to go home with a split sternum. So I'm like, don't.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not camp. Don't pass set kids.
Lloyd, have you noticed our guys still gets maybe like a little bit more physical during the late summer months?
Yes, I have noticed.
I've had to really be aware of that. I try to be aware of that.
But do you?
I try, Scotty. I try.
I know you're way more cognizant of it, even in the time that we've done the show.
Yeah, way more. I've grown a lot.
Because I think the previous place you were like, I don't care who I beat up.
But I've grown
Let
through
me send
trial.
out this picture of you.
No, that's not necessary.
Put me up against the wall with Scotty sitting there watching.
That was a mistake. And
Always a mistake.
Something snapped that day. I don't know what it was.
I almost think maybe you should do that more. Maybe just a good burst of anger and physical violence in the workplace, and then you just get it all out of your system. Then it doesn't fester. Maybe if we had like a zone fight club.
I'm going to start pulling arm hair. That's what I'm going to do.
First rule in the zone fight club.
Get PK.
First rule in the zone fight club is hit PK?
No, his lineup, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And look, I think PK would be a scrappy boxer back in the day. Like,
Yeah.
I think he would cheat, he would bite, he would do whatever. Like,
yeah, he would put up his dukes.
Yeah, you would have part of your nether region ripped off. Like he would do some dirty stuff.
Nowadays.
But I think it's a certain age thing now.
Nowadays, it'd be like getting in a tussle with Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah. Tommy back in the day could do some damage. Now, probably not so much.
Not so much.
All right, we're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. All kinds of great savings. Jake is not here today, but that's all right. Jake called me earlier today, and he has got a lot of great savings in mind. In fact, he is going to – Nissan's not messing around. They've got a bunch of these vehicles that they're going to drop the interest rates all the way down to 1.9%. And guess what Jake's going to do? He's going to buy it down to 0%. Now, it's only this dealership that he's doing that's going to happen.
Oh, that's different than what I heard. Wait a second. What did Jake tell you?
There's some of these that are going from 1.9 to 0.
He's going to buy people's rates down
Yeah,
to 0?
it's 60 months. And then 72 months, I think there's going to be about a 1.9. But if you get in on a 60-month on most of these vehicles, Jake will buy it down to 0%. Mazda is going to go at about 1.9%, and then he's going to buy it down to 0.
But that's only here.
But it's only this location.
So what do people got to do? They just got to come.
They just got to come down here. Tim
mention
Daly,
the
Mazda.
Hans and Scotty deal or
Yep.
Jake deal? Or?
It's a Hans and Scotty Jake deal. All you got to do is come in here and say, look, I want that Jake 0% offer.
Can they call and just start the purchasing through a phone call too?
I think that would be great. Now, what that number might be is a great question. But
I don't know the phone call, but, it's easy to find
I would
Tim
say.
Daly Mazda in Southtown.
You just ask for Josh, and Josh will get you squared away. 385-279-5437.
I see Josh back there. I don't see Jeff today, and I don't see.
I think Jeff's coming in a little later.
Jeff's coming in later.
Yeah, but Josh is man in the fort right
Call
now.
Josh, say I want 0%. Tell him the type of Mazda you're looking for, and come in and find the car that fits you. Scotty and I drive the Mazdas.
Yep.
Did I see you pulling out of the lot in that 30?
I did. I drove it around a little bit, and I'm going to go home in my 5. And Maybe try a different 5 here pretty soon.
Contemplate the 30.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I
saw
know.
you driving in it.
The 30's nice.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's got some speed to it, too. Ooh. And that's the thing. They're going to find a vehicle that's going to match what you want it to do. You need a commuter vehicle, they're going to find that for you. You want something that's going to be a third row, but a hybrid, boom, you got the 90, you got the 70. You got so many things available to you.
Oh, hey, Scotty, I think I know who the starting quarterback's going to be for BYU.
Let's go. We'll tell you about that next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Danny Ainge, Utah Jazz CEO.
Austin is going to be good at this. There's nobody that I've enjoyed working with more, not just because he's my son, but it is a unique relationship, and it does have its advantages as we can knock down, drag out, fight, and go to dinner 2 minutes later. And I think the relationship is very, very healthy for what the Jazz are trying to do. And I thought that Ryan made a great move in coming up with that idea, and I couldn't agree with him more. Austin has learned a lot from his mother, obviously, and the thing that he's learned the most is he likes to boss me around.
Yo, I still think that when it comes to who has the final say, it'll be Michelle.
Maybe so. Maybe Ashley and Michelle together, they're having their own meetings.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card or cash bonus when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly...
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, let's just get it out of our system. Go ahead. Let's get it over with. Man, I hate this song so
Happy
much.
3rd of July. Happy 4th of July Eve to everybody out there.
Yes.
I do love 4th of July.
Leave your milk and cookies out for Captain America.
Have you seen everybody is all upset about people filming their fireworks and then posting their videos? And everybody's like, nobody cares about your fireworks. Stop filming your fireworks.
That's true. Like, I don't care, but like, it doesn't bother me. Like, you know what? Here's the thing that people forget. Like, if there's something on social media that bothers you, you can do this thing with your thumb where you just kind of scroll past it.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to be like upset about it.
Yeah, you don't even have to think about it.
Yeah, just like, you know, it's like back in the day, we always had that like crazy neighbor that you'd run into in the supermarket, and he had all these weird conspiracy, would say weird stuff, and everybody would be like, haha, that's old Billy Bob over there. It's getting weird again, and everybody just laugh at him. Mm-hmm. But now Billy Bob goes online and says something, and everybody's like, how dare he? Like, come on, we never gave this guy a time of the day back in the day. Why are we worried about it now just because he said it online?
He's the town drunk.
Yeah, he's Otis, the town drunk.
Everybody knows that in the 70s he melted his brain with meth. Like, stop listening to him.
Don't take him seriously. How about this? Just ignore him. There's a mute button. There's a block button. Just don't listen to him.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyway. All right, so you dropped a doozy of a tease before we went to break.
Yeah.
Gather around the radio, folks.
Yeah, I think McKay Hillstead right now is your starting quarterback at BYU. And I would say right now.
Yeah.
Because I do think that it is going to be a three-man race. Obviously, it's going to be a three-man race. It's going to be wide open. But I think we can really start to put the Band-Aid on the wound that Jake Retzlaff is gone. And now you move on. And you look at the quarterbacks that you got. And it is a three-man race. One guy has 2 years of eligibility, Trayson Bourget. One guy has 3 years of eligibility, McKay Hillstead. One guy has 4 years of eligibility, Bear Bachmeier. They all come from athletic families. Trayson Bourget, his brother just finished up 4 years of being a quarterback at Arizona State. Never became the starter, but he was there for a lot of years. His brother is still there as a receiver. So there's 2 Bourgets that were on Arizona State's roster last year. I think one comes back this year. But it's an Arizona State family, and he is a Western Michigan transfer?
Yeah.
He's a transfer, and he's got D1 experience. Okay, so and he's 6'2", and he goes about 200, 210 pounds.
Good size.
Good size kid. Bear Bachmeier, he's a Stanford transfer. And something that you and I were texting about, and something that I actually mentioned, I was on with the BYU TV guys this morning. So Hank Bachmeier, until I was doing the research this morning, because I was looking at Bachmeier film, his high school film.
Yeah.
And came across that Hank was his brother, and I'm like, oh, geez. There's good and there's bad with Hank.
Hank had some good moments at Boise, and he had some really dud. Remember, they benched him. And that's when they got hot a couple of years ago.
They did. They benched him. And he did have a 3,000-yard season with Boise State. And then he ends up transferring to Louisiana Tech, and then he left Louisiana Tech for Wake Forest. So, he ended up at 3 different schools. And one of my points of criticism and interest is Bear has been out of high school for a year, and he's already on his second school. So what I look at is, all right, make the decision now. Because let's say you're 2 weeks into camp, and you haven't broke the 2 deep. How do you handle it?
Transfer.
Are you a fighter or are you a quitter?
Well, this day and age, people are quitters.
Kids quit.
Yeah.
And they leave and they move on. And it's like, no, you've got to make that decision up now. Is you is or is you ain't a part of this BYU football team? Make your mind up.
I want Kalani to put that on a placard.
Is you is.
Put that, is you is.
Or is you ain't.
Or is you ain't part of BYU football.
Which, by the way, one of the more legendary movies ever made that I've probably watched 15, 20 times.
Why am I spacing this? What is this?
Kind of a musical.
Is you is or is you ain't?
Same writer as Fargo.
Oh, the George Clooney.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you now. What is that? Why am I spacing the name of that? Anyway, I know a movie you're
Where,
talking
brother,
about.
art thou?
Yes, thank you,
brother.
Dwight.
Oh, brother, where art thou?
Yeah.
But he's got to make his mind up. Because you're going to have as much of a fight in this camp that you'll ever have. And it's going to be real disappointing when somebody says to you, hey, you're running with the threes today. What do you mean I'm running with the threes? I transfer for Stanford. You lose your starting quarterback. How am I not getting one opportunities? Well, we've got 2 guys with Division I experience. Both these guys have played in a Division I game. And so today you're running with the threes. Then he comes back the next day and he's like, okay, ran with the threes. What are we doing today? You're with the threes again. I'm with the threes. What's your attitude? How do you handle it? What's your mentality? And what I would suggest to him, because I was watching film and he's got all the tools and he's big and he can stand in a pocket and he can throw off his foot. Like he's good. If you can stand strong, weather the storm, and watch your attitude and not transfer, there's a chance. But, it's going to be a tough battle. I think when they report, it'll be McKay Hillstead's job to lose. I think Trace Bourget will be number 2. And I think Bear Bachmeier is going to have a fight on his hands. And I just want to see, how do you fight? Because today's kid doesn't fight much.
Well, they don't want to. And frankly, you've got 3 guys that are vying for the job that have left programs.
That's why I will always – there's a few reasons why I will always hold Cam Rising in high regard.
Yes. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Now, granted, he left Texas, but Kyle kept recruiting over the top of him.
He did. 3 times. Did everything he could to supplant him. And he just kept fighting, and then he won you a couple Pac-12 championships. Why? Because he fought. When you fight, it makes the whole occasion more worth it. The harder something is, the more memorable and the more worth it is. It's like you walk in and they give it to you, and then you just kind of like, oh, I got it. Or you walk in, you grit your teeth, and you say, I will not stop fighting until it's mine. If it takes 2 years, if I gotta wait longer than Trace and Bourget, if I've got to outweight McKay Hillstead, I've got 4 years. 4 years of eligibility. It might move to 5.
I think it will.
It's going to probably move
5
to 5.
to play 5.
So he'll probably end up with 5 years of eligibility. Well, wait. Fight it out. Look for your timing. Because that's my only criticism of the kid. Is he's already moved 1 school, and this is a moving society. And well, I guess all 3 of these guys have already moved schools. But, I'm looking at this young kid who he's not even on a field yet. Not even really time for Stanford to look. Now, Stanford loses their coach, and they didn't even have a coach, and they're bringing in Andrew Luck to try to manage spring ball. And, yeah, the whole thing was really ugly. So I understand why you want out of Dodge. I don't know how committed Stanford is in the ACC to football anymore. I feel like the days of Jim Harbaugh, Stanford football, and
might be in the rearview mirror.
David Shaw, Stanford football is probably behind us. I think Stanford's going to suck. for a while.
Yep.
But you don't want to say that too loud because BYU plays them out of the gates. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Kid comes from Stanford, and you've got him, I think, game 2 of the year.
The season can't get here fast enough.
It wouldn't suck to see him on the field against his old team. That'd be kind of fun. I just don't expect it.
And that's the thing. I think a lot of us, maybe it's because Bachmeier got here just a few months ago, and we've known about Hillstead for a while. But to me, it's always been Hillstead, Bachmeier. Bourget is a guy that kind of has been flying under the radar that you pointed out multiple times. Do not overlook this kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, with the family athleticism, with his D1 experience, there's no reason why. And in fact, he's probably like, yeah, I'll fly under the radar, and I'll kick all your butts when we come to camp.
Yeah. Nowadays, the other thing I have to try to take into consideration but know nothing about is who's being paid more.
Unfortunately, that's a big part of this, too.
Yes, it is. So if you follow the dollar signs, oftentimes you're going to find the result of the depth chart. Because people don't pay a lot of money to see a guy sit on a bench. People pay those NILs because they're like, hey, make sure that I get some type of return on this, right? Wink. Make sure this kid is giving me some type of ROI, and I'll be looking for him, right?
Right.
Right. Yeah. Wink. Okay.
I mean, we've already heard rumblings of that happening throughout the state. Now, whether or not that's true or not, but I'll say this, like if I'm a guy that ponied up big money for a particular quarterback and that quarterback's not on the field, I'm not only mad at him, I'm mad at the coaches. I'm like, hey, guess what? This kid keeps posting on Instagram pictures of him driving this nice pimped out vehicle that I paid for, and he's taking his girlfriend on trips to Hawaii, which I'm essentially paying for. I want him to see him out on the field. Well, he's not healthy. He says he's not ready. I don't care. Get him out on the field. Well, he's struggled a little bit. Well, how are we going to find out if he's any good if you don't play him? Get him out on the field. That's a whole nother level of accountability. Coaches are like, geez. Because the coaches aren't the ones paying him. It's these collectives. Now, eventually that's going to change, but.
And I do want to mention, I don't know what the hierarchy of payment in the quarterback room is for BYU right now.
Well, if you just go by, usually the guy you get last is the guy that is getting the most money. And so by that rationale, I would think Bachmeier is probably getting the most.
Okay, I would maybe think that, but they did get Bear Bachmeier and his brother before the Jake Retzlaff news hit the office.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I kind of feel like he was more of a last minute, hey, we might need a fourth kind of throw in. I have not found even one hint, and I think I would have. I have not found one hint or one clue that they had a heads up on it, that they knew that this was coming, and that's why they brought Hank in. Otherwise, I would go to your scenario 100%. I'd say, oh, yeah, they paid him because they were desperate and knew Jake was on his way out. I think that they were like, yeah, Hank, your brother combo, yeah, we got room. We'll make some room for you. We'll see how you guys do.
That's a good point. All right, 12:48, what you may have missed coming up next. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union can help you in whatever financial scenario you might find yourself in. Maybe you want to start a business, you need a good business loan. You sit down with one of their representatives, and they're going to help walk you through all the different options that you've got. When I say representatives, how about that? Kind of some old school thought actually staffing a brick and mortar, putting good people in there with good information. When you walk in and you say, hey, I'd like to talk to somebody about a HELOC, a home equity line of credit, or I'd like to talk to somebody about a business loan, well, they're going to walk you in an office. They're going to give you the information you need. America First Credit Union. They help you in so many different ways, whether it's just your standard bank account, a business bank account, a business loan, or anything even up to getting a mortgage for a home. They're going to find a way to help you. America First Credit Union. You can start at americafirst.com. You'll find the location, 116 of them to choose from. You'll find the location in your neighborhood, and they're going to help you through at americafirst.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you all having a tremendous day today.
All right, so really quick, what you may have missed. If you're betting on competitive eating, do you have a serious gambling issue?
It's a little bit of a problem, yeah.
The odds have been placed for Joey Chestnut's return to the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest coming up tomorrow. He's looking for his 17th belt. And remember, last year he did not compete because They had the whole tiff.
Oh, yeah. There was something. What was that?
He was endorsing something.
Oh, that's right. Like a vegan dog or something like that.
Yeah, Nathan's didn't like it, and then they headbutted. Well, Nathan's called him and begged and cried because he's the Caitlin Clark of competitive eating.
The Michael Jordan, the Caitlin Clark, the star.
He's the
People
star.
are lining up to watch.
Yeah, and Nathan's saw that when Joey's not there, everything plummets. You ready for the over-under? Let me give you his numbers first.
Okay.
And then you can set the over-under. So this is his return debut. He's already made the comments that he wants to sink his competition. Back in 2021, he ate 76.
Okay.
In 2023, which was his last competition, he ate 62.
Wow. We went from 76 to 62?
Yeah, he coasted. Remember in 2023, he was about 25 hot dogs ahead and was like, Now, he's made the comment that he wants to sink the competition so everybody thinks he's going to go hard in the paint. Or I guess hard on the hog.
There you go.
But Vegas does have the line set. Would you like to take a shot at it?
I go 71.5.
That's exactly what it is.
71.5?
You really didn't look?
No, I didn't look.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I'd looked, I would have. Whoa.
71.5.
Yeah, if I'd looked, I would have said like 72.5.
If I had $20 million at my disposal right now, I'd put it on the under.
Really?
Yes. 1,000%. There's no way he goes over 71. No way. He's going to be in the mid-60s, 64-ish, 65-ish. That's a far cry from 72.
I'll take the over.
On the 71.5?
Yeah. Avatar?
You want to do an Avi?
Because apparently that doesn't matter anymore.
Why?
Because I've never had to pay up on the last one.
Oh no. You will. We'll get to it. Do a 2-for-1?
Double or nothing?
Do a double or nothing? I'd take
Let's
it.
do 2 for 1.
For
1.
You really take the over?
Yeah, I'm going to take the over. If he seems motivated, like I think he's angry.
He is mad at Nathan's.
And he's mad at the world, and people are talking about retirement. He's like, I'm not retiring. I'm going to do this as long as I can.
They're expecting over 7 figures to be bet on this.
Yeah, I'll take the over. Let's do a 2 for 1, Abby.
Okay, done. Done and done. The competition goes down tomorrow.
So if he goes 72 tomorrow, I still have to do the Abby from the previous bet.
And add one.
And no, if he goes over, then I win because I'm taking the over.
Oh, yeah.
So I still have to do mine, and then you have to do one.
Yeah, I'll do that.
If he goes under the 71.5, you get to pick 2.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down for that. All right, Hans and Scotty. Josh is with us. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. So I got a call. Jake's out celebrating. You know that dude's going to lose a finger or two playing with fireworks. That's just inevitable with him.
I'll take the over on that one.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'll take the over.
On the eating?
No.
On the fingers lost by Jake.
Yes, definitely.
If I put fingers lost by Jake at 1.5 over the weekend, you're probably
yeah, I'd take the over on that one for sure.
It does feel like every time he's got some free time.
He keeps getting the amount of fireworks keeps growing, and the fireworks keep getting bigger. So, yeah, I'll take the over on that.
Well, yeah. And the last time he had a day off, there was trouble.
Yeah. So, trouble seems to find a way to find him. All right, so let's I threw out some 0%.
Yes.
And it's Jake that's buying it down to 0%. Yep. So walk us through this.
We're the only Mazda dealership doing that right now. We're going to do 0% on most of our vehicles for 63 months. 1.9 for 72 months on most of all of our vehicles. So, yeah, it's a big deal, and it's a lot of money. It's a chance for you guys to come down and first of all, if you haven't checked out a Mazda, you owe it to yourself to come down and test drive and look at what Mazda brings to the table, because what they're doing is incredible. They build a great car, very reliable, dependable, fun to drive, and you owe it to yourself to come down and take a look at Mazda.
You mentioned Mazda's getting super aggressive, not just with that, but also the lease options. And right now, if somebody comes down and takes a look at those PHEVs, the 70 or the 90, you can save, tens of thousands of dollars.
Yes, right now we're going to take $10,000 off, but if you come in today, I'll do $12,000 off on a 70 or 90 PHEV right now.
And those are essentially,
$12,000.
$12,000.
You heard that right.
My wife drives a 90. She's getting with that hybrid. Now remember, that's third row, and she's hauling a lot of stuff around, a lot of kids and all kinds of stuff. She's getting in the 40s and 50s in miles per gallon because of that hybrid.
Cars. Yeah. They're a lot of my salespeople here drive them. They love them. They plug them here at work. They don't even use gas.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really is. So come by, take advantage of that. Remember, the $12,000 is today only. And look, if you're bored tomorrow, you guys are open tomorrow.
We are open tomorrow. A lot of our competitors are going to decide to take the day off. We're not. We'll be here slinging cars, having fun. We'll probably get out the barbecue and, have some hot dogs, maybe our own little challenge here.
That was Jake's call, wasn't it? He's like, you guys aren't getting the day off. Get your butts in here to work. I love it,
We
man.
actually have a lot of fun, though. So,
I'm sure.
Yeah, we do. We have a lot of fun. Like I say, we'll bring out the barbecue or bring out the hot dogs. And like I said, we're going to have our own over and under who can eat the most hot dogs here.
I love it. Get on down here. It's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Now, remember, those deals are only going to be at this location. That's 0%. That's because Jake himself is buying that down to 0%. Nobody else is doing that. Just this location, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, here on the Zone. And right now, what better way to celebrate than to give away some tickets, too. I got RSL versus St. Louis City coming up Saturday at America First Field, July 5th. You want those tickets? Call number 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, boop, boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Look, kids, I know that you've had everything given to you your whole life, but when the NBA draft comes around, I don't care where you say you want to be, no one cares. And you know who really doesn't care? Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge will pick you, all right? The draft that the Jazz had was basically, and maybe I'm seeing it through, what is the color scheme nowadays for the Jazz?
Purple color glasses, I think.
I look at it and I go, all right, maybe we look at it through that. We won't really know, but everybody looking at this thing has to look at Utah and go, man, they had a pretty darn good draft.
I don't hear anybody nationally, these people that cover the draft every year, say anything negative about this. I think there's been a lot of positive feedback. I've heard some say the Jazz got two of the best tough shot makers in the draft. Ace Bailey was supposed to be third minimum. The Jazz just got that kid in number 5.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number 1.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A long, long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. And I knew if I had my chance that I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. But February made me shiver with every paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's the 4th of July holiday coming up, which means everybody's just sitting back, not doing anything. Not this guy. Steve Bartle breaking down Utah football, getting ready for Media Day, getting ready for camps. He joins us now, Ute Insider for KSLSports.com. Steve, how are you?
Hey, Steve.
I'm doing good, fellas. Good to be back on with you guys.
Always good to catch up with you. You got big plans this weekend?
No, I'm going to enjoy the weekend with Kendra and Miles and hang out with the family and then because then we get to travel down to Frisco, Texas on Monday and get after it. So I'm just going to enjoy it and relax a little bit.
So, Steve, take us through your thoughts, man. First year of the Big 12 and now coming out of that first year and getting ready for second year fall camp. What do you think they learned, and what are some of your expectations of how they fight through some of the tough things they fought through and get better and finish the top of that conference like they want to?
Yeah, I think the lesson they learned is health is really, really important, and that's been an ongoing lesson apparently, the last 2 seasons. But this is a really competitive league in the Big 12, and when you look at Utah's outcomes last season, they finished 5-7 with the 7-game losing streak, and a lot of those losses came in the fourth quarter in those final minutes. And when you go back and you rewatch the games, for Utah fans, it's a pretty painful experience. And yet you see Utah was in it till those final moments in a number of those games, and it came down to a handful of plays, going the wrong way. And so I think, for Utah, getting the opportunity to sort of reset this offseason, particularly on the offensive side of the ball by bringing in Jason Beck, bringing in Mark Atuaya and Micah Simon, who have brought just a tremendous energy to that offensive side of the ball, bringing in Devin Dampier and remaking that offensive side. I think Utah wants to get back to playing complementary football because we learned last year Utah's defense, even despite the offensive struggles and being on the field a lot, that Utah's defense is still really good. It finished top 20 in a number of different metrics. And so I think Utah made it a point this offseason to find an offense that can be a bit more user-friendly, particularly for the skill positions, because, with the way that college football has evolved with the transfer portal and Utah brought in a number of guys last year that were supposed to be, impact players, but they struggled with the offense, picking it up and the scheme and all of that. I think having that and having a more friendlier offense for the skill positions is going to allow this offense to kind of hit the ground running, especially with Devin Dampier and his experience in it. So, this is a very tough, competitive league, and it's going to come down to the final moments in a number of these games this season. So I think Utah's learned, some good lessons, and I think they're going to be they're going to have a much better feel for what this league is all about going into 2025.
I was reading the Godfather magazine, Phil Still, and Phil's actually got Utah picked second in the Big 12 for this upcoming season. For a team that had a losing record, why should Utah fans be super optimistic about what the possibilities for this team is this year?
Yeah. Like I just kind of laid out, it came down to a number of possessions in the final moments, a lot of one-score games, and there were plays that Utah could have made that would have swung the results in a couple of games, and so when you boil it down, obviously you look at 5-7, you look at the 7-game losing streak, and it feels like Utah may have fallen off a cliff, but they haven't. Again, it comes down to a handful of plays being the difference between 5-7 and 7-5, 8-4. So Utah feels good, and with the changes that they've made on the offensive side of the ball, particularly by bringing in Devin Dampier and Jason Beck, and Dampier having, the command of the offense that he does, that's sort of a leg up where, you consider kind of the volatility of transfer quarterbacks in the past where they've come in and it's kind of hit or miss in how well they're going to pick up the offense. Devin Dampier doesn't have to worry about that because he played in this offense last year. So having that confidence and the command of the offense is going to be good for him and good for the offensive side of the ball. And then, with what Utah has in place along the offensive line with Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu, those guys are the headliners and going to be the big reason for Utah's success up front. But Utah has 3 really experienced interior linemen beside them as well. And Tanoa Togiai, Jaron Kump, and Michael Mokofisi, those guys are going to be that unit is going to be the key for Utah this season. And so that's another reason why you should feel a lot more optimistic about Utah going into the season than what maybe 5-7 and a 7-game losing streak would suggest. There are a lot of good pieces, and again, with the defense and what they return on that side of the ball, that defense, that unit is going to be good again this year as well.
So I want to help Utah fans kind of better understand who Devin Dampier is, because his passing yards are one thing, 58% completion and 2,800 yards passing, 12 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. His rushing was a whole other level of beast. And if you were to just put it into terms of Big 12 running backs, all right, let's just go Big 12 running backs from last year, he would check in at number 6 as a quarterback in terms of rushing, just below Devin Neal at 1,266 yards. He would check in with 1,166 yards. And his 19 rushing touchdowns from last year would rank third in the Big 12 in rushing touchdowns. That's in running. That's in terms of running backs, quarterbacks, everybody considered. So his ability to run in the Mountain West Conference was significant. Steve, as you look at it with Coach Beck coming in here into the Big 12 and what you know of Big 12 backers and defenses, do you expect that type of rushing presence in this Utah offense this year?
I do, and maybe not to the 1,100 yards and 19 touchdowns, because I do think Wayshawn Parker is going to, be a bigger factor than the running backs that Beck had at New Mexico. But I still think that is going to be a really prominent factor in this offense and in its success. Like, that is what makes Devin Dampier so special, is his ability with his legs. And it's not like he's gaining a lot of yardage, a lot of empty yardage where it's 3rd and 12 and he picks up 10 yards and you look at it's 10-yard gain, but it's empty yardage because you failed to convert the 3rd down. When you look at the actual value of his yardage and the first downs that he gained, I think he led the conference in first downs individually on the ground. When you look at advanced metrics like EPA, he led the country in EPA per rushing attempt, and that sort of it's expected points added. It sort of adds value to a ball carrier's yardage. He led the country in that metric by a pretty comfortable margin. So, he's bringing a lot of value. It's not just empty yardage, and I think that's kind of the big key is, when you watch him, and I think what really stands out as I've watched film on him and watched games, this past season, the more you watch him, the more you appreciate his presence on the field because, New Mexico, even against, Arizona, Auburn, and Washington State and some of the tougher competition in the Mountain West, even against those games, New Mexico avoided 3-and-outs. The offense stayed on the field and were able to put together drives in large part because of what Dampier was doing as a passer and runner. And I think having that to complement the defense this year is going to do a lot of good for Utah football and turning this ship around. So the more you watch Dampier, the more you appreciate him because the offense is just on the field a lot, eating a lot of clock, and just being a positive factor in these games.
I go back to the game that I called when Utah State played New Mexico, and Devin and New Mexico got off to a pretty horrid start in that game, and Utah State was up 31-15 and end up losing that game like 50-45 because as soon as Dampier threw 3 interceptions, threw a couple early, but then as soon as he settled in, like I think the last 6 drives ended in touchdowns for New Mexico. Once he settled in and once he felt comfortable and once he figured things out, and a lot of that goes to Coach Beck as well, they got it dialed in, and they were unstoppable at a certain point. And I know Utah State's defense isn't Big 12 defenses, but you saw on display that when he gets things figured out and the coaches around him get things figured out, he's tough to stop, man. And I think it's a huge get for Utah. I think he's going to be really fun to watch. And when it's all said and done, Hans went through, and I thought he did a masterful job on this yesterday, the amount of quarterbacks that are returning in the Big 12 that had significant starts, that played really well in Big 12 football last year. There's a lot of quarterbacks back, but I really think Devin Dampier will be in the top third of the quarterbacks in this conference before it's all said and done.
Yeah, Scott, I'm with you there. Like I put together my own QB ranking a couple weeks ago, and I got a lot of feedback on that ranking because I think I had Devin Dampier 6 in that ranking, but I value the individual impact that he has on the game. And, I did my best to watch at least a couple games of every quarterback in the conference, at least the top 12, with some of these other programs and their situations and having new quarterbacks and not having a lot of film on them, I tried to watch at least 2 games for every quarterback and just felt like Devin Dampier's individual impact was significant enough to warrant him being placed 6th in my own ranking. And so, like, I'm with you there. I think just his presence, his ability to impact games with both his arm and his legs is going to be a really positive, impact for Utah this year. And I think the word you said there was fun. And I think, for Utah fans, that is a word that you want to hear, is fun, because the last 2 seasons have not been fun. It's been a grind. It's been kind of grueling. And so, having an entertaining product, I think, is an exciting term for Utah fans to hear.
So you said you put him at 6. I'm curious, did you put him above or below Avery Johnson with Kansas State?
I put him below. So I still like so I had it Sam Levitt number 1 because I thought, he did the best in terms of individually impacting games. When you go back, you watch him, he picked up a lot of third downs with his legs, with his athleticism, right? And he protected the ball. He did a lot to maximize Arizona State's ability on the offense side of the ball. Obviously, Scattaboo was the engine, but I thought Levitt was a real difference maker for them last season. I had Sawyer Robinson number 2 because you come in and you go on a 6-game winning streak, and it's largely due to you and your arm. That's significant. I had Avery Johnson 3rd. I think, last year being his first season as a starter, there were obviously some ups and downs, some learning moments, and yet he still did a lot of the individual impact stuff with his legs, with his arm, making, really impressive throws. I put him 3rd. So that was my top 3. And then I think I had Rocco Beck at 4 and Josh Hoover at 5. So that was my top 5.
I'm curious, just looking at the recruiting world, and you've got Jaron and Keenan Pula, who just committed to Utah, and you tweeted out that right now it looks like Utah may be in the driver's seat for Celeste Moa. Talk about how Utah's done on the recruiting front and how things are looking, because based on that, it looks like they're doing quite well.
Yeah, it's been a productive month for Utah on the recruiting trail, and they're putting sort of the final polish on those efforts. This week it seems like they're gaining momentum with their top prospects. So earlier this week, we saw 4-star offensive tackle Kelvin Obot announce his commitment to Utah. He committed to Utah over Michigan, Nebraska, and Oregon. And when you think of offensive linemen, you think of offensive tackles, Michigan and Oregon are 2 of the prominent programs when it comes to that position. And Utah was able to beat them out for who they believe is the best of the bunch in terms of offensive tackles. He's working under Jordan Gross, who's his head coach at Fruitland High School up there in Idaho. He's going to come in prepared and ready to go and sort of follow in the footsteps of Spencer Fano and Caleb Loam, who was an instant impact offensive lineman. So it started on Tuesday by picking up that commitment from Obot. And then just before I hopped on with you guys, the Pula twins, Jaron and Kennan, both announced their commitment to Utah. And that was one that came together pretty quietly. But Utah was able to bring them in for an official visit that final weekend of the month, and were able to get them to back off of their commitment to UCLA and now announce their commitment to the Utes. And so to add those 2, right, they're dynamic athletes. Jaron is a dynamic receiver, and Kennan offers a little bit of 2-way versatility where he could play wide receiver. He could end up at safety and be really good there as well. And then, trending now pretty positively, Utah's quietly sort of grabbed hold of that top spot for Celeste Moa in his recruitment. And he's got Michigan, he's got Tennessee and Washington that have made a big push for him as well. But it's the Utes currently on top, and it feels like it's a matter of days before that becomes official. But Utah's in a good place for him right now, and so we wait for his commitment. But that is a really solid few commitments there for Utah, landing Obot and Moa, and they've done a good job of building the foundation of their class this year. They've added 13 commitments prior to the Pulu twins announcing today, and now adding those two to the mix. That's really going to help Utah's class in terms of the team rankings, where they started earlier this week, ranked 69th in the country. They'll now land somewhere in the 40s, and if and when they add Moa to that list as well, they'll jump again probably another 10 spots or so and end up close to top 30 status in terms of their class and where it stacks up in the country.
Last thing for me, Steve, give me Utah's leading wide receiver in terms of yardage and Utah's leading receiver. I'll leave that open to tight end, wide receiver, whatever, a running back, lead receiver in terms of receptions.
Ooh, okay. So I'm going to go with Tobias Merriweather as the leading receiver in yardage. He was the big spring portal window addition for Utah. He has all the qualities that you want in a wide receiver one. He's just been dinged up and injured, and that's sort of the risk and that you have to take if you're Utah to bring in a player of his potential, right? He's 6'5", he's 200 pounds, he's got that lean frame, long, wiry frame. He's got the athleticism and speed to be a threat both in the intermediate and vertical areas of the passing game, and that's going to be kind of the big thing for Utah with him. Is Utah wanted to add another outside vertical threat, and that's Merriweather. So I look at him as the leading candidate to lead the team in yardage. But in terms of receptions, man, you could go a number of different ways, because I do think Utah's slot receivers and their tight ends are going to be reception merchants. They're going to be guys that get those little quick screens and create after the catch. And so you look at a handful of guys like a Creed Whittemore, a Mana Carvalho, a Ryan Davis, a Hunter Andrews. Those guys are all going to be in the mix to lead the team in receptions. I'm going to go with Ryan Davis as the guy. Given the chemistry that he has with Devin Dampier coming from New Mexico, he's kind of your prototypical slot, your Wes Welker type, where he's not the most athletic, but he's technically sound and he has the chemistry with the quarterback. So that's who I think could lead the team in receptions, Ryan Davis, and then Merriweather leading the team in yardage. But that's all going to come together in fall camp. There's a lot to learn with that wide receiver room between now and the start of the season.
Well, we appreciate your time, Steve. Enjoy your holiday, and look forward to catching up again here soon.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on. Enjoy your 4th. And next time you guys are out there at Kenny J's, man, make sure to send me a text, and we'll chop it up out there.
Let's go. Love it, man. We'll make it happen for sure.
Appreciate it.
That's Steve Bartle, Ute Insider for KSLSports.com.
So Devin Dampier's lead wide receiver at New Mexico went for about 900 yards, and he was a 5'10" little scat slot receiver named Luke Wysong.
Mm-hmm. Really good receiver.
Yeah. It was small.
Yeah.
Built like Britton Covey.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my thought, too, is he was yardage and reception. My guess is, and Steve, I think Steve's right on the money, it's probably going to be a separate situation, but I think that Utah has found a couple wide receivers that they at least trust out of the portal.
Yeah. By the way, Wysong now playing for Arizona next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he get drafted?
No, transferred, University of Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Transfer portal guy. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. And the Southtown's important. It's on Automall Drive because Jake, Josh, and the crew are providing deals that you will only get here, like 0% financing.
That's right. We're the only Mazda dealership that's doing it. Come on down and see us. We've got 0% that we're going to be doing for 63 months on most of all of our cars, and 72 months for 1.9% on most of all of our cars. So come on down, take advantage of it. It's a big deal. It's a lot of money.
So the fact is it was not 0% from Mazda. Jake is buying it down to 0%. That's why it's only going to be available here.
Yep. Jake is saving everybody some money. So it's a great time to come on down and buy. I think it's a little crazy, but you know what? Hey, that's what I love about Jake. We're trying to drive some traffic in. Come down and see us. We're going to make you a fantastic deal. Come down and look at the Mazda product. The Mazda product's fantastic. If you haven't driven one, come down and say hi to us. It's a great place to buy a car.
I'm hoping people are grasping the magnitude of 0%.
Yeah, it's big. I wish I had 0% on my car.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, it is. It's big. Like you say, it's money right back in your pocket.
Thousands of dollars. Thousands.
And you were talking about some of the discounts that you've got, the ability to move right now with $12,000 with it?
Right now on our CX90 PHEVs and our CX70 PHEVs. So right now, I'm today only, I'm doing, if you come down and see us on one of those cars, I'm going to save you $12,000. $12,000 on it.
And that's the thing. There's so many different ways to get into a vehicle because, look, everybody's in a different situation financially, and you've been in this business for 30 years, so you've seen it all. So don't think that you're unique and like, oh, they can't do anything for me because I've got this or I'm dealing with this or whatever the case might be. Guess what? You've seen worse, and you can deal with anything.
Absolutely. I mean, you think about, sometimes people get in these bad situations where they owe way more on their car than it's worth, and, you have to put down $15,000 to get out of your car. I mean, $12,000, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That helps a lot of people out, and it's a great product.
And Jake's there's a game you can play here a little bit with your lease. If you crazy upside down, you get that into a lease, and then you can get out of it, and you're done.
That's what I'm talking about. You don't have to take out of your pocket $12,000, $15,000 to get you out of your car. Come on down. We'll take care of you.
I love it, man. Just give these guys a shot, man. They're going to make it work for you. And the Mazda is a great, great vehicle. I've got a couple in my garage. Hans drives them as well. You need to drive. I'm partial to the 5. Jake had me drive a 30 around a little bit, and I really loved it. But, man, I'd come back to that 5.
Yeah, we were talking about it today. I'm actually my wife is buying one today. It's coming in today. We're going to sign her up. It's the CX-5 Turbo. I love that car.
Oh.
She loves that car. We were talking about it just a little while ago.
I just couldn't walk away from it. It's my favorite vehicle.
They're so much fun to drive too, though. The fit and finish, they're super nice. But yet when you drive them, they're fun to drive.
But Jake loves the 50.
He loves the 50.
I know there's a lot of people out there that I think his wife drives a 90.
Yep, she drives the 90.
And so
he loves the 50. He can have any pick on the lot. He drives the 50. We love the 5.
Yeah.
It just, for us, it just fits a little bit better for us. But they're great cars, and they're fun to drive.
Moral of the story is you're going to find a vehicle that you're going to fall in love with, whatever that might be. It's right here available for you at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Now, remember, this is only in this location. There may be other Mazda dealerships out there. You're only going to get that 0% here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, Auto Mall Drive, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, if you start writing some unhinged letters,
Zodiac.
people are showing up at your door.
Yeah.
You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody.
No fly list.
Yeah,
Day
immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hans and Scotty get you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now, get the call, baby! Come on, let's go! Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
It is your top 60 and 60 watch list as we showcase some of the best talent in the state of Utah. Again, no countdown this year. We'll do the countdown at the end of the season where we'll rank all the best players in the state of Utah, but just impossible to do that with all the transfers this year. So we announce a member of the watch list. And today, Hans, there may be some issues at quarterback at BYU, but make no mistake, there's one guy who's anchoring the running back room for BYU.
LJ Martin was soft-spoken, but looking to be more of a leader. I've been really impressed with him being in uncomfortable situations, speaking out on the team, doing it in the media, which I don't think he really cares for all that much, but he understands the need for him to do it. And he's always been, anytime when there's been a challenge, he's always risen to it and met it. So having him, see him grow up as from a true freshman to what he is now, a seasoned veteran, that's just a personality really part of him. I'm seeing him grow and progress that way. But the game of football is becoming a lot easier for him. His vision has been amazing since he got here as a true freshman running for us, and his ability to break open big plays and break tackles. There's not a lot of people that can do what he does. That's why he's RB1. But he's his ability to do all the other things too: catch the ball out of the backfield, block and pass pro, block as a run blocker for the other ball carriers. He's willing to do whatever it takes, and has been really progressing nicely with becoming probably the most complete back we've had in a long time.
High praise for L.J. Martin. You know, when he first came in BYU and got a bunch of carries, I thought, okay, how good is he versus the fact that they really had nobody else to take the carries that first year. And you thought, okay, you know, he kind of got the job by default, and you wondered how much his numbers were inflated just because they had nowhere else to go with in terms of the running game. But over the last couple of years, he's really established himself as a high-level running back in this conference.
Yeah, as you go back a couple of years ago, and he's near 800 yards. And, you know, I think if he stays healthy, he just is a very usable piece. And now it just comes down to him staying healthy. He takes big hits, and he's a big body, so he'll deliver big hits. He's not afraid of contact. But I really do like L.J. Martin.
I like him a lot, and I'm excited to see how the year goes for him.
I should know this, but can you think of the last running back that BYU had that was a 1,000-yard running back?
I cannot, but give me 2 seconds, and I can see if I can pull that up for you here.
I'm just trying to think back to the last time BYU had a 1,000-yard back.
Algier in 21 had 1,600 yards.
Okay. So you've gone through 3 seasons without 1,000 yards. Algier was something.
I forgot how many yards. Wow. I forgot how great he was. 1,600 yards, 23 touchdowns, 123-yard average,
and
had 20 attempts a game.
He had back-to-back 1,000-yard years, wasn't he?
Yeah. In fact, he even had he went for 1,100 in the COVID year, in 11 games that year.
It would be nice to see L.J. Martin break the 1,000 barrier. I fully expect him to. I would put his over-under number at 1,100.
I mean, he was on pace for it last year. He played 10 games. Had he played the 13 games, he would have gotten there, just based on his average.
Been right on it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
I'm going to put him at I'm going to put the over-under at 1,050. That's where I'll put the over-under.
He and that's the thing. He averaged 13 attempts a game. Rapati averaged 8.5. If you bump up those carries, to 16, 17, that gets him there for sure.
Easy.
But the interesting thing is Moa. How many carries do you need to? How much do you need to feed that beast?
I think it'd be 75%, 25% representation.
Okay.
That's what I think it should be.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what it ends up being, but I'd go 75% L.J. Martin carries, 25% to Sione Moa.
The interesting part, too, the rushing attack at BYU is your second leading rusher last year, Jake Retzloff. Mm-hmm. And so he had 417 yards rushing last year.
Hey, I've seen a lot of people talking about McKay Hillstead's running ability. Yeah, that didn't exist at Utah State.
No. I mean, the running he did was for his life.
Yeah.
But they didn't use him a lot in the running game. And I don't know, with that size issue, if I would use him extent. Now, look, the kid can fly. Make no mistake. The kid is athletic, and I would use some level of that in a running game. But I would also be very careful with the kind of hits he takes.
Yeah. I would too.
So, I don't know. We'll see.
Jake just came in the door.
Looking fly as ever. Look at him. Rocking the van.
Jake, that is some patriotic logoing on your leg. And you just can't take a day off, can you? This is impossible for our guy, Jake.
No. Look, you can. He's going to show up.
Yeah, he's going to show up. But we've been talking a lot about the deals we got down here today. It is jam-packed. Jake, is it just impossible to take a day off?
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, I was in the neighborhood, so I'm like, I got to go swing by, say what's up to Hans and Scotty, make sure the message is getting delivered to everybody out there. So my wife is sitting in the car, and I guarantee she's not happy right now.
I love you for this. I love you for it. But you're buying people down to 0%.
Yeah, so listen, I'm going out on a ledge, and I'm doing things that nobody else is doing, and I don't know if they've told you, 63 months, Mazda's doing 1.9. I'm buying it down to 0% for you. 72 months, as low as 2.9%, or they're doing 4.9, and I'm doing as low as 2.9. I'm going to buy it down 2 percentage points regardless of what it is, and be able to put you into a vehicle basically at that 0% where, we haven't had that for a while. And so we're giving you guys every opportunity to come in and take advantage of this. Plus, we're going to throw thousands of dollars at the car as well. It's crazy. You know what I mean?
And nobody else is doing that. You're only going to get that here.
Correct. I'm doing it. I'm going to buy down the rate here at the store. That's not something Mazda's offering or any of the other Mazda stores offering.
You're just doing it.
I'm doing it. I'm going to do it because, first of all, I want to move as many cars as possible. Second of all, why not give you guys a better deal? And, come in and take advantage of that because nobody's doing it. So let's get it done.
Get it done. Thanks for stopping by, Jake.
Absolutely, fellas.
We
Thanks.
love you.
Don't get in trouble with the wife, okay? Come on. That's not worth it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's sneak in Good, Bad, the Ugly real quick.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Hans and Scotty, it's your good, it's your bad, it's your ugly. Brought to you by the good folks at RGS Exteriors. Tim and the crew ready to help you out. You want to do a quick fix to your rain gutters, or you need a complete overhaul to the outside of your home? Guess what? RGS has got it covered. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Well, last night, a little history was made at Dodger Stadium. Hans, you're home away from home. As a Dodger fan, I know you're fired up about this. Clayton Kershaw now gets 3,000 strikeouts. Happened in the 6th inning last night. He needed 3 strikeouts to reach that number. He got 2 early, and then it took him a little bit longer to get to number 3,000. But he is the 20th pitcher in Major League Baseball history to reach 3,000 strikeouts, and only the 4th left-hander to ever do it.
Wish I could have been there for it.
I know.
I guarantee that place went bonkers. That's incredible. How long has Clayton Kershaw been doing this?
Lloyd, no snoring.
Oh, I was like, what? I wasn't sure if you had a mic sitting by your seat or something.
Yeah, I know, right?
That was
and maybe that's what Lloyd was trying to hint at too.
Yeah, could be.
I could see him going either way there.
How long has Clayton Kershaw been pitching?
That's a great question. I don't know. Lloyd, how long has he been just wrecking
How
your
long has he been
Padres?
losing? How long has he been, putting up stats and losing? Oh, he's been doing that for quite a while.
Well, he's got
In fact,
ring.
last night, they were actually losing, 4-2. I don't even know if he got the win. I was like, this is so classic Kershaw. Gets his 3,000th win and loses.
Get a load of this guy.
Why are you doing this?
The guy is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Out of this?
I'm not getting anything out of this.
He came into the league in 2008.
37 years old. Huh.
Pitching lights out. And the last thing he needs is Lloyd Cole coming down. I don't like this.
Raining on that parade.
It's terrible.
I'm sure he really cares.
What a shame. What a shame.
Just stick to your Red Sox, okay? Stick to your Green Monsters. Stay away from the Dodgers now.
Hey, look, Red Sox hurt me when they traded out Devers.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
he is terrible. He is so bad with the Giants right now.
See, now Lloyd's ticked off about that because you gave a bad player to the
Dude,
to the Giants.
I'm being serious. He's got 21 strikeouts since joining them. I think he just barely had his first RBI.
Well, maybe that says more about your Giants than it does him.
That's exactly it.
He was a good player until he showed up to
They're
your
not
place.
swinging the bat for him.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're not treating him right.
Guarantee that's the case. That's what I've heard. That's the rumor.
That's the rumor out there.
That's the word.
All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Yeah, this is a sad deal. WNBA goes down. They've got their Commissioner's Cup championship, which nobody really knows anything about. But Red Panda, who's the greatest halftime act in NBA history,
the best,
was out on the floor, and her wheel went out from under her. Now, if you haven't watched the Red Panda, she rides a unicycle, and her unicycle is 15 feet high. So she's 15 feet up in the air. The wheel goes out from under her, and she comes down. First thing that hits is her palm, and she grabs her wrist. They end up helping her off the court. They exit her out of the arena in a wheelchair and then into an ambulance. Reports now that Red Panda, whose name is actually wrong, Crystal New, is okay. She will recover, but she's in her 50s.
Yeah. And it was described as a severely fractured wrist.
Yeah, it's a bad fracture. I don't know if she ever gets back to doing her bowl and cup routine, but what she does is completely insane.
And she does it on college basketball, the NBA front. She is a treasure. And I want her to open up a GoFundMe, because she could retire, and she should retire, frankly.
I want you to text one of your insiders.
Yeah.
And just ask them what she gets paid per halftime performance. I'd be so curious. Do you think it's over $3,000?
I would say that's probably the number. That sounds about right.
Because let's say it's $3,000, and let's say she's able to do 100 of those a year. That's a good income.
Now remember, she's on the road the whole time, so I mean, you got gas, you got there's probably a lot of living expenses because she's on the road, hotels. Maybe the teams cover that for her too. Who knows?
Oh, my math is so bad. If she gets paid $3,000 per performance and does 100 of those, that's $300,000. That's what I thought. That's
a good living right there.
That's $300,000.
I'm telling you, do the chin balance and go travel the country. Take you and Mama in a nice vehicle, whether you want to go RV or not, and I bet you could make $3,000 at NBA half. If that one schlub was doing it, and you're in way better shape than that guy and can do way better job than that guy.
Just simply balancing stuff on my chin.
That's all you got to do.
Oh, my gosh. The Red Panda's performance is so much more difficult than chin balancing.
Yeah. I would say level of difficulty, yeah.
You've got that. The other halftime performance that I love is that guy that does gymnastics with his chihuahua. Where the chihuahua climbs up on his shoe, and his chihuahua also shoots basketballs.
Yeah. There is, I don't even want to out the guy, but he was such a, he and his wife go around and they do this like magical thing where they rip,
the quick change?
The quick change.
Yeah.
And I was in a tunnel when they came off, and boy, they were just the meanest, angriest people I've ever been around.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Here we go. I do have somebody here. You're looking closer to 5K.
Red Panda.
Yeah.
Is actually the golden panda. What?
Yep.
I guarantee she can force feed 100 performances.
I bet she does.
Year.
I bet she does more than 100 too. And by the way, this person who is texting me said that this was at the collegiate level. She may command more at the NBA level.
The NBA level. Oh my gosh, Red Panda's making a mint. Now I got to figure out how much that chin balancing guy.
Find out how much chin balancing guy's making.
Whatever they're paying him, you're overpaying him.
Oh yeah, that dude, that was a joke.
He's a turd.
Yeah.
I'll balance the chin balancer on my chin while he's balancing whatever it is on his chin.
I don't know. That dude was rocking 3 bills. I don't know if you want any part of that.
Yeah. One slip and I'm eating the back end of a billy goat.
Yeah, you're going to think those railroad ties are light.
Yeah. Hans and Scotty, we'll take a break, come back. You know what? Normally we do whole world news, but today might be a little small hometown news day.
Yeah, it's time.
All right, Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined by Tim Lacombe.
You had to deal with honor code issues when you were coaching at BYU, obviously a high-profile one, and we just had a high-profile one.
I was curious to see how this one went down, just because things have shifted so much. Last Saturday, I was down in my guitar room. My wife yelled down, "Hey, someone's here to see you." In walked the new AD of BYU, Brian Santiago. We talked about the changes in college athletics. They definitely decided to be in the game, and I think a big part of that was they didn't want to be Vanderbilt of the Big 12. In this day and age, there's an opportunity to be above board with a lot of things. I guess what we learned is those honor code issues obviously still really important to BYU, and until that is changed, I think this is probably what we can expect on these high-profile situations.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
You can't get dust on your boots with your feet propped up, or feel the rumble of hooves with your volume up loud. The spirit of the West is wild, it's unbridled, and it's waiting for you at the Utah Days of 47 Rodeo. Saddle up for something you can't stream, live in moments you can't pause, and make memories that'll replay for years to come. July 22nd through the 26th, trade the sofa for the stands and join us for more than just a show. Get tickets at UtahDaysOf47Rodeo.com.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the SaveRight Realtor team at RealtyPath. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sell and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, SaveRight Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the SaveRight Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series Ludwig, starring David Mitchell,
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
and Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
What's up in Weezer down in Declo? What's up in Weezer down in Declo? What's up in Weezer? What's down in Declo? It's small hometown news.
Yes.
I wanted to take the headset off Brant. Brant didn't need to hear that.
Yeah, that was pre-Brant.
Yeah, Brant just looked at us like, what is going on?
That is our open for small hometown news, brought home by you there at the end.
Man, and I tried.
It's not falsetto, but it's pretty doggone close.
I gave it my best.
Yeah, you killed it, man.
Holy cow, I do love that song. Yeah, I wanted to do a little small hometown news. We just wrapped up the 72nd playing of the Old Time Fiddlers contest in Weezer, Idaho. Scotty,
how many? 72nd?
72nd.
Wow.
Started back in 1956, I think it was.
Holy smokes.
Or 57. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. But anyway, 72nd. And we've got ourselves a grand champion. And I thought I'd play a little snippet of it. She's incredible. And she blew the ceiling off the Weezer High School. And she took home $1,400.
Nice.
As your grand champion. And I'm going to hand it on over to the moderator.
Welcome to the stage, Jackie Seitz. Her accompanists are Ben, Darren, and Andy. The hoedown is Chuck in the Bush. The waltz is Midnight. The tune of choice for Jackie Seitz is New Comptown Races.
So that's your winner.
That's your winner. Oh, man. How good is that? So,
that was really good.
Okay, so I need to know for real.
I've heard a lot of renditions of Chuck in the Bush, but that's the first time I've heard that one, and that was way, way superior than anything I've heard.
No question. No question. And both you and I grew up listening to Chuck in the Bush.
Yes.
Like it's a mainstay in Idaho. Okay, can I get a ruling here? Because now this is my childhood. This is what I grew up, I mean, from birth until I left it when I was 18. This is what I grew up around. Hard fiddling, good guitar strumming, and, you know, blowing on an empty alcohol jug. Yeah, the old toot on the and attaching a 2x4 to an empty 5-gallon bucket and putting a string for the bass. Like that's what they do. That's the old time fiddler contest. Is this just nostalgia for me, or is that not?
That's great music.
Great music.
That's great music.
Okay.
Yes, I will have your back
you.
on that 800%.
Thank you. Because I think bluegrass is underrated, but I am going to make it a thing from now on to try to get back to Weezer, because I hear the grand champions. Luke Price is considered one of the greatest grand champions in old-time fiddler contest history. And I can remember hearing some replays of him and just thinking that is magical. What that guy is able to do on a fiddle with some accompanists is just magical. So, fiddler contest, you play 3 tunes. One's a hoedown. That's what you just heard there, Chuck in the Bush.
Oh, yeah.
One's a waltz, and then one is the tune of your choice. Now, the tune of your choice can't be a hoedown or a waltz.
Got to be outside of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's the judge criteria. It's old-time fiddling style, which you heard right there. The danceability, you've got the rhythm and the timing, and then the tone quality. Those are the things that you're judged on. And what's cool about this, to reduce the bias, the judges are all put in a room that's separate from the performers, so they can only hear the music.
Oh, that's great.
They can't see the performance.
So they can't be swayed by somebody's stage performance.
Yeah, because there's a lot of biases in the world of fiddling.
Okay, I see that.
But congratulations to the grand champion winner. Again, $1,400 prize to your grand champion. And this is considered one of the top 5 fiddling contests in the entire country.
There's 4 more of these.
Yeah. Yeah. But the one in Weiser is one of your. Yeah, there's hundreds of more. It's just the one in Weiser's
the granddaddy of them all. It's the
considered-
Rose Bowl of Fiddle Festival.
That's it. Yep, that is it.
I love it, man. I love that stuff. Hans and Scotty coming up next. The great Tony Jones. Little known fact, Tony Jones a big bluegrass fan too.
Well, we'll play some for him on the intro.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
It's going to be a hot one before you know it, and that means now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots, where your grass can use it. Use Revive in early summer. It's the protection your lawn needs to stay lush and green during the hot temperatures coming. With Revive, watering twice a week is like watering 4 times a week. You'll save water, you'll save money. Spread it, spray it. Use Revive now. It works.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Everyone knows that summer is made for fun. What are you doing for fun this year? Lagoon is Utah's home for summer fun and is now open daily. Don't miss out on all the fun and excitement you can only find at Lagoon. Purchase your season passport today and enjoy all the rides you love and Laguna Beach, Pioneer Village, and live entertainment all summer long. And don't forget, Frightmare's in the fall. See lagoonpark.com for information and to purchase your season passport today. Lagoon, now open daily.
Gentlemen, if you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit. A $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus, fix your ED and you'll also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic, real solutions, real results. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
That's right, yeah!
on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The great Tony Jones from The Athletic is expected to join us here momentarily. We'll talk some Utah Jazz with him as Summer League about to get underway, as we'll have games here in Salt Lake, and then everybody goes down to Vegas for what feels like a month and a half. Love it, man. Love Summer League. Love watching these guys in action, and this Jazz team should be a very fun Summer League team to watch as well. And now the question is, how much of this youth do you bring back? What's that? We'll go over the roster with Tony, see exactly what we're dealing with, and what to expect here in games in Salt Lake.
And what is your intention with Jusuf Nurkic?
Yeah.
What is your intention with Nurk?
What to do with Nurk?
What do you plan on doing with Jusuf Nurkic? And is everybody else safe, at least until the trade deadline? Trade deadline is going to be interesting, I think, this year.
Yeah. Yep.
Because I think that the Jazz will get to the deadline and be like, how many wins we got? How many wins do we have to have? I think they'll gauge it and probably make moves accordingly. I don't know. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know if the trade deadline is really going to force them to manufacture, but
could.
If you get to the trade deadline and you've put together 18 wins.
They're like, nope, can't have any of that.
You got a problem.
Yeah.
On your hands, because now you're looking at possibly getting to that 23 mark, 25 mark. Can't have that.
And it's not about picking number 1. It's making sure you don't pick number 9.
Well, the other thing is Austin Ainge did kind of push his chips to the middle of the table when he said, we won't be doing that.
Yeah.
He kind of pushed his chips in, which told us, okay, that's fine. You won't be manufacturing losses. That's fine. It just feels like his chips are in. So I think the trade deadline should be interesting as well.
Joining us now from The Athletic, NBA, Jazz writer, and overall good dude.
And handsome.
And handsome, excellent basketball player. Can write better with a half a keyboard than you can a full keyboard. It is Tony Jones. TJ, how you doing, man?
Hey, Tony.
I need more.
What are we looking at? 18? Are we looking at 19-inch pipes on those arms now?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? 19-inch pipes on the arms, the dimples, you know, and tell everybody that I can grow hair. I just choose not to.
Choose not to. There's a difference.
We've got 3 choosers here. 3 choosers are currently on the air.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'll give you a really good story. This is the defining Tony Jones story. So I was 25 years old. We were, I was living with roommates at the time. And so all of, my roommates, there were like 3 roommates. We all had girlfriends. All of our girlfriends were over. And so this is the defining Tony Jones story.
Okay.
There was a 6'7" dude that I played with in college, and we were kind of had too much to drink that night. And I looked at him, and I said, "Yo, you look like Sam Cassell."
And you got hit.
Oh, I had to fight hands. I had to throw my hands up.
At 6'7", when you call a guy Sam Cassell at 6'7", he's fighting.
Yeah, that's not going to go over
There
well.
was nothing left to talk about. Not only did I call him Sam Cassell because, we all had too much to drink, I called him Sam Cassell in front of everybody. And, the women were there.
Yeah, you can't do that in front of his girl, man. Oh.
How bad did it get? 6'7's a big old kid now.
I didn't win the fight.
I was going to say, who had more soda pops, the 6'7 or my guy Tony?
Yeah, he had more soda pops, and it took the rest of the house, the rest of the people who were actually in the house to get him off of me. It was so. From that moment on, I learned to kind of assess the situation before I said anything.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
I love it.
Unless you're on Twitter, because one thing I love about Tony on Twitter is not a lot of filters on my guy.
No, he'll go at you.
He'll get after you.
Well, I mean, listen, I had to fight a 6'7" Chris Robinson. I can deal with anything at this point.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's a good point.
Hey, Tony, I wanted to get your take. I guess we're going to go back a little bit, but what was your take on Austin Ainge's comment, "We won't be doing that," that really made the rounds in social media and nationally in terms of the Jazz not manufacturing losses?
The take was explained to me when I asked that very question that you just asked me, and the take was, we could either go out and try to improve the team, or we could go out and, just essentially go young for another year. But no matter what, we're going to let Will coach. We're going to let Lauri Markkanen play, and we're going to try to win as many games.
Okay.
The context of that is, if you make the team the 15th best team in the Western Conference, you can try to win as many games as you want. You're going to be the 15th best team in the Western Conference. So what you've seen from the Jazz over the last few days is they jettisoned Colin Sexton for nothing. I love Yusuf Nurkic, but, he's on the tail end. They've jettisoned, Jordan Clarkson for nothing. That was literally nothing, because that was a buyout. So you're likely – this is trending towards a young Utah Jazz roster. And we'll see. But the Western Conference is, at this point, it's amazing. So, if they go into the season with this roster, I mean, right now this is, I would probably say, the 14th or 15th best roster in the West, even if Lauri Markkanen plays 80 games, even if Walker Kessler and John Collins play 80 games. But, they'll play hard. They won't manipulate the lineups like they did last year. And they'll try to win, and we'll see how many games they can.
So I got to imagine this is a new era of the NBA with the aprons as well, because I don't think you have to kick in an extra second-round pick to move Colin Sexton 4 or 5 years ago. The middle class of the NBA seems to get pretty squeezed right now.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. And, that's basically why you see John Collins still on the roster. I mean, there's no trade market out there. And I think the Jazz, and this is my guess, I think the Jazz are like, hey, this is, John is a good player. Let's keep him. Let's play him. Maybe he has another, he flirts with another 50, 40, 90. And as an expiring contract, you can get off of him, maybe in February. But if the Jazz had their druthers, obviously Colin Sexton is already gone. Jordan Clarkson is already gone. And if they had their druthers, John Collins would be traded as well. But it's, like you said, Scotty, the middle class has been squeezed. Tim Hardaway Jr. just signed with the Denver Nuggets for a veteran's minimum. And he's a lot better a player than the veterans minimum. You have restricted free agents and, Jonathan Kuminga and Quentin Grimes out in Philadelphia, who, I can tell you through my sourcing, Quentin Grimes hasn't even gotten an offer from the Philadelphia 76ers as of yet, because it's such a buyer's market out there in terms of, GMs and players. And I don't think Daryl Morey sees the the wisdom and even extending an offer right now, because I think at the end of the day, he's going to be able to get Quentin for relatively cheap. And this is a guy who averaged 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists a game from the All-Star break to the end of the season.
So Jordan Clarkson's kind of the last of the bunch. Yesterday I was looking at Will Hardy's starting lineup and his bench from the 2022-23 season. He went 37 and 45 with this roster. Kelly Olynyk, Larry Markkinen, Jared Vanderbilt, Mike Conley, and Jordan Clarkson. That was his starting 5 to start out the season. His bench was Rudy Gay, Colin Sexton, and Malik Beasley. Malik Beasley in the news recently.
Yeah.
So Larry Markkinen remains as Will Hardy's kind of only returning. I know Walker Kessler, I think, was first year with the Utah Jazz in that season.
Yeah, that was a rookie year.
But Jordan Clarkson now leaving. And when you said the name, Tony, I thought, I want to get Tony's take on this. Where does Jordan Clarkson sit in the pantheon of Utah Jazz players?
I would think pretty high. I mean, this is a guy who came in 2018, came in grand fashion, because remember, that was the night that we were all in Miami, not us, but I was in Miami. Everybody was in Miami. And they fired Jeff Green on the spot after the game with the Heat. And that was the night that they traded Dante Exum for Jordan Clarkson. He came in. He won a Sixth Man of the Year. He was cooking the LA Clippers in Game 6, first half of Game 6 of the second round. They lost that game. He's a God-tier vibes guy. I mean, this is, as a reporter, this is one of the coolest dudes that I ever covered. And, he's beloved in every iteration of the Jazz locker room that he went through in his 6 years with the Jazz. So, he was a good soldier. I know he wasn't always happy with not playing. He clearly has, juice left in the tank, which is why I think that the Knicks have a chance of winning an NBA championship. Go Knicks. Sorry, I had to slip that in.
All good.
But he was, a really, really good player for the Jazz for a really long time. I'm going to miss him, professionally. I'm going to miss covering him. But, and it kind of made me a little sad, because he's the last of the Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert era. He was the very last one. So, bon voyage, Jordan. Go win a title for my Knicks.
How when it's all said and done, do you think, just looking at that era, should they have tried to squeeze out another year of the Donovan Mitchell, Rudy era, or did they blow it up at the right time?
Well, they had no choice. Donovan wasn't going to be back. So, Donovan, that situation had more than run its course. Rudy's situation had run its course, but Donovan's situation had gone even farther than that.
Yeah.
That era was just not going to last another year. So let's put it this way. Everybody who traveled with the Jazz, so, everybody who was, who traveled, it was a running joke how much Quinn Snyder practiced. And we were like, okay, well, we'll see you tomorrow for practice. And then, tomorrow will be Christmas Day, right? And, Quinn never missed a shoot-around. He never missed a practice. We knew that it was over in the year 2022, in the spring, when Quinn just stopped practicing. The entire second half of that year, there were no practices. There were very few shoot-arounds. It was clearly we had to keep these guys apart for as long as possible. for as much as possible and, just play the games.
Wow.
It was over. It was so over. And I remember Game 6 of the Dallas series. Usually a Utah Jazz playoff crowd is a bucket list experience. It's so electric, and it's so it's one of the best home crowds in the playoffs that you'll ever see. It was so eerily quiet before that game, and you could just tell it was everybody knew it was over. The team knew it was over. The players knew it was over. The fan base knew it was over. The front office knew it was over. I remember talking to Rudy's agent after the season, and he was like, well, if they decide to move on. And it was like, that's another sign. Yeah, we know it's over. They're trading us. So there was no way. I mean, I know a lot of people were on Twitter and said, hey, they could have traded one, not the other. No, they had to trade both of them. It was just done. And it was okay. Sometimes things end.
Sometimes things end and sometimes things begin, and now you got Ace Bailey, and the Ace Bailey era is about to start. We were all there at his opening presser, his introductory press conference. What did you think? Did he win it? What was your initial take on Ace Bailey? Did you get a little bit of a side time with him, and just initial thoughts out of the gates?
My take on Ace Bailey is he reminds me of one of my children. He's like a male version of Kelsey Jones. And you're talking to him and he's fidgety, he's moving around, he's got his mind racing in 100 different ways. He's boundless energy. And then it's you realize, oh my God, this kid is 18 years old. He's a kid. And this is how kids are supposed to act, right?
Yep.
He's 18 years old. He won't be 19 until August, and he acts every bit of 18 years old. But then you ask him about Kobe Bryant, and he's like, yeah, I remember Kobe, coming off the plane. He's getting in. He's got 2 ice bags on his knee. He and Dwayne Wade, they're up there getting shots up. They're getting shots up left-handed and this and that. And then you realize he's got a brilliant basketball mind. There's a brilliant absolutely brilliant basketball mind. And I think I can't tell you whether he's going to be an All-NBA player or not, because we just don't have that crystal ball. But I can tell you he's going to do everything that he can in his power to become an All-NBA player, which is a lot more than you can say about a lot of prospects, because a lot of prospects, they don't really want to practice. They don't really want to go and get shots up at 5 a.m. They don't really want to stay and get shots up after practice. He's not a guy that's going to rest on his natural ability. I am 100% certain that he is going to do everything that he can to be a worker and to improve on the natural ability that he's already had. That's a good thing, because he's got holes in his game. He's got to tighten up his handle. That's a big thing for him. He's got to become a playmaker for others. That's going to be a big thing for him. There are things he's got to figure out, when to shoot and when to pass. I think he knows that better than most, but I think he tends to err on the shooting side right now. But the talent is there. You see him in person. He is every bit 6'9", 6'10". He's a towering figure, and if he can play the 2 or the 3, he's going to have, for his entire career, a tremendous physical advantage size-wise. So, the fact that just watching him, it's pretty clear that he loves basketball. I think that Jazz fans should be really excited about that part.
How big is this summer league for guys like Cody Williams and guys that have got some opportunities here with the Jazz? Kyle Filipowski, Sensabaugh, some of these guys.
Is Hendricks ready?
Hendricks is, I believe, not ready, correct? He's not on the roster.
No, he's not ready.
But how important is this summer league for some of those guys coming back for another year?
I think it's important for Cody because I think he's got to Jazz fans are really, really, really scared that he's going to be a bust. And I think he needs to ease some minds. So I think that, him having a good summer league would be beneficial for him just from a public relations standpoint. But the problem with that is, I thought he had a pretty good summer league last year.
Yeah.
And, he had a terrible rookie season. So, this is in a vacuum. This is the start of his second season. And I believe that this season is going to go a long way towards making a break in where he's going to be as a player in his career. So I think in that sense, this is probably going to be really important for Cody. For Bryce, I don't know how important it is. We know what he is. He's a shooter. I think it would be good for him to be so good in the first few games that the Jazz don't see a need to play him for the rest of the summer league.
Yeah.
Who else do we want to know? Kyle Filipowski.
How about Filipowski?
Not worried about him at all. I think he's going to be just fine. I think he's terrific. And are we missing anybody else?
No, the reason I brought those, I guess maybe Isaiah Collier, the reason I brought those guys up is because one of the first things I did here in Utah when I moved here, or moved to Salt Lake to do sports radio, is I was covering Darren Williams in the Summer League. And the first year, his rookie year, he was a good player, but, he was a guy on a roster that there were other guys that were about at his level. And then the next year, he comes in after playing that first year in the NBA, and he just dominates to the point where he plays 2 games and Kevin O'Connor just sends him home and goes like, go home. We don't need you. Like, we saw everything we need to see out of you. You're obviously the best player on the court. And so I don't really take a lot into the first year of guys in the Summer League, but the second year is where I want to see guys look at times like the best player on the court because they not only have the talent, but they got the NBA experience. Is that a fair assessment to make and a fair expectation to have for some of these guys?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the Jazz told Tony Bradley, he played Summer League 3 years, and the Jazz told Tony Bradley going into his third year, you need to be the best player in Summer League. And he was pretty good. He wasn't the best player, but he was pretty good that year, that Summer League. For upcoming sophomores, the benefit of Summer League is you can show what you look like in year one. And sometimes, there are harbingers, both ways. Like, Darren Williams, right? Like, he looked so good in his second year of Summer League that, he was shut down. Trey Burke got ate up by Pat Beverly in his first year of Summer League. Couldn't get the ball up the floor against him. And, that should have been a sign of what was to come. And it was. But we didn't take it as a sign of what was to come. We were just like, oh, maybe he had a tough game. Well, the problem was he wasn't quick enough to really beat real NBA defenders off the dribble. And that hindered that defined his entire career. So, I think that you can take some things, but then sometimes, you can't take some things. Like, I thought, last year, Keontae George, he scored a lot, but he was inefficient. So, I thought that was, and he turned out to be, pretty inefficient last year during the regular season. So, we'll see. I want to see Isaiah Collier, what his jump shot looks like. I'm pretty sure he can get into the lane anytime he wants to and do some of the things that he needs to do. And I want to see how Ace Bailey integrates with, some of his teammates. So let's say, the starting lineup is on Saturday is, Isaiah Collier, Bryce, Ace at the 3, Kyle Filipowski, and Cody Williams. Let's say that's the 5. Well, it's going to be Ace Bailey with 4 incoming sophomores and 1 incoming junior, I guess. And, you want to see how he integrates with older teammates. You want to see how, the older teammates integrate with the younger teammate, the one that's, the number 5 pick of the draft, and you have a whole bunch of hope. So, you just want to see little things and, how they react to little things and, how they don't react to little things like that.
Well, Tony, let me tell you this. If we're ever drinking soda pops together and you tell me I look like sloth, I'm just going to laugh it off, bud. I'm going to laugh it off, and we're going to fist bump, and we're not going to fight. We're just going to have a good laugh.
See, I can tell you right now that that's just not true, because I remember the one time I ticked you off, and then we were at the media run, and remember that pick you set on me? Blindside, I ran into all 6'7" of you. And you laid me out, and then I was like on the ground, and you were like standing over me. Listen, I have not. I still have PTSD over that.
I thought I took it harder on Jody Guinnessy. I thought I came down harder on Jody. I remember pushing Jody in the back, 2-hand pushed him, and he tumbled. He tumbled off.
Listen, the next five media runs. Do you know what the question was before, when the Jazz was securing commitments from everybody? You know what the question was?
What?
Is Hands playing?
And then for some reason they always got scheduled at 1:00.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just know that there was some pretty, if you go and look at those pictures from 2013 to 2018, around 2015 the crowd started to thin a little bit.
Quinn Snyder did pull me aside once, and he's like, this is supposed to be fun, right?
Yeah, we're having fun, man.
Like, Quinn, I am having a good time here.
When Quinn tells you you need to relax and try to have fun, you know you've taken it too far.
Yeah, I laughed.
Tony, you're the best, man. We appreciate it. You got big plans for the 4th, or are you just doing – I mean, there's no time off for you, right?
My best friend Quincy is supposed to be getting blue crabs, a bushel of blue crabs shipped in. So we're going to do that. We're going to do some steaks and some glizzies.
Nice.
And yeah, we're going to get it done tomorrow.
I love it.
Live it up, man. You deserve it.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate you.
Tony Jones from The Athletic right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tyler tweets in, Tony, I'm not just saying this because I want you over for a barbecue at my place this summer, but you are one of the best guests that Hans and Scotty has on the show. Love your insight. Well, can't say I disagree.
I agree with that.
Tony's a good man.
Big Team Money 25.
I think you're right. Plus, Big Team Money 25's got a good handle.
Yeah, he does.
That's a pretty strong Twitter handle right there. All right, we'll take a break. Hans and Scotty, we're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. These Mazdas priced to move. Great vehicles, ready to go. And they're going to buy down a good chunk of these vehicles to 0% financing on 63 months. 0% financing. And that's because Jake is doing that for you. Nobody else is doing that. They're going to give you about 1.9%. Mazda is. Well, Jake's going to take it another level and buy it down to 0%. That's for you and you only. If you come on down here to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Yegor Dehaman, they probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of skills and measurables.
They don't have to sell anything with Ace. When they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. There's really nothing that you have to, sell it with this dude. The ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think they're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Well, it's officially summer, and whatever you have planned for the summertime months in the great state of Utah, it can be made better with a stop at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Say, for example, you're heading up into the mountains, going to do a little hiking, a little shopping at the outlet stores, whatever it might be. How about wrapping up a perfect day with that perfect meal that waits for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse at Hotel Park City? And of course, all of the things to do here along the Wasatch Front, especially in the capital city, whether it's a play, maybe a concert, some sporting event, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is waiting for you at 275 South West Temple, where your entree will be perfectly prepared. I love the ribeye steak, and it is always cooked to perfection. The side dishes, the desserts, just the way you're treated, the way the servers take care of you. You're going to love your dining experience this summer at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember, we will be live from Big 12 Media Days, Tuesday, July 8th, Wednesday, July 9th. Hans, you'll be down there covering it from top to bottom. Our Media Day coverage brought to you by Window World, nationally known, locally owned. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. All right. We got a, wow. I don't think I've ever seen the wheel this packed before.
Yeah, it's packed. Well, it's a busy summer, lots of sports going on.
Jeez.
Well, you went 40 minutes with Tony, so we would have time for maybe one.
I can't help but talk to Tony.
I mean, come on. Are we worse off, Lloyd, because we kept Tony on that
No,
long?
we're not. I'm just saying, we went 40 minutes, so we've got time for maybe half a story.
I mean, we're talking about adult soda pops. It's always great to catch up.
I'm trying
and
to
blue
think
crabs.
What you can say to somebody that would be more disrespectful than to say, you look like Sam Cassell.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he did have the beer goggles on, so,
I thought that's supposed to make you look better, though.
With women. But men, it's the
But men,
opposite.
not so much.
You just keep looking worse and worse.
Is that true, Lloyd?
So I've heard.
Complete guess.
All right, let's get to it. Fire up that wheel.
Enough's enough. Stop gambling.
Knock it off.
Well, the Cleveland Guardians right-hander Luis Ortiz is now under investigation by Major League Baseball after a betting integrity firm flagged a pair of pitches that had received unusual gambling activity.
The fact that we're betting on individual pitches.
But this is where we're at now.
Yeah.
The prop betting is a problem.
Yeah.
Sources said betting integrity firm IC360 sent an alert in June to sportsbook operators regarding Ortiz, who Major League Baseball has placed on non-disciplinary paid leave now through July 17th. So it's substantial enough that they've placed him on leave.
Wow.
It referenced actions on Ortiz's first pitches in select innings to be a ball or a hit batsman in 2 games. June 15th against Seattle Mariners and June 27th against the Cardinals. In both the bottom of the second inning against the Mariners and the top of the third inning against the Cardinals, Ortiz threw a first pitch slider that was well outside of the strike zone. So now, as a professional athlete, everything I do is going to be scrutinized. Like, is he in on something? Is he shaving? Is he helping? What?
That's, I think, where we've really – I think you hit the nail on the head. When it was just an old school, hey, here's your point spread or money line, bet, make your bet on what's going to happen in the game, the ultimate result. But these prop bets are where things are getting really sideways because they're individual moments that can be manipulated far easier than an individual game.
I want people to understand it is not hard to identify when something's off.
Yeah.
These gamblers, these money people, they know down to the dang penny. They know averages and they know odds. And when all of a sudden you see a $120,000 uptick on a beginning of an inning pitch that matches the other beginning of the inning pitch, and you see this uptick, yeah, you're going to get flagged. Like, why all of a sudden did $120,000 come in? Well, because I did my homework, and I know Ortiz likes to throw that low slider. No, actually, we've got another 225 pitches that we're going to show you why you're wrong and we're right. Now tell us what's going on. And if you think casino is crazy when they depicted the guy having his hand held to a table and a tack hammer being slammed, they won't tack hammer you now. What they'll do is they'll get the federales involved.
Yep.
And they will get you thrown in prison.
Yeah, you're not getting your kneecaps broken by Saul in the back room. No, you're going to prison.
No, you'll go to prison, and that's what's crazy now. Like, if you are an athlete and you are taking part in any of this, you're going to get caught.
Yes.
And if you think you're smarter than the minds that run Vegas, you're out of your mind.
Nope. And they are spending hundreds of millions of dollars for cameras, for algorithms, for things that can identify crazy bets that are getting out of hand. Like, they know when something gets weird, they'll know. There's no hiding from these guys. You think, oh, look, I'm on a college campus in the middle of nowhere. Nobody's going to know. They're going to find you. They're going to track you down.
And we've already seen Marcano, who just received a lifetime ban for the Padres. He placed nearly 400 bets on baseball.
Jeez.
This is becoming an epidemic.
Yeah.
We're hitting epidemic levels. We now have major players Malik Beasley is in a lot of trouble.
By the way, the more they dig into his story.
Yeah. He owed like his nephew $500 on something.
And his dentist and a barber, which he owed like his barber like $28,000.
Yeah, he hasn't paid on his barber bill for a long time. Do you realize that Malik Beasley has made over $60 million?
Yeah. So Uncle Sam, let's just say Uncle Sam takes half of that. You know, your taxes, stuff like that, and your agents, you know, you went through it. Let's say, okay, when it's all said and done, that's still $30 million that you should have.
Yeah, let's say he ends up with 38%. 38% of his complete take.
Yeah.
You're still in the 25, $30 million margin.
Jeez. That's insane.
And it's gone. Where is it? And by the way, I saw a very prominent sports figure on Twitter who was trying to make excuses for Malik. It was like, well, nobody understands because, you know, by the time you pay taxes and child support and like they were including all these things, and it's like, hey, calm it down, man. These are all decisions.
Yeah.
Outside of the taxes, it's like, whether it's child support or being a dad and raising a kid, whatever it is, it's expensive.
Yeah.
In fact, it's probably more expensive to run a household and have 4 or 5 kids running around. Stop making excuses. The guy wasted money somehow. Where? Is it through gambling? By the way, they will find that. If he's lost the bulk or majority of that through gambling, they'll find that too.
Yeah, they will. Yep. All right, 2:50, wrapping up the show. Get you ready for the 4th of July holiday and a little JJ and Alex next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to invent a food line that you just invent by putting stuff in your pocket, and that's how it gets heated up. No need.
We don't need appliances.
Yeah, put it under. But have you ever seen those like Indian street food Instagram videos? I go down that rabbit hole sometimes.
What does the algorithm say about us?
some weird stuff that pops up. Mine is all sports and food stuff.
That'd be accurate. If I had to guess, that would probably be accurate.
And I do the thing too where I'm like, I like that recipe. I'm going to send it to myself. And then I see myself in the mirror as I walk by something in a building. I go, who are you? What are you? What's your problem? That's me. I've started to do that. I send myself Instagram recipes that I can try out on the weekend. I've become like a segment on Studio 5, breaking it out. And I saw this on Instagram. I wanted you to try it. My goodness.
You start your own cooking show.
Oh, I like to cook. I'm one of those guys.
Can you do a cooking show on the radio?
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you need up to $3,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you are never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $3,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with a Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, childcare, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust, WeFixMoney.com. It's free to use, available 24/7, and some lenders offer same-day funding. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com. For up to $3,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages. Beep, 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 beep. What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fort during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
All right, wrapping up another edition of the show. Hans and Scotty, fun one today. JJ and Alex coming up next, and then it's time for you to enjoy your 4th of July. Keep all those digits in place, folks. Come on. No trips to the ER with a thumb and a forefinger missing.
Enjoy it. Our country's birthday. To me, it is the grandest of all occasions, and having come off this trip from Boston, it all has a lot more meaning to me, and I sure love the country I live in, man.
Hey, don't tell them to not lose their digits, because then we can at least we can talk about them in whole world news. So lose some digits.
That's true. We always like a good finger exploding story.
And if you do, uofuhealth.org.
They are open.
That's good biz, bud.
That's good business. There we go.
Good biz.
We don't want those guys to be all bored on the 4th of July. If they're working a shift, we want them to have some excitement.
uofuhealth.org. Search by hand surgeon.
And by the way, if you need Hans and I to cleverly find ways to promote your business, all you have to do is text keyword hands to 57500. That's keyword hands to 57500. If you've got a business or a service out there you'd like us to promote, we're ready to help you out. Like we have here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Now, again, only one location that's offering the 0%. 63 months, 0%. Now, Mazda's going to knock it all the way down to 1.9, and then Jake's saying, okay, that's not good enough. I'm going to buy it personally down to 0%. And you're going to save thousands of dollars over the life of that loan. Absolutely a steal. So you got to do it.
Well, I want people to just come down here and see what Jake and Josh and Jeff and this crew down here can do for you. Bring a number in mind and really press them. You know, you're talking about 0% interest. Come in and check it.
Yeah.
And just say, hey, look, I was told 0% interest for today. You know, they're giving you amazing savings today. There's no question they got to move cars off this lot. So bring your numbers down, bring your projections, bring your thoughts, bring your trade-ins, and let's get you in a Mazda because Scotty and I love them.
We absolutely love them. I drive a 5. I know that your wife drives a 50.
A 5.
Or she's got a 5. Your mom's the 50.
Mom's the 50 with the turbo. Now my daughter's a Mazda 3.
Yep. Or what's left of it after rock.
Mazda 2 and a half.
Oh, man, I bet she had to go over that thing with like a steam cleaner. Clean that thing out.
Mazda 1.8. Actually, it's a Mazda Miata now.
Hey, we'll be back with you coming up on Monday. Enjoy the holiday. Stay safe. Go America. Go eat you some burgers, some dogs, and light off some fireworks and have some fun. We'll be back with you on Monday. JJ and Alex next right here on The Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like,
Zodiac.
people are showing up at your door. Yeah. You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody.
No fly list.
Yeah,
Day
immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what are you doing? Well, now It's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sounded so enthusiastic.
Hey, I need you to redo that
Yeah,
energy
you gotta do that
situation.
again, Alex.
I know you guys can't hear it over the radio, but our producer Alex Napolis did
Lackluster.
Okay.
All right.
I guess we're the only ones in the building today.
Have a good Friday, guys.
What's going on here? Look, we're all in this together.
Yeah, buddy.
It's the day before the holiday,
I
man.
know. Team USA's in the final. Your guy Diego Luna put both goals in the net yesterday for Team USA. My heavens.
Football is live.
Yeah, we better be excited about it around here.
Football.
But I get it. Sly, when you pulled in the parking garage, was it tough to find a parking spot today? Or
Oh, my gosh. I wish it was busier in the parking garage than it was on the street. Streets are nuts.
Streets are nuts.
So when Nap gives your traffic reports, listen.
Today's going to be
listen. It is
today's going to be an important one.
bonkers
All right.
outside.
All right. Well, Stevenson Sylvester, Sly, nice enough to finish off the week here for us because we're going to have our holiday tomorrow, and we wish you the happiest of 4th of Julys. Or in some cases, just happy putting your lawn chair out on any given main street across this great valley that has parades tomorrow. Thoughts and prayers for those who are putting their stuff out with my favorite move, Sly, is to put the tape out. You're like, hey, my family's going to take up, look, my family's
Saving spots?
My family's going to take up, I don't know, let's just be conservative and go 2,800 square feet. I'm going to put an X made out of neon.
Nobody touch us.
That's made of neon vinyl. And that signifies that we are currently the temporary owners of this portion of Main Street.
So is that where we get
in our
it
town.
in elementary school?
Oh,
where I'm saving spots?
We're obsessed because parents, it's the chairs going out, and I know that you don't. I know that you don't partake of going down to Provo, especially. But the Freedom Festival, down in Provo is insane because it's like 300,000 people on the sides. Okay, and
That's more than Oklahoma City parade.
It's crazy. So I used to stay in town when I was a student, and because I would work through the summer, and going to the Freedom Festival was phenomenal. And we didn't have anything else going on in our lives. Sleeping on the streets in Provo was a treat for us because we'd go outside, you get your stuff, and you set up, and you go, yeah, I'm gonna be parked right here. And people would party all night waiting to have the parade start. And then years later, participating in the parade as somebody who works at KSL, like they do ask us to get on the parade float. We'd get down there and we'd wave, and it was fun because you could stand next to, Deanie Wimmer and Mike Hedrick, and that's always.
Deanie's got her treadmill out there?
She does. No, but Deanie, I mean, name off all the different anchors that have been at the desk at KSL forever, and I've over the years, and I've stood on the parade float with them in Provo. It's 100 degrees, but you're going on the street, and my favorite thing was to look, and the people who for days have been saving their spot are now, this is their moment, but they're asleep because they've been awake for 48 hours straight. So you look over on the side, and the parade's going by. Horses are clopping through the streets, and there's guys in the sleeping bag going because they've been saving their spots for days.
So
we've missed the point here, everybody.
So the people marching down the street are like your wife that's getting up before you.
She will.
And just banging cabinets.
There is, yeah. Blah, blah, yeah. And everyone's going through.
Fake yawning. I'm on my wife right now. She's fake yawning. I'm
she
just
makes
like,
all the noise.
I know it's 6:30. I know what time it is. Like, you don't have to yawn at 6:30 every day. Oh, you should get up.
Yeah, listen, we got. It's a 4th of July. It's a 4th of July in this studio. It's currently 60 degrees here in the studio. Love it. I know. We've had other hosts across this station during the week complaining about the temperatures in here. That will never be me. You know why? I run hot.
Run hot, baby.
All right. And so the cold temps are a blessing. All right. You know what you know what AC working too well means? You live in America. All right. Whoops. We made it too cold in the room. Why? Because our technology's that good. All right. And I love it. I like a crisp studio in here. It gets me going. Sly, let's have a good 4th of July show. Let's have a good, despite Alex Napolis's lack of energy in there.
Don't worry.
At the front end.
We got
all
all the false enthusiasm on this side of the booth, Alex.
All right.
He's still mad at us from yesterday.
I know. I think that's what it is. I have brisket burgers in my freezer for you. Okay.
He did.
I forgot to bring them today, but I did. I did get them. So we can do it a different day. You can celebrate a different day with me, but I got some for you.
Well, now they're just gonna stop and like spoil in your freezer.
Spoil?
Yeah, man. It's a long weekend. What are we gonna? I'm not gonna see you again until Monday.
I know. But okay, let me explain what's going on. They are vacuum sealed and flash frozen already and already pre-cooked. So they're
the presentation is
they're like into that thing, and it's in a vacuum
If he
sealed.
didn't slack yesterday, he would have brought you banana pudding as well.
Listen, this guy walked out with handfuls of banana pudding, and then he has the guts to text me and go, "Hey, he didn't give me any banana pudding, did he? Hey, Kenny didn't get you any banana pudding, did he? Because he gave me a few of them." And I was like, and then he takes pictures and freaking sends them. You saw him. It was an assault on you and I both because I didn't get the banana pudding on the way out the door. I did get your brisket burgers, so we're gonna be set. All right, let's start off the program. Our show, as always, brought to you by the good folks at G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Had one today, in fact. Kicked off the day with the G2G Bars. Phenomenal. You can find them at Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and of course in any retailer with the refrigerated section going on because they're fresh and they're local. Let's get things kicked off with the cut. Let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And, of course, this portion of the show, as always, brought to you by the folks at Trajan Wealth. TRAJAN Wealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. It's TrajanWealth.com. All right, so college football. Whether or not you look at a team and think to yourself, okay, these guys have it put together in different position groups. Well, this is an interesting story that we found, which is it basically says from all the top teams in all the country, in all the FBS teams across the country, everybody. Now, that usually will include the tops of the tops a lot of times because they recruit very, very well across the board, and so they might have a strong position group here and there. But these are rated by position groups, making a super team of FBS college football based off of those good position groups. Okay, you ready for this? Now, I think we're light at the quarterback position this year, just based off of who they chose for the quarterbacks, the quote-unquote elite quarterback group this year. So if we're going by teams and their quarterback, LSU was picked because nobody else knows what to do. They just go, Garrett Nussmeier, let's go. I don't know. It's a name that you've said for the last 3 seasons.
All right.
Right?
How old is this guy? Is he a Cam Rising age?
No. He threw for 4,000 yards last year and 30 touchdowns. But here's the thing. He's
23.
He's 23 years old.
On the older side.
But LSU's 2 years plus removed now from Jaden Daniels, right? And Garrett Nussmeier, they think is poised to be able to make that next leap. Okay? So that's what they're hoping. But I think that Garrett Nussmeier being the guy who is like the bona fide, that's your quarterback right there. I think it means we're actually light at the QB position in the country this year, right? Now, I say light. There's a lot of talent out there. I think we haven't actually seen who the best quarterback in the country is yet.
I don't know. If you ask Feinbaum, he knows.
Oh, it's Arch Manning because he's the best thing since sliced bread, a.k.a. Tim Tebow. I love how that's the guy he brought up because, since Tim Tebow.
Better than Jaden Daniels.
Better than Joe Burrow. There's no way.
Andrew Luck, Cam Newton. He went straight to Tim Tebow.
He goes Tim Tebow. Yeah, who are the quarterbacks since Tim Tebow? That's a really good. What years did Tim Tebow? What year did Tim Tebow?
He was my year. So 2000.
When did he win the actual Heisman and do the whole? I know he's going to work harder than me.
I think he won the Heisman in 2008, right? Because he didn't win it his senior year.
He won it his sophomore year.
He was a finalist, 3 times?
He was. 2007. So he won it in 2007. He was runner-up in 2008, and he was third in 2009, behind Mark Ingram in 2009 and Sam Bradford. So he won it as a sophomore in 2007, okay? And Tim Tebow, the years that he played, you're right, his last year was that 2009 season. So, and he won his Heisman Trophy he had 2 years after that, right? He's considered the guy who is the most productive, right? You're talking about Heisman Trophy as a sophomore, but also national championships. But since 2007, 2008, 2009, we couldn't come up with a better comp for Arch Manning than to just say Tim Tebow.
Arch Manning and Tim Tebow were completely different players.
And here's the other thing. Arch Manning has how many years of eligibility left? 2?
Should have 3.
2 or 3?
Should have 3, right?
He should have 3.
Yeah.
So is that what he's saying? Like, hey, you might have a run from him because Tim Tebow had a crazy run for 3 seasons. Is that what we're talking about? Maybe that's what it is.
I think he needs to clarify that better.
Because Joe Burrow had statistically the best season that any quarterback has ever had. More. He might only have 2 years. Yes, and you know what? Then I don't know what the comp is there. Regardless, fine. CBS Sports says the LSU Tigers. Now, the running back position is interesting because they're over the past 3 seasons. So Katron Allen and Nick Singleton at Penn State have been like the best duo ever.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, the Utes know that all too well.
By the way, Singleton, who is averaging on his career 6 yards a carry, these guys are phenomenal. Okay, so the running back group at Penn State is deep and it's really, really good. Now, wide receiver position. Any guesses? Just think where the best wide receiver in the country is right now.
Isn't that old boy from Alabama?
Nope, it's Jeremiah Smith.
Jeremiah Smith, okay.
From Ohio State. Like that. And then they've got a handful of other guys who are now going to make that leap as well because they've had
wide receiver. Is that Hartline the coach over there?
The wideout coach that you'd know better than I would.
Brian Hartline, legendary receiver, Ohio State receiver, and Miami Dolphins receiver.
Okay, so they had
putting guys out.
Best player in the country last year, or this year probably, is going to be Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith is odds-on favorite, the number 1 non-quarterback that's on the board to win the Heisman Trophy. And frankly, he should be even surpassing those quarterbacks because all the quarterbacks on the list are only there because they're quarterbacks. Okay? So Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith, they also have another guy who was a true freshman last year, but they didn't even pay attention to him because Jeremiah Smith was so good and he still had 800 yards receiving and 4 touchdowns. Right. Carnell Tate. And then Brandon Innes, who is a 5-star guy who's supposed to come in and also do really, really well. They've got 6 guys who are 5 stars. Are you hearing me? 6 5-star wide receivers. Wide receivers at Ohio State.
Who do you give the ball to?
Jeremiah Smith, hands down.
He's got the biggest NIL deal. That's how you.
That's whoever has the most most money. That's the guy you give the most touches
that
to.
That would suck. Imagine those practices.
I
got more money than you, boy. Pass me the ball.
Do you remember when? Gosh, who's the? I'm picturing his face. The corner from Utah that was an Ohio State commit.
Clark
Phillips, the third. Clark Phillips. He shows up, and he's one of like 8 4-star guys who were corners who were told they're going to be the starters. And he got there and goes, I'm not doing this. I'm going to go to a place that I actually am going to start immediately. And he did. Right. Yeah. And he did. He made it happen.
We appreciate him.
So tight ends are Georgia. I think just by pure hey, they usually produce pretty good ones. You could have said Georgia or Ohio, or Iowa and probably gotten away with it, right? Now, offensive tackles. You ready for this? Any shock here?
Georgia.
University of Utah. They made the list.
Lomo and Fano, you guys, you're carrying. I appreciate it.
I know. I love that they're. You know what's great about this is that they are getting the type of attention that you need to have all American. You know that publicity, obviously play matters, but like Spencer Fano, all he has to do now is just keep playing at that elite level because the attention is there. How many times do you have guys who are elite players but they just don't get the attention that some of these other schools get? It happens all the time.
All the time.
And it's already there for Utah.
Mm-hmm.
So Spencer Fano, Caleb Lomu, those guys, and Caleb Lomu can frankly look over at Spencer Fano and say thank you because people are looking more at us now, and I get brought up in all of our conversations too, and he's a preseason All-American. Right? So these are. I mean, it was awesome to see the Utes get on there for that. And by the way, like I said, Devin Dampier, you walked into the best situation you could have ever freaking imagined.
It's a veteran offensive line.
The interior is just as solid too. So I don't think that you're looking at a team and go, well, they have a couple
the interior
good.
solid.
You got a couple good tackles, and that's about it.
You got Jaron Kump. He's been in the program for like 18 years as well.
And he has NFL potential.
Michael Mokafisi, he played great last year.
is as veteran as any of the group.
This is a great offensive line for Devin Dampier to be behind.
They put his offensive guards at Texas A&M Aggies. I think just because they're required by contract to put Texas A&M somewhere on this list. They're like, we were told we need to put Texas A&M on this thing. Defensive tackles, Clemson.
They've been traditional.
Sure,
with those.
fine.
Those. I like those.
Edge rushers, the Texas Longhorns.
Okay.
They have Colin Simmons, who had 10 sacks and 17 tackles for loss in his true freshman season.
True freshman.
In the 40 acres, okay? Ethan Burke, he was a veteran, the non-true freshman of this group. He has logged 900 career snaps and is 6'7", 260. I know. That's a guy who's played a lot of ball. This is his he's one of these COVID. Like
COVID
the very
baby?
tail end of the COVID,
He's a COVID
side
baby?
of things.
Gotcha.
Yes. And then linebackers, the Pitt Panthers, fine. I would say from a local perspective, though, BYU's got some pretty darn good linebackers. They got a good linebacking core.
Yes, they do.
The Utes have a really, really good linebacking core.
Yes, they do.
And I think that that's the type of position group that gets overlooked. When Pitt is put out there because they have two linebackers who are one's a second-team All-American returning, the other one's a first-team All-ACC returning, and then that's easy to just go, okay, them, right? Sure, those guys. I think that position groups, BYU's linebackers might be their most strong position group. The corners are the most inexperienced. They're the ones who need the most work, but they might be the most talented. That was what Coach Jay Hill said about that group. But the defense is going to be solid, and so great. Speaking of corners, Notre Dame. Speaking of safeties, Alabama, because like I said, you have to put them on the list because it's Alabama. So those are your strongest position groups.
What kind of list would it be without Alabama?
I just thought it was cool that they had I thought it was cool they had the Utes on here. That they go, look, that's by far the best offensive tackle position. And by the way, you talk about positions that are found that are at a premium for NFL teams. It's quarterback, number one, right? Mm-hmm. And then after quarterback, where do you put the offensive tackle? It's almost always
right there
in the top three.
I mean, they made a movie about it.
When you talk about, when they talk about guys, because, and here's the other thing about that high-level offensive tackle, they are rarely a bust compared to quarterbacks, compared to running backs, compared to wide receivers.
Rarely, for sure.
They're rarely the guy who does not deliver. And so it's one that they can handicap a lot easier. And
which is crazy with the type of DNs that are in the league, from your Micah Parsons to Myles Garrett's to J.J. Watts to Nick and Joey Bosa's to like Khalil Mack's, like, and you have tackles that are rarely bust, man. That is saying something.
All right, so with all those things put together, from a perspective of from the local angle, when you look at what Utah brings to the table, throw out the offensive tackles, throw out the offensive line, because that's by far like the most. I think that's the most solidified group. What's the position group that you look at and you go, aside from that O line, this is one that you don't have to worry about. At Utah, yeah.
Offensive line, don't have to worry about. Running backs, we don't know. Solidified. I would have to go either linebacker or safety.
Smith Snowden. He's that guy that everybody.
Smith is one of those rotational guys. You know how we rotated Teo Johnson, Cole Bishop, and Sione Baki? Smith's going to be that type of rotation for us, right? Like right now, Utah's got Teo Johnson, Smith Snowden, Nate Ritchie, and who's been making a lot of noise is Rabbit Evans. They absolutely love.
If your name is Rabbit Evans,
right? But
you better be fast. You better be good.
They've been talking about him a lot and very impressive. And if you got Morgan Scalley and Coach Witt talking about this defensive position, you've got to be able to come with it. And so, and then backing them up is their kind of Swiss Army knife is Jackson Benny. Right now, he's had a great offseason. He finished the season strong last year, had that punt block while his hand was broken at the end of last season.
Yeah, but defenders with their hand broken.
Oh, I've clubbed tons of people. You know how many 300-pounders have stepped on my phalanges?
That's the worst quote of the day.
I've clubbed a lot of people.
Oh, we gotta go back. We gotta go back and pull that. You know how many 300-pounders have stepped on my phalanges? That is the weirdest. That's the weirdest audio drop we've ever heard.
Make it happen.
We're gonna make Napolis pull that one.
No, man.
You know how many 300-pounders have stepped on my phalanges?
It comes with the territory. You just got to know what's up, right? You got to know what's up. So I think Utah's actually solid safety and linebacker. I am very excited for that position group and what they're going to be able to bring to the season.
From the BYU perspective, I think that linebacker core is really good. I mean, look, Harrison Taggart leaving is a bummer because that's by far the then it's the runaway favorite, like as the most solid group of guys who are kind of have NFL talent on it with Isaiah Glasker and Jack Kelly. First of all, those guys coming back is massive. It's such a huge deal. But the wideouts are going to be good. I think the wide receivers are going to be really good too. So we'll see how this thing rolls out. We want to welcome into the studios a man we haven't seen in quite some time, and it is really good to see him.
The legend.
He hangs out with Sly and I today as a general just treat for us. And because I said, hey, we're having Tom with us. He goes, Tom Curl? And I think that's what a lot of people say, like, Tom Curl's here? And the answer is absolutely.
Listen,
from the warehouse, it's Tom Curl.
Sly is definitely an upgrade.
Over JJ?
Better looking than JJ.
Hey, Nap, you take that bit and you play that next time JJ's in studio.
Otherwise, we're not doing our job. So
the swag of those glasses.
I know. The inside glasses have become a signature.
Nap's going to get you some Corey Hart here in a second, too. And we're all going to jam out here in the studio.
You've got to love it, baby.
Tom, it's so good to see you, man. When you came into the studio, I was like, this is a sight for sore eyes for us. So, number one, welcome. I'm glad you're in studio here with us. And aside from deals you've got here for us, you said you had something extra on top of that you wanted to announce for me. I'm now tickle me intrigued here. I am absolutely all ears here. Let's go.
Everybody kind of knows what's been going on in my life for 4.5 years.
Been health problems, yes.
Spent 233 days on a ventilator.
Pull that mic a little closer to you, then we'll be able to. There we go. Oh, yeah.
I spent 233 days in an ICU bed with a ventilator, and COVID really took its toll on my body. And I've been the last 12 months in Arizona. 11 months ago, I had a double lung transplant, open heart surgery, and double bypass. And I've had some major complications. And I've been in the store literally 10 days in the last almost 4.5 years.
Wow.
More than 4.5 years.
Yeah.
So it's taken a toll. So Clayton was going to try. Clayton's got a business that he's building, and he wanted to try and see if he could do both. The demands are too big.
It's a lot to ask, yeah.
So we have made the decision that we're not going to renew our lease, and so we are going out of business, and we're going to do a going out of business sell.
At the warehouse.
At the warehouse, the Salt Lake store only.
Man, well, it's great to have you in studio, Tom.
Well, I came without permission.
No, look.
I flew up here yesterday, and
you're saying Nanette didn't know you were here?
Nanette knows I'm here, but the doctors didn't give me permission to leave.
Okay.
I've got some complications that they're working on, and my medications for the rejection get changed. I have a weekly blood test, so I did my blood test, got on a plane, and I'm flying back before my next blood test.
You pieced out. I got you.
Well, you know
Let
what?
me
That's
tell
the
you
mo-
what's
that's the
going
most-
on.
That's the most Tom Curl story, by the way, I've ever heard. Where it's like, I know, listen, I don't know if you guys know this. The doctors told me not to leave, and I did anyway. That's the spirit of Tom Curl right there.
I owe it to the customers that have supported us. We've been in business a long time. Our family's been in business 50 years.
Yeah.
And I'm doing something that is just unprecedented. I am going to liquidate everything. It has to all go. We're talking it has to go to the bare bones.
Yeah.
We're going to have nothing held back, and everything is negotiable. But I'm going to clean out. We have a big warehouse. I'm cleaning out the warehouse, and we've spent the last week. I have not physically done anything but drive my wheelchair through the store last night.
And point at stuff and say,
wow, it looked incredible.
Yeah.
But we also went and said, we've never done this for our community. So I went out and went overboard, and I brought in the finest mattresses. And Alex, you probably have never looked this up, but if you get a chance, look up Cluft, K-L-U-F-T.
I got it right here in front
Cluft mattresses at Bloomingdale's.
Okay.
They're $7,000 to $35,000.
Okay, so I'm looking at two right now. One is $6,600, and they're saying that's marked down from $7,600.
Okay.
And then another one that is $8,100, marked down from $8,700.
Okay. And
the
you
Cluft Palais Royal, and those are queen, by the way. Those are queen size. Yeah.
I'm talking kings and queens, and I'm going to be 70 to 90% off.
I've never even heard of Cluft before.
It is.
Me either.
It is the finest mattress made. I also have Heirloom.
I'm also looking at Heirloom right now too. Spelled A-I-R-E Loom. Yeah.
Heirloom. I've got Heirloom.
There's an $18,000 one on here, Tom.
And let me tell you, how about buying that for a couple of $1,000?
Look, that's phenomenal. That is phenomenal.
It doesn't stop there. I've got Hotel Collection from Heirloom. I've got Stearns & Foster, the finest new Stearns & Foster, not last year's model, new ones. I went all out. I've got Tempur-Pedic Purple, Intellibed, M. Lily, Shiftman, Sattva, Serta Eye Comforts. I've got Beauty Rest Black. I've got Beauty Rest Black Gold, $13,000 mattresses.
Wow. We're blowing it out. You know, what's funny about Tom, sometimes he'll go, I can't say the brand. He just said every brand that he's always been
At
never
this
allowed
point,
to say. What are you going to lose?
I'm not.
But you can't sell our mattresses anymore, Tom.
Come
All
on.
right.
Let's do it. I love it. This is great. Let's do it.
Well, I know we're out of time, but we're just getting started with crazy news, and we want to thank the love and support. This is unprecedented. You've never seen anything. If you are looking for the finest, and you like the finest in everything you do, I've got 580 mattresses in the warehouse. We completely reset the store in the last week. You wouldn't recognize it.
Setting it up for liquidation of a kind that we've never seen before. You've heard Tom say, hey, we want to get these things out of here. You have to get these things out of here because you guys are going to close down the business. And that's an advantageous thing for the people who are listening right now. Our Zone listeners, let me give you the warehouse address right here. 1825 South, 300 West. That's 1825 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. It's just east of Costco. It's north of Sam's Club by about a block and a half. Easy enough to find. You'll see all the signage out there outside of it, but almost 600 mattresses of the luxury variety that you are never going to see at a price like this. You better come in and steal one from them because this is going to be the best time to do it. 1825 South, 300 West. Tom's going to be with us all day. Tom, we'll chat with you in a few minutes here, man.
Perfect.
All right, we'll come back. More to go. 1825 South, 300 West right here in Salt Lake City. Go check it out for yourself. Just right there where the biggest Costco in the world is, just east of them. And they will absolutely beat all the big box prices on top of it. So stay here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Early slowing for folks getting a head start on the 4th of July extended weekend. Northbound I-15 crashes heading into Ogden have cleared, but it's very slow still from Clearfield up to Far West. Southbound I-15 slowing already in place both in Murray and in Draper. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call Whipple Service Champions today for the win. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Danny Ainge, Utah Jazz CEO.
Austin is going to be good at this. There's nobody that I've enjoyed working with more, not just because he's my son, but it is a unique relationship, and it does have its advantages as we can knock down, drag out, fight, and go to dinner 2 minutes later. And I think the relationship is very, very healthy for what the Jazz are trying to do. And I thought that Ryan made a great move in coming up with that idea, and I couldn't agree with him more. Austin has learned a lot from his mother, obviously, and the thing that he's learned the most is he likes to boss me around.
Yeah, well, I still think that when it comes to who has the final say, it'll be Michelle.
Maybe so. Maybe Ashley and Michelle together, they're having their own meetings.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Oh, tasty high note. Oh, hi, don't mind me. I'm practicing my new baritone sax. I just heard PayPal's paying for people's stuff every day for 100 days, and there's $10 million up for grabs. All you have to do is use PayPal checkout online. So there's never been a better time to buy a few things off the old wish list. Like this leaf blower! PayPal could pay for your purchase. The Great PayPal Checkout.
No purchase necessary ends July 18th. See official rules at paypal.com/thegreatpaypalcheckout/terms. Participating merchants only must use PayPal checkout online. Coverage of up to $100 and eligible purchases per card.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Sly filling in for JJ today. The next time I'm going to see JJ is in Texas next week. We're going to be out at Big 12 Media Days.
All week?
No, but just it's the front end of the week, and he's going to be out there on Monday. I get there Monday evening, and so we'll do the show kind of partially remote next week. He'll be there, I'll be here, and then I fly out in the evening. He has to do some TV stuff, obviously. We'll be live in the DFW area at the Star.
DFW.
We've been downgraded to the Star, by the way, in the Big 12. We were at Allegiant Stadium. We've been to Jerry World, and now it's like Jerry Junior World. I don't know if you've been there. I mean, look, I'm not going to complain. But you know what it is? It's like when somebody, when like there's a Utah or BYU fan, and they go, I built a replica of the Huntsman Center in my basement. Like that. That's what Jerry did with the Star in Frisco, which is what they're having the Big 12 Media Days. It's basically, it's the full football field. It says Cowboys in both end zones. It's got the Star in the middle. It's called the Star, but it's not Jerry World.
Would you be surprised if he finally took off his suit, he takes off his shirt, and he's just got this massive Dallas Cowboy Star tattoo on his back? I could see that.
Old guy. At this point, it's like it looked like Patrick from SpongeBob.
Yeah.
He's like, got
it done in 98.
Got the star on my back. And it's just like, at this point, it's pink. It's kind of like wrinkly. And yeah. So.
I could see it. I could see it.
Anyway, bottom line is, we'll be at the Star next week for Big 12 Media Days. Really excited about that because we've got tons to break down, and we just get so much content from there as well. So the Utah Mammoth have talking hockey here real quick before we get to our next segment here. The Mammoth are interesting because you heard Bill Armstrong yesterday talking about a couple of things. One, we were waiting for Jack McBain to sign, right? Everybody was looking and going, okay, when is this thing going to be official? But they've extended a qualifying offer to Jack McBain, and I don't know that they have actually
gotten anything back.
Right. And so the conversations have been interesting because they've been going back and forth about what this is going to look like. And Bill Armstrong broke that up. We made it clear to Jack. Here's the quote. We made it clear to Jack. He's an important part of our future. We felt that he believes an important part of our future as a team as well. He thinks he's that for him as well. And he says, we hope we can get that done as quickly as possible, which of course means that we have not seen it happen yet. Now, let me give you a couple of very, very weird dates. And that is player-elected salary arbitration. You know what that is?
No. It's a long name.
It's when you bring in that third party to basically a league and player association rep come in and they start to negotiate arbitration. Because the player says, hey, we've gotten past the point where I'm negotiating here. I feel like I'm getting hosed, and let's make a deal. Okay, so the let's make a deal part of they feel like they're being shorted or whatever it might be. It's a weird moment, but I think ultimately Jack McBain I think does want to be here. He wants to get paid what he feels like he's worth. Right. Which every player, by the way, and I guarantee that Bill Armstrong probably feels that way too. They've extended that qualifying offer. They're just trying to figure out where that's going to fit. And I hope that he ends up here and it doesn't end up getting awkward. Now, on the Logan Cooley part of things, he's going to be a part of this future. The problem is that he's going to be very expensive for a minute or in a minute, right? So he's going to get extended and he's going to be a star in the NHL. But that timing is a little bit awkward. And you know how this is too. When guys are on the cusp of signing that big extension, that big career massive extension. What the GM says, Bill Armstrong says, we got to have him here. We want him to be a star for the Utah Mammoth. And he's got 1 year left on this rookie contract, okay? And they also said that they're going to lock him up long-term before the season begins. So it is going to be an interesting summer. Where Jack McBain ends up, that's a question. Like, I hope this one doesn't get screwed up. I hope this doesn't get weird. I hope that both sides can make this happen. I think we're going to. I'm wondering why he hasn't put his name on the dotted line yet. And it always sucks to talk about the business of making this roster good. And this is the messy part that happens behind the scenes, but it's part of it. And you have to make these exceptions where you go, look, we feel like Logan Cooley's the guy, but we see this all the time in the NBA when a contract is set to expire at the end of the next season. What do? Get the thing extended
ahead
now,
of time. Yeah.
right before the season. Then you have a happy player. You've got a happy agent.
You know what's
Nobody's talking during the season about, well, we don't know what it's going to look like, and then no one's going back and forth, and no one's wondering if you want them or if they want you.
Right.
And that's but this is the messy part of the free agency side of this, right? And so I do think that this is going to get resolved. Logan Cooley is going to be here for a long time. They're going to throw gobs of money at Logan Cooley. You know why? They did it for Dylan Gunther.
The captain.
Yeah. Well, he's not. Clayton Keller is.
Clayton Keller, sorry.
But Cooley's the guy who's like going to be the next 70, 80, 90-point guy. They locked up Keller for an extension. They locked up Gunther for an extension last year too. And so now that cap space becomes very, very important because you're going to have to spend money on it's a young core. And if they're going to want to keep it young and keep these guys and keep this core, they're going to have to pay for it. So that's the way it is. That's how it happens. So looking forward to it. Jack McBain, sign on the line, brother. Logan Cooley, we cannot wait to have you.
Get your Texas accent going on here. We got a Utah Texas
but
accent.
it doesn't.
It's gonna
hit
be
as-
a wild ride, brother.
But it doesn't hit as hard if you tell the Canadian hockey players to wrap it up, right?
Wrap that.
Hey, we're gonna
Get your wrap it up box over here.
Hey, it's about to be a big season here. Okay, we're gonna go out there and we're gonna win some hockey games. All right, we're gonna get the puck deep. We're gonna play hard. We're gonna win some hockey games. You got to get this thing going. So it's going to be an awkward moment for a minute, but I don't think it's going to be bad. Don't distress. Don't get frustrated, Mammoth fans. Logan Cooley's going to get locked up for a long time with a lot of money. Jack McBain, cross your fingers that there's not something a little extra that he's worried about with the long-term situation of this club. He's got the deal in front of him. If arbitration has to be it, then I hope that it turns out good for both. As soon as the names are on the lines and the business is done and the hockey just starts getting played, it's going to be great. But you got to get to that point.
Yes.
So we'll see. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back, and when we do, I've got a Would You Rather. I've got a 4th of July edition of Would You Rather. Stick around. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages. Beep, 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 beep. What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, boop, boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, AnyHour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from AnyHour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, AnyHour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American.
Oh, you can't get through a weekend without Lee Greenwood. If this isn't playing in the background when your kids are burning their fingers off, setting the fountains off, then you're not a good parent.
Next to you.
Still today. You know what's funny about this is I remember being in 5th grade. And I was in Texas in 5th grade. And so you know what they did? They're like, do it again. We're singing it again. And we had to get
over and over.
Oh, we had to repeat. I mean, we were singing it at all the different things. But that's how old this song is. So I'll remind you too, 5th grade for me is Desert Storm. So we were on high alert for patriotism in the state of Texas, memorizing Lee Greenwood. I get choked up, man. Happy 4th of July weekend, everybody. We appreciate you joining us on the program today. So I've got a couple Would You Rathers that are that's a 4th of July edition of it. I'm going to bring our guy Tom Curl in on this because Tom is here in the studio with us, and this is going to just transition nicely into, and by the way, probably not a better patriot on the planet than Tom Curl when we talk about guys who love their country. So, Tom, I've got a Would You Rather. These are 4th of July food items that are must-haves, okay? Sly, you can weigh in, obviously. Now, I'm going to go with the classic beef-based hot dog, mustard only because we're not children and we don't put ketchup on hot dogs.
What?
Yeah. Don't challenge me on this. All of you, this whole group. First of all, you are a child still, Alex Napolis. All right, so don't do the whole. You're allowed to
Nap's
because
confused.
you're allowed to. You're allowed to because children can still eat the hot dogs. Are you trying to challenge me and say that ketchup is important on a hot dog as an adult? Because it's not.
Ketchup and mayo, man. I'm a simple man.
Well,
that's all I need.
Mayo on your hot
That's
dog?
all I
So
need.
you have your own problems.
Nobody said relish.
So you have your own
Nobody
problems.
said.
Tom, beef hot dog with the mustard on it, classic American, or the bratwurst.
Oh,
definitely the bratwurst.
The brat, if it's done well,
there's nothing
unbelievable.
But I want sauerkraut.
Give me the kraut, and it's got a little bit of crunch to it. Okay,
I'm good on the kraut, but bratwurst, I'm there all day. I'm there all day.
Okay, we're staying in the main food categories.
That's because he went to Utah.
We're staying.
I got to be careful. I went to Utah too.
I was about to say, I'm about to tell your neighbor.
Pasta salad or potato salad, like the macaroni salad.
No
or the
question,
potato salad. Okay, a good potato salad. Let me see, mac and cheese or the scalloped potato.
That's tough.
Jeez. What? Scalloped potatoes don't belong on 4th of July?
I'm talking about a hot side here, okay?
Yeah.
Hot side.
4th of July, I'd probably go mac and cheese.
Yeah, I
and the
gotta
other
go mac and
day,
cheese.
I'd probably go with
the scalloped potato.
Scalloped
Okay.
Scallops are good, but not on 4th of July.
Okay. Also, so the rippled potato chip or the regular old clean no ripple potato chip.
Oh, you're talking about Ruffles?
Ruffles or the Lay's?
Ruffles.
I didn't want to go full brands, but you know.
I love some good Ruffles
I
on
do
the 4th
too.
of July.
I love the
so I gotta
Ruffles
go
have
with,
ridges.
I got to go with the ribs.
Okay. The Ruffles have ridges. All right, Tom's on
I'm down with ridges.
Okay. The American flag cake. Or I'm going to ask the classic one, or the apple pie, Tom.
Apple pie.
Gosh, dang
Get
it.
out of here
You
with
guys are all
those
No.
American flag cakes or that stupid white cake.
Too patriot. There's too much patriotism there.
No, it's
We got
just
our
white.
producer-
It's white cake.
We got our producer putting mayonnaise on hot dogs and then trying to pretend like he's
It's white
patriot.
cake. There's nothing more American. There's nothing more patriotic than apple pie.
All right, fine.
Just go ask Abe Lincoln.
Oh, I think Mary Todd did make a few. She did make a few.
She
apple
made a
pies.
swell apple pie.
All right, Tom Curl's in studio here with us. He's giving us the definitive, regular burger or the brisket burger that we had smoked at Kenny J's yesterday. We had a full-on 100% brisket.
I think on 4th of July you can experiment.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
On the burger side, you can exexperiment and have all kind of different
Kind of can't
variety.
go wrong on it. I mean,
You can't. You can't. So I'm taking that brisket
Tom,
you had yesterday.
It's a 100% smoked beef brisket burger.
Amazing.
It was phenomenal. Or just the regular old hockey puck that you just have on the plate.
If it's one of the frozen burgers,
Right, get it out of here.
Get it
Yeah,
out of
you
here.
can't
Brisket
do it.
all
You
day
can't
long.
do it.
But let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you want a Crown Burger
Or
a Five Guys?
I am a sucker for that salty, not even actual real pastrami, but it's pastrami.
Sandwich. That's my favorite. I get that every
I will eat that
time.
Crown Burger all day.
I get it every time.
There's something about that salty pastrami on there. It's
It's real
phenomenal.
pastrami. They do it themselves.
I know. It's simmered in that like paprika
Yes.
broth stuff. And it's a different take on it, but I'm telling you, it's
there's nothing
freaking
better.
phenomenal, man.
New York Times rated it top 5 hamburgers in America.
All right, listen. Tom, we're here to talk about after you eat all those things and you want to get a good night's rest. Good transition. I have the IntelliBed.
Announcement number 2 when you're done.
Okay, I've got the IntelliBed in my house. And not only did we get the king size G3 IntelliBed, which changed my life, we also at the same time transitioned to the adjustable base. And that's also been an insane thing. If you haven't treated yourself to decent sleep, you've been lacking.
Treat yourself.
If you're wondering why you're not sleeping well, it's because the mattress you're on is weird shaped and it's gross. So,
do you want to have good dreams for the rest of your life?
Yes.
Come down and buy a Cluff mattress with an adjustable bed.
You can get those with the adjustable base too?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. So you said you had another announcement. The first announcement that we got last time out was...
Because everything has to go.
Yes.
I brought in a guy to help us close the store because I'm not physically able to, and Clayton has commitments. Clayton's on the road. Clayton's doing gigs all over the country. So he's only able to be there one weekend between now and end of August. So we're going to open on Sunday because we've got to get everything out of here. And that comes with a hard heart because we've never been open on Sunday, but we see that it's necessary. So these deals are good 7 days a week until everything is gone. But if you want the best selection, you need to come in this weekend. And if tomorrow's bad because of all your family events, come in Friday, tomorrow is Friday. Come in Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We'll be there all week. And as we're speaking, I jumped out in the hall and called. The signs are now going on the business, going out of business. We waited till I made the announcement here. And that means everything has to go regardless of, if we make money or lose money. I've got to get it out of there because I have no place to put it. And we're not going to renew the lease.
So bittersweet news because we talk, of course, about the, an institution that's been here in town. This is also a tremendous time for people who are listening right now who go, listen, I've never had a luxury mattress before, and now you can own one.
Listen, you're going to go down the street because a lot of mattresses are sold this weekend. You're going to go down the street, and there are 7 mattress stores from my daughter's store, Ashley, to the big boys, R.C. Willie.
That stretch of Third West all the way down is, it's Furniture Row.
You've got them at Costco. You've got them at Sam's Club. You've got them at the Purple Outlet. You've got them at Mattress Warehouse.
Right.
You've got them at Bradley Sleep Center.
Sure.
You've got them at Bassett. You've got them everywhere. You go down there and you're going to find a king. A decent king is going to cost you $2,000. Mm-hmm. Maybe $15.99.
Right.
For $2,000, you can get a $12,000 mattress
at your place.
I'm talking an heirloom, and the big boys down the street. You go to their social media, they're hitting heirloom every week, and I can't say prices today.
Okay.
But I can tell you, they're 70% off minimum.
Okay. If you are looking to upgrade your life in the sleep category, this is the place to start.
And I've said this a lot. This will never happen again because we're done.
Yeah, because the store's going out of business. This is a sad day for us to hear that from Tom himself, but it is also good to have Tom here in studio. And I
have been told I can never deal with the public again because of my autoimmune problem because of the double lung transplant.
Right.
I take immune suppressant drugs that makes me catch a virus if it's driving down I-15.
Sure. Yeah. Listen, if you want to take advantage of these prices, Tom and his family are welcoming you to their store to go take a look at it yourself. 1825 South, 300 West. That's 1825 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. Take advantage. Go down, check it out for yourself. Tom, we'll chat with you in a few minutes here because it's not just about the mattresses today. We're also going to hit up a lot of other parts of that home that need to get hooked up with the furniture side of things. So stay right here with us. 1825 South, 300 West. It's east of Costco, north of Sam's Club. These are deals you will never find anywhere else. So stay right here. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday. No, it's not Friday. It feels like Friday. It's a Thursday. We're going into the holiday tomorrow. It feels like Friday in this building because there's not a dang soul.
I felt the Friday before we started the show when Knapp tried to tell us it was Friday.
Yeah.
That's when I felt it.
Okay, have a good Friday or whatever. I'm going to come over here and put some mayonnaise on my hot dog over in the corner.
You're tired? I don't have room for being tired.
Oh man, it's great.
I love how he's like, I'm like everybody. I put my mayonnaise on my hot dog just like everybody else.
Who does that? Diego Luna does that. He looks.
Is that not a common thing?
No,
no, it is not. No.
It's on your egg sandwiches.
Oh, they're showing these Diego Luna.
Oh, he's a beast.
Highlights right here.
Look at that. Oh, he's doing the boat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that dance. That's what I'm gonna do all weekend.
He's like, you know what? You know what would up this look a lot? I'm going to bleach. I'm going to go bleach on this. That bleached hair looks hilarious on the guy. But when they show him from like 3 years ago, when he was playing in like the USL here in like El Paso, and they show him and he looks like he's
12.
Yeah. And you're like, all right, well, we've stepped it up. Get a couple more neck tattoos, bleach your hair, score a couple goals for Team USA to get yourself to the Gold Cup final. You're in a good spot. All right. Put some mayonnaise on your hot dog. You're a grown man now. All right. There you go. Steven Sylvester joining us today in place of JJ. Thanks for doing the Lord's work this week, Sly. You've been here a lot. You've been here a lot of days, man. I'll tell you, for me personally, I enjoy it. I love it. We have a good time. We might have too much fun.
If we had to tone it down?
Well, we get
I
texts.
did see Nate in the studio a little while ago. I think he was observing us.
I think
trying to make sure these guys can't have too much fun.
No, I'm sure Lloyd got in trouble. It's fine.
Not us.
I think he'll be okay. Here's the deal. So, our program brought to you by G2G Bars. If you haven't heard, G2G Bars, perfect protein bar. Give it a shot. No preservatives, plenty of protein. The G2G bar is perfect for anybody who needs that quick, tasty, nutritious boost. Let's kick off the hour here. Our guest is Eric Sparapelos. He writes for Utah Jazz and NBA.com. And we're going to dip in right here. It's the cut. Top of the hour. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the show brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It's the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. You can find the Mitsubishi dealership also in American Fork. Eric Sparapelos, he writes for NBA.com, and he covers the Utah Jazz specifically. Eric, thanks for being with us, man. Happy 4th of July tomorrow.
Thanks for having me. You too.
Let's talk a little bit about free agency. Let's talk about the Jazz's version of how these things went down a little bit. They waived Johnny Juzang this week, finalized the buyout for Jordan Clarkson. Where are they in that process with the Jordan Clarkson buyout and have we seen anything official about him being a Knick or how close that would be or is that just stuff that we hear?
That was done deal.
I thought it all feels like a done deal, but it never is until it's official.
Yeah, I mean the Jazz released a press release announcing the buyout. So I think from Utah's perspective, that part of the deal is done. I think the Knicks part will be announced when the moratorium ends on July 6th, I would imagine, since he's going to be a free agent signing for them. But, of course, they were focused on hiring Mike Brown first. But, sure. Yeah, I think that's pretty much still
we got priorities.
Mike Brown on the list, on the very, very long list of coaches who were asked to be the head coach of the New York Knicks. We were talking about, I think at one point, JJ and I it was like, okay, so then who does it end up being? And I go, you know what they're going to do. They're going to ask Mike Brown to come back or, a guy who is much maligned in other places or does a good job, but, leaves Sacramento in a weird spot. And after having a short tenure at the Lakers and all these things. And I go, we love to see guys rehired in the league. And frankly, a guy like Mike Brown deserved another shot, I think, but we don't get that creative when it comes to hiring new coaches across the NBA.
Yeah, it's not always the case. I think, some of the more creative ones, like a Mark Daigneault for OKC, Chris Finch for the Timberwolves, there have been quite a few creative hirings that have worked out in recent years, but you're right that there does seem to be, and I think it also depends on the team. If you like
market for
the
sure.
Knicks, yeah, and the Knicks team that's like they need to win now. So, if they take a chance on a relatively unproven head coach and it doesn't work out, then their players are going to be past their prime and they could be kind of done as a team. So I understand from their perspective and veteran teams of wanting to kind of rehire people. And I agree. I think Mike Brown did deserve another chance after the job he did in Sacramento, even if it ended a little bit weird.
Man, that Sacramento gig is very weird because he started great and then I have no idea where it went wrong. Like it's so crazy, but like I got a question. Like, was Michael Malone ever a candidate for the Knicks job? I mean, he's a championship-winning coach. I mean, you look at Budenholzer, how that didn't go so well in Phoenix last year. But, like, are there, like, what other candidates were up there? I felt like the Knicks were trying to get everybody who wasn't available versus everybody that was actually available.
Yeah, so, I mean, I never saw anything about them reaching out to Michael Malone at all for an interview. And I think his name was really the hot name when Tibbs was first let go. But I mean, there are a lot of similarities with Michael Malone and Tom Thibodeau as a coach, just in their styles, defensive oriented, playing veterans, wanting to play guys a lot of minutes. So that might have been the reasoning why they didn't go that direction. I think Mike Brown, from all indications, has some similar traits, but also has, skews a little bit differently in some areas that could be key in distinguishing him from Tibbs. But they went out. They tried to get basically everyone who was under contract already. And then I think it seemed like the three finalists were Mike Brown, Taylor Jenkins, who was let go from Memphis at the end of this past season, and James Borrego, who was the Hornets head coach a few years ago and has been in New Orleans as an assistant for the past few years. So they chose Mike Brown as the candidate that they think can distinguish himself the most to make it worth making this coaching change.
As you kind of look and see some of the things that were done in free agency, the Jazz, obviously their biggest moves were in the draft, and then they have to start making some moves that look to the future. What is this next year roster going to be kind of highlighted as? Is it going to be that focus on the young, and obviously some of these big names who've been here for a while, your Colin Sextons, your Jordan Clarksons? What other moves could we possibly see this team do before the season starts, or even maybe midseason?
Yeah, I mean, I do think definitely the focus is young guys getting playing time. That was the kind of reasoning behind, the buyout with Jordan Clarkson to let him go and compete for a championship while also opening up playing time. The Jazz draft Walter Clayton Jr. in the first round, another guard that they want to get minutes alongside Keontae George and Isaiah Collier, Bryce Sensabaugh, Cody Williams, et cetera. I do think, John Collins is still on the roster. I think that, if there's a situation where it works to, move him, I think the Jazz will certainly be interested in doing so. But at the same time, this is a productive veteran who can make life easier for those young guards. And I think that was also kind of a key in the Sexton for Nurkic trade that the Jazz did a few days ago, where, you trade Colin Sexton, opens up the playing time for those young guards, and then Nurkic comes in and, he had a down year last year, right. But his skill set, and he spoke to the media this morning, and he was talking about how he wants to just make life easier for these young guards by being a really good screener, being a passer as a big man. So I think the focus is on getting the young guys playing time, but then also trying to see if there's a way to make their lives easier with some of these moves in the front court.
Has there been any statements put out about what the plans for the Jazz? All right, you've kind of got rid of a lot of guys on this roster, kept a couple key essential pieces, but I mean, as you just said, the young guys getting playing time is very, very important. Has there been any statements put out from Uncle Danny or anybody about the plans for the next couple of years with Ace Bailey, and then kind of what they're looking for in free agency or anything plans going forward? Like, we plan on taking championship runs here in the next year or two. Anything like that? Come on.
Yeah, nothing like that. Nothing like that's been coming out.
All speculation.
I think, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the focus. I mean, the only thing is, basically every time Austin Ainge spoke to the media since he got hired was just talking about prioritizing the development and making sure it's easy for the young guys to have playing time. I think last year there were a few young guys who got plenty of minutes, but it also was challenging to play these young guys while also playing guys like Jordan Clarkson, Colin Sexton, John Collins. And so I think, they wanted to move those guards to let them, for Clarkson to compete for a championship and to open up that playing time. And that's kind of been the focus. Nothing really definitive in the plans, but, it's pretty clear from the moves and what Austin has said so far is that the focus is still on that player development aspect.
When 4th of July kicks off, that means we are right upon the Summer League. And, of course, there is so much to look at and so much to see with this team. And I think that when you look at the rosters, and you looked at, and it's always this long list of names that most of the time most fans wouldn't recognize. However, when you're looking at it, and when Tony Sparapoulos is putting it together and has or Eric Sparapoulos has a notebook out and he's taking some notes down, and he says, this is the guy I'm circling here to watch a little bit of this person. Obviously, your Ace Baileys and some of your young guys coming in, but who are you looking at on this summer roster that you go, I really want to see what they're going to do up at the Huntsman Center?
Yeah, I think an interesting name is R.J. Lewis Jr., who played at St. John's, who was a pretty notable player for St. John's last year. Pretty big, wing, can be a defender. And he signed a two-way contract with the Jazz shortly after the draft ended, the second round ended. So I think that might have kind of went under the radar, and it hasn't been made official yet. But I think that's a name that, he had some production at St. John's for a very successful team under Rick Pitino, and flies under the radar, doesn't get drafted, but has an interesting skill set at a wing position, especially defensively, considering that the plans that the Jazz may have for him to be in their organization next year. I think that's a name outside of, obviously, the rookies and the sophomores, which, the Jazz have a loaded Summer League roster, right, specifically for Salt Lake City Summer League. But R.J. Lewis Jr., I think, is a name to keep an eye on.
I was looking at some of these names, too, and you can't help but look and say, okay, look, when you see what some of these guys are going to be doing and what they're going to be asking them to do, when guys like Cody Williams hit the floor, there's going to be a lot asked of them. There's going to be a lot of expectations, like you were saying, for this sophomore class. But what are guys like, even Bryce Sensabaugh or Flip? What are they going to do? What is expected of them in this second go around, and to be looked at this year? What does management want out of them in this next phase of development?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing when you're looking at those sophomores or in Bryce Sensabaugh's case, like guys who have already played in the league who are going to be playing at Summer League, it is case dependent. Right? I think a lot of people, and Cody Williams spoke to the media a few days ago, and a big discussion point was like just how much weight and strength he's trying to put on and how much he's eating these days. And so with him, I think you're looking for, how does his frame look? How does he use his frame? If he has added that strength, how does that change the way he plays? Does he play with more force? Does he, not second guess his decisions? I think a guy like Kyle Filipowski, he was pretty productive at the NBA level, down the stretch of last season. I think you want to see if his three-point shooting can maintain, and just can he physically kind of impose himself going up against Summer League guys inside the paint. Isaiah Collier, I think the biggest thing for him is how is his shooting developing. We know he can pass. We know he's blazing fast and can get down the court in a hurry. But adding that jumper and that threat of being a scorer is what you really want to see. And Bryce Sensabaugh, I think this is a guy, he established himself as an elite three-point shooter last season. The question for him is, one, does that maintain? Two, how much playmaking can he do with the ball in his hands? And I think three, how much better can he get defensively in order to earn Will Hardy's trust at the NBA level? I think that was a big talking point for him when last season ended. So also all those guys have specific things you're hoping to see if you're a Jazz fan, and I think that's what makes Summer League so compelling this year.
John Tonje's a guy, that second-round pick that, anytime you're a 53rd pick overall in the draft, I don't know if a lot of people look and say, oh, we better get something out of this cat. But at the same time, you can't ignore the scoring ability that he has. Everybody loves to talk about him being 24 years old. But what do you like about John Tonje coming in as the guy who kind of gets looked at, as the third guy in the draft?
Yeah, this guy, he is a physical scorer. He is, not only did he, shoot 39% from three last year, but this guy gets to the free throw line like it's nobody's business. I remember he had a game, because I was looking this up after the Jazz drafted him. He had a game where he scored 40 or 41 points, I think, in November against Arizona. And I think he had like 21 or 22 free throw attempts in that game. This is a guy who, he is an older player, so he was, more physically developed than some of his competition in college. But, he knows how to use his physicality to draw fouls, and that is, that can be a very underrated skill in the NBA. So I think given the fact that he can also hit threes and he doesn't have to only rely on that physicality is crucial for him. But he can score from all three levels, and he knows how to use his frame and his strength to his advantage. We'll just have to see if that strength, and his frame can is that still an advantage at the NBA level now against this competition? And if it's not, how does he adapt? I think it comes with more three-point attempts, but he can score that way, and he can score from all areas of the floor, which I think is the most intriguing aspect of his game.
What are some other headlines for this Summer League? And Summer League is actually a really good time for Utah locals to get out, see some NBA basketball, NBA talent. What are some other headliners, narrative topics, people coming out that Utah fans or Utah locals can look forward to for Summer League?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty compelling crop of teams this year. I mean, there's a bunch of first-rounders playing. Obviously, I think the headliner outside of Ace Bailey for the Jazz is the Philadelphia 76ers are participating, and they've got third overall pick VJ Edgecombe, who's playing, who was, sometimes a hot name mocked to the Jazz, but, this is a guy who has elite athleticism and projects to be a two-way guard. There's some questions about his shooting and his playmaking, but in terms of guys to watch in Summer League, he might be, near the top of the list this year. The Oklahoma City Thunder are participating as well, and their first-round pick, Thomas Sorba, is not going to play because he's still recovering from a foot injury. But they actually had a first-round pick last year, Nikola Topic, who I think was drafted 12th overall and missed all of last year because of a torn ACL. He is back, and he will be playing in Summer League. And so you're looking at it. He was a lottery pick just a year ago who has not played at the NBA level yet. I think that's pretty intriguing. And the Memphis Grizzlies, I'm not sure. They haven't released their roster yet if their first-round pick, Cedric Howard, is going to play. But if he is, that just adds to the list because, of course, you've already got Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr. as Utah Jazz first-round picks. So there's plenty of young talent coming to town this weekend.
I saw Edgecombe play live at BYU this year, and that was a game that a lot of scouts really loved because he had 28 points, and I think it was 6 of 8 from 3 that game. It was basically his show, and man, they ended up losing that game against BYU, but everybody looked at it and went, "Oh yeah, that guy's
he's a dude.
He's an NBA. He's got an
He's
NBA
a guy.
future." Yeah, it was pretty easy to see why he had all that lottery hype. So. Eric Sparapoulos, he writes for the NBA for NBA.com, covers the Utah Jazz, and he's going to be covering Summer League, of course, this time of year. Not a lot of work done by people who cover the Jazz because they got to sneak in 4th of July, and then they got to get straight up the hill to. It's back at the Huntsman Center, Eric. That's always fun. I mean, for me, that has a little bit of an old school vibe to it, and so it's going to be fun up there. I hope you guys enjoy yourselves, and we'll dip in when we can start grading these guys for Summer League.
Absolutely, yeah, it should be a blast.
All right, there you go. Eric Sparapoulos, everybody. Happy 4th of July. Hey, it is 4th of July, though. Guess what?
Deals.
We got Dills. Here in Utah, we call them Dills.
Dills.
And joining us for those deals, he, of course, is Tom Curl. Warehouse fame and fame inside the studio. And frankly, we talk to you over the phone quite often, and this is 1 million times better. And it was actually more difficult for you to do all this. So we appreciate you making this extra effort, Tom, to come to the studios and to be here with us. And so you guys make it worth a lot of people's trouble this weekend because you guys made the announcement that you're going to be shutting down the business, and you need to liquidate everything in this warehouse on top of it. On top of deals that are usually 70 to 80% off, we're talking about even more crazy deals as you guys get the warehouse ready to get totally cleared out. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, we've talked about it already today, but we're going out of business, made necessary because of my health issue. But we're going to sell everything off to the bare walls. Nothing can be held back because we've got to empty it out. Our lease is up. So we're going to be out of there as quickly as possible. Everything is negotiable. We're even bringing everything in from our off-site warehouse because there's no need for an off-site warehouse if you don't have a store to sell it from. So just to refresh, we brought in truckloads. I've got 550-plus mattresses at the store right now, the best brands in the industry. And if you've never looked it up, look up KLUFT Clough mattresses. They're $7,000 to $25,000. Look up Heirloom. Look up Hotel Collection, Schiffman, Sattva, Serta Eye Comfort, Beauty Rest Black. I even have Beauty Rest Black Gold, which is their very finest. Hudson Park, Osteria Natural. If you're a natural person, you want natural latex. These are $8,000 mattresses.
Wow.
Posturepedic Elite Hybrid, adjustable bases. We've got beds, bedroom sets, dressers, nightstands, chest of drawers, sofas, love seats, sectionals, coffee tables, end tables, dining sets, chairs, bar stools, recliners. Whatever you are looking for, we will be happy to negotiate on everything. The salesmen are down there equipped. We've brought in help, so Vidal has some help. So we'll get you in and out, and we'll save you so much money.
Thousands.
It's a once in a. I don't know anybody who's done a sale like this with this quality in this state ever. In fact, there's nobody who sells cloth.
And here's what I was going to say.
Nobody does it like Tom.
Well, and here's what I was going to say too. Like, why don't you just roll the dice and take a look? Like, you go down there, you take a look, and you go, oh. And you know what? Lay on those the models that are on the floor there too. That's what changed my view on how this thing went, because I think I was just totally naive to what I thought a bed was supposed to feel like when I laid down on it. And when you have these mattresses that are this high level, when you get those luxury brands, when you get the type of support that you have never gotten.
You are the best example. You wanted nothing to do with an adjustable bed.
Yeah.
Until you brought your
What
wife
happened?
in.
Yes.
And you and your wife laid there, and I gave you a proper demonstration, and all of a sudden, you had no stress in your back, you had no stress in your pelvis, and you just felt comfortable.
Well, and you know what? We've had it in the house now for, I don't know, I guess a year and a half. And
Longer.
That's crazy that it is. A couple of years having it in there, and it's just, we go on vacations, things like that, and then you come back and then you go, oh my gosh, I'm so mad that we even had 2 days in that hotel compared to this bed, you know? It happens. And you know what else happens? You made it, it's exactly right. And I'll point at Sly for this too. Your wife ends up going, we have to have this. And it changes your sleep patterns. It changes your life. Get it going. Go down to the warehouse, 1825 South, 300 West. That's 1825 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. It's it's just east of Costco right there in Salt Lake, or north of the Sam's Club by a couple blocks. Easy to find right there. Go in there and get these deals, and let's get it going. Let's change your life from a sleep perspective and get those great deals going on. Tom, we'll chat with you in a few minutes here. We'll come back. We got more to go right around the corner. Stay here. It's a pre-4th of July edition of the program. Guess what we have here for you? Our weekly winner of the Hercules Hero of the Week Award. We're going to roll that out next. So we will come back and we will get into that. And we'll chat a little bit more about what this new transfer portal window is going to be for these players who are basically going to be put into the transfer portal by the teams who won't have them anymore. But it'll benefit everybody, I think. So stay here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big delays on southbound I-15 in Davis County now as a crash in Farmington is blocking a right lane and causing slowdowns back into the Kaysville area. It's also a long, slow haul southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County from Murray down to Bluffdale. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The immediate resolve of this is best case scenario for Jake Retzlaff and for BYU. We were thinking that this civil suit would tie him up to past 2026, and that would hamper him, and that would leave BYU on the hook for questions. BYU would have to answer, well, yeah, we don't know, 2-3 weeks into the season, is Jake Retzlaff, how's the civil suit? Is it going to get resolved? If it does get resolved, will he be eligible? And then the same questions for Jake. Now at Big 12 Media Day, we can start talking about Trace and Bourget. We can start talking about McKay Hillstead. It could be, hey, so Jake's gone? Yeah, Jake's gone. Okay, so tell me about this Bear kid that you brought in for Stanford, and how does he fit into Aaron Roderick's system? And what does the quarterback room look like now that Retzlaff's gone? And we're talking football.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow. At Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City this Friday and Saturday. Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high sixes, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
This summer, when you have Any Hour Services give you an estimate to replace your air conditioner or you purchase a new AC from Any Hour, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for by Any Hour Services. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
watching the clock, it's 4 o'clock, it's got to stop, tell him, take no.
Welcome back, everybody.
Thought I was number one in your heart.
We're just comparing star ratings in star rankings when you're like in high school, and Sly was a 0-star guy.
0.
Going into his recruiting trip at Utah. And then who gave you 2 stars? Your
Rivals.
Your mom? Oh.
Rivals.
I thought it was like, you know.
If my mom was a judge, I wouldn't get any stars.
I love that.
She's the hardest critic.
I love that.
She our childhood was rough, man.
You haven't done a thing yet. Why would I give you any stars?
This is Coach Witt's term. You haven't pissed a drop. You ain't pissed a drop. Don't come in here thinking. It's so funny.
That made my freaking day.
He had the best terms.
I love it.
I want to know if those are like obsolete. Those coaches that just have the best quotes. Like, because I haven't heard it anymore.
You know, I think about how coaching has changed. I was in 8th grade, I remember, in football, and I remember my coach getting so pissed at us for something, you know, just so mad. And he was, and the way he showed his disdain was, and they're wearing those old those polyester bike shorts. Remember those?
Yeah.
Bike.
The 80s Belichick.
Yeah. And they had the little clip button on them, and their bellies were pushing the elastic down anyway. But they always had the chew in the back pocket. 8th grade coaches are chewing like at practice, and our coach would get so mad. And I remember sitting there, and we're all sitting there, and he gets mad about something that had happened, and he takes the dip out of his lip and he throws it at me, and he hits my helmet. It's just this Copenhagen just explodes on my helmet, and I remember going. But I remember it being normal, like, yeah, you know.
I had one of the coolest high school coaches. He chewed religiously.
Oh my gosh, those guys, dude. And By the end of the football season, by the way, they'd throw all their dip down, and you can put your hand in it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the 80s and 90s coming back at you right there.
Program right there.
Hey, we have this program that we have that's not the program where you're laying in the streets and letting semi-trucks drive over the top of you and cheating on your steroid test, okay? That's different. This is a program that we absolutely get behind, and that is the Hercules Hero of the Week Award. Yeah. The Hercules Hero of the Week Award is you nominate somebody who does a phenomenal job in the youth sports category in your neck of the woods, and then we honor those people with an award that we call the Hercules Hero of the Week. It's brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. And we're able to read those off every Thursday, which happens to be today. The winner this week is Jeremy Starley. Jeremy was nominated by Richard this week, and I've got part of the nomination letter right here. Year after year, Jeremy shows up to coach. Baseball, soccer, flag football. He has a real gift for bringing out the best in his kids and making sure that it's fun for all. Most recently, his flag football team went 6-0 and won the championship. The coaches in the era have a tough job, yet he always handles these situations genuinely, and he keeps coaching for the kids. Jeremy Starley is your winner for this week. He wins a gift card courtesy of Hercules First Federal Credit Union and $200 to Beehive Meals. So congratulations to Jeremy. We appreciate it. You can nominate somebody like Jeremy Starley in your neighborhood who does a phenomenal job coaching and keeps that thing going of making sure that we realize what the important thing is with youth sports these days. It's not to get kids to the NFL. It's to make sure they have fun doing this and playing these sports and that they keep coming back and wanting to do it. So nominate that person. Go to kslsports.com/contests, and you'll see it right there. Just click the button and nominate that Hercules Hero of the Week Award. So congrats, Jeremy Starley. Let me see here. Sly, I've got this interesting thing. We brought it up a little bit yesterday, but I didn't really get to dive into it while we were at Kenny J's because I was diving into the barbecue. So let me bring it up here. They've tried to figure this out. Now, the transfer portal is already a divisive issue in college football among coaches about the timing of it, when to do it, when the best time to. When rosters were going to be set at 105, and first of all, a lot of these coaches, you heard Kalani Sitake say at Big 12 business meetings that they were trimming down the roster to 105, but he had chatted with coaches who were not doing it because they were kind of calling the bluff of the NCAA. I'll do it when they tell me that I have to do it. And it turns out when the settlement was reached, when they ended up having to, trim those rosters down, they had to tell guys pretty late in the process that they wouldn't be on the team anymore. There is still going to be some of this. And coaches, I think, going forward, starting this season, are going to have a moment where players can be put into the transfer portal. That means, and here's why it's a relief, I think, for both sides, the player who gets into the transfer portal and the coaching staff. They're putting a kid in the transfer portal who is not going to have a shot at being on the roster this year. Now, going into the transfer portal in July, and the window opens between July 7th and August 5th.
Doing a disservice to those kids.
First of all, August 5th would be an absolute travesty, but nonetheless, there are probably going to be some kids on big rosters who aren't going to make that team, so to speak, and they're getting cut in a way. And the allowance that they're going to have is to go into the transfer portal, and teams will be able to pick those guys up between July 7th and all the way up to I think a week before the season actually starts. They can sign guys from that transfer portal. It's nothing that is earth-shattering, but it will be for a lot of players. Once they figure this out in the next few years, I don't think you'll have very much of this. But this first couple of go-rounds, you're going to have kids that are cut from this thing and that they're put in as the designated student athlete. That's the thing. It's going to be a DSA, the designated student athlete. And the players are going to be basically put in there by, and I think you have a conversation, obviously. The dumb coaches are the ones who are just going to force you to get into it. But let's say Kalani Sitake has a guy. Let's say Coach Whittingham has a guy that they put their recruiting dollars into, they put development into, and they are not working out. when they have a conversation with these kids and they've got to get it to 105 and they're at 109 or whatever it might be, hypothetically, a conversation needs to happen and some truth needs to happen, and as quickly as it can be done, it needs to be done. But unfortunately, Sly, you know this, there's going to be moments where there are going to be battles that are going to go down to August 5th with positions, I think.
Is this a voluntary transfer window or?
No.
So this is only if the team puts you in there because of the cut roster.
A conversation will happen with the coach or with the player. They have to get to 105.
Well, I'm just saying because, these players opt in to go, not even the teams. I was just wondering if that's the same thing.
The player can't say, I want to go into that transfer portal.
Right.
Now, they might have the conversation with, hey, Kalani, I don't think it's working out. I don't like it.
And then
Would
the
you
coach
release
puts
me
you
and
in.
And the coach could put you in, but the team has to put you in.
That's what I was asking. Okay.
And I think that conversation is going to happen less than the conversation that happens of it's not working out. I'm going to make some calls, whatever you need.
I don't know.
But we got to get down to 105 and you're 107.
Here, this is what I hate about this, and it's very different than how you grew up, how I grew up. This quitting culture is being normalized. And so guys look at this room and being like, oh, I don't want to be in here. I don't see myself working.
But that's not this. These are guys that think they have a shot still, and they might get pushed into this thing.
But it'll be late in the game where they're just like, all right, it's not going to let me quit this, right? This is going to happen so much more, and so the teams are going to have to be able to do that. But the teams are going to be at their disposal, right? It's going to be like, okay, if I want you to go, you can go. But if my roster and everything doesn't make that fit, then you're not going anywhere, right? And they have that ability to do that. And so that's where the kids are not, and they'll have to wait till the next transfer portal in December. But, I think it's going to be very interesting. This first year of cut down rosters, it's going to be tough, very hard for guys who I'm telling you, camaraderie, chemistry, understanding the playbook, understanding your teammates, understanding the field that you're going to play on, understanding the communication had between players, football being the ultimate team sport. If you're not having that time to gel with your teammates, it's severely detrimental. I think a lot of guys are hurting their professional draft stock with jumping in the portal so often. Now you're going to get some anomalies where there's just outstanding athletes and, hey, you go run a go route and I'm going to throw it up and you go make it happen, Megatron. And they can just do that. But for the majority, which you're seeing 3,000 plus kids in the transfer portal every single time it opens, it's not going to work out like that.
Well, the reality is I think here's what – there might be some guys who aren't on the 105-person roster. And I think that's going to be the case. You're going to see guys that are not on the 105-person roster, and it's going to be a disappointment. But they would fit into a team, and a team will pick them up, and they will say, let's get it going. You've already been working out. Let's get you a part of the system. And frankly, here's another move. If a team releases a kid who's from a team inside your conference, why not have them come over, and that's spy number one for that team. That's not a bad move, right? Let's say you sign a guy inside the conference.
It's been happening since the beginning of time.
That's what I'm saying. You bring a guy over, and so for those,
not in hopes of him playing, but in hopes of divulge some information.
Now they could actually be that guy who could play. I think the landing spot for guys who are cut from 105 roster down from that 105, number. The likelihood of them landing at an FBS school of significance, I think a Power 4 school is probably out of the question. You're looking at Group of 5, but reality probably hits, and you're looking at probably more like an FCS Division I school, right?
Yeah. No, I've seen so many which
is okay. By the way, that's the next proving ground for you. You can still get to these other places,
exactly.
And NIL money could be yours.
Exactly.
You got to put some tape together at fill in the blank directional state university so that you can get that look and maybe get back to that Power 4 level somehow.
Yeah, and somewhere I think it's 24/7 Sports or whatever. I see kind of these transfer portals where guys end up going. There is so many guys that go to the non-G4 schools, And I'm like, is that normal? Is that subject because you jumped in the portal? It's not as grass isn't greener on the other side, or is that a choice? Are you really wanting to go down to another level? So I've seen that more and more with guys of where they originally were to where they end up going. So yeah, again, this NIL is leveling the playing field. You're getting, these 3-4-star guys that aren't making it on some rosters or don't want to be on some rosters, being able to go down to other rosters. And so you're accumulating that. So when these exhibition games do happen, they're competitive.
Yeah.
It's not the entirely obliteration that we're used to seeing, but you are getting competitive games in these exhibition games, which is great. It's something that we all want to see.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. When we return, we have our classic top 10, where producer Alex and Sly try not to embarrass themselves before the holiday season starts. Napolis has already done it a little bit with the mayonnaise on the hot dog bit that he did earlier. That was a bit, right?
You got to keep that to yourself,
that
buddy.
Was just a bit.
No, that is 100% serious.
He's confident.
The bit continues.
I'm gonna stick my ground on this.
What about Miracle Whip on the hot dog?
No, I got to draw a line somewhere, man.
Okay,
I'm not psycho.
sure. All right. I'm not psycho, he says. All right, we'll take the break. We'll come back. More to go. Our top 10 is next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Folks trying to get out of town for the long weekend are running into big delays on I-15 all along the Wasatch Front. Southbound I-15, for instance, very slow from the south interchange all the way down to Bluffdale. Northbound I-15 also slow from Layton to Far West, and because of a crash, the pace is dragging southbound in Davis County, approaching Farmington. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Yegor Dehaman, they probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of skills and measurables.
They don't have to sell anything with Ace. When they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. There's really nothing that you have to, sell it with this dude. The ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think they're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Gentlemen, if you're struggling with ED, you're not alone. But now there's a breakthrough solution from Mint Medical Clinic that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a powerful combination of cryotherapy, nutraceuticals, and acoustic wave therapy designed to restore performance and confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy kit. A $650 value, absolutely free. But you must call now. Bonus, fix your ED and you'll also get a 5-night stay at a Hawaiian hotel just for taking the first step. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic, real solutions, real results. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
You hear that? That's Mike, sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey there, folks. Steve here from Steve's Freedom Fireworks Stand. Coronavirus ruined your 4th of July plans this year? Well, tell the Rona you're not ruining my fun this year. Come on down to Steve's Freedom Fireworks off the westbound belt route here in West Valley. Everything here half off today, starting today. Rocket blasters, half off. Real edible cake fireworks, half off. Roman candelabras to hold your Roman candles, half off. Whirling dervishes, you said it, half off. Smoke bombs that smell like smoked brisket, that's right, half off. Bring in your illegal Wyoming fireworks and old Steve will dispose of them properly and give you a pair of distressed jeans from my uncle's estate sale. Steve, I thought fireworks were irresponsible, you might be saying to yourself over there. Well, they are, so come in and get a free mask to fight Corona with any purchase. Missing a finger or other appendage from previous firework accident? Take another 20% off. Not the finger, just your prices. At Steve's Freedom Fireworks Stand, we'll take care of you just off the freeway over by the gas station that your mom always told you to stay away from here in West Valley.
Oh, my.
That was a throwback back when we were getting all that stimulus money for.
There were certain people getting all that stimulus money.
So Steve was Steve's Stimulus Barn. It was Steve's Stimulus Buffet. You could get Steve's Stimulus Buffet. You could get the Steve Stimulus. He also had Steve's Stimulus Barn was all anything that was just everything was priced at $1,200. Just everything was $1,200 just to get the stimulus money.
The dollar signs don't change. It's a flat.
Hey, Annapolis, you live out there in West Valley. Is Steve's fireworks stand still up, or is that?
I think they tore it down.
You think so? Yeah. I don't think they had a license.
I don't think the business model was very good.
I think it was there.
I found they were selling rum instead of fireworks out there.
I'm telling you,
whiskey was flowing.
Here's how the top 10 works. We've got a firework edition top 10 right here. Here's how this one works. I've got for you, and Alex, you can participate. All right, you have to actually. I've got a top 10 per capita. The states that spend the most on fireworks. I've got the top 10 in front of me. Okay. So you guys got to make the guesses. Now this is the price that I have in front of me is actually per person. All right, and so they break it down on how much each state buys fireworks, and then they break it down by the population. Then you got yourself a per capita number. So without further ado, your top 10. Alex Napolis, our producer, will hit the timer. We're going to go tick, tick, tick. And then, look, turn on Tom Curl's mic, too. He can participate.
Yeah, Tom, you get
I got to
in
see if Tom, because, frankly, Tom, these guys, I mean, we don't convert well on getting the full top 10. So here we go. On your mark, get set, go.
I'm going all Midwest here. Montana, Wyoming, South Dakota,
hold
Dakota.
on.
What?
Texas.
Wait, did you say Montana?
Yes.
Ding.
Montana, Wyoming.
Ding.
North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Missouri.
Ding on Missouri.
Mississippi. Kentucky.
Idaho.
Idaho's a good one.
South Dakota, I'm going to bring back and say ding.
What about Oregon? California?
Oregon, no, those people do not let off fireworks.
California? Oh, yeah. Not the choice.
Are you
Arizona.
What about
Nevada?
Maryland.
Oh, Nevada, you said? Oh, wait. Wait, what did you say? Maryland?
Maryland, West Virginia.
Tennessee.
South Dakota, Florida, South Dakota, Georgia. I'm going like Animaniacs here. Connecticut, Delaware, Maine, Vermont,
Iowa, Kansas.
New York.
Oh, wait. Kansas? Ding.
Ohio State.
All right, there's time. All right. So
How did we not get what?
Okay. Ready for this? So this is per person. All right. We're going number 10 first. North Dakota and South Dakota were number 10 and number 9. Okay. Ohio's number 8.
I said Ohio, right?
You did.
Okay.
Wait, did you say Ohio? I don't know if you did.
I did. I said Ohio State.
Montana was 7. Okay. Alabama's 5.
I did not say Alabama.
Wyoming is 4.
Okay, he said Wyoming.
Nebraska's 3.
Well, Wyoming is all the Utah money that goes in there.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what it is? When they say per person, like, let's slow it down a little bit. We're helping that economy out. Kansas is 2, and then Missouri is number 1. You want to know something about in Missouri? Missouri is – so North Dakota per person spends at number 10 spends $3.35 on fireworks a person, which I think seems low. Missouri is number 1 with $13.84. Number 2 is Kansas at 7. They double number 2 basically. Missouri has a firework problem. All right.
No, I mean St. Louis. I mean they're over there. They take the fireworks to shoot them at each other.
You know.
That's the type of fun.
So if you
that they
wonder
have.
where they shoot off the most fireworks, it's Missouri.
That's because they have extermination orders.
By far, Missouri. It's a deep cut joke right there, Tom. Tom Curl, by the way, in studio, owner of the Warehouse, 1825 South 300 West. That's 1825 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. Tom announced today that the store is going to be closing, and that closing, while sad for us to be able to hear that, Tom has good news for people who are listening out there, which is insane prices, and you've always been the insane price guy. Now we've just gotten downright crazy with trying to make this liquidation happen. What do you have for us?
Well, we're emptying out the warehouse. We've completely reset the store. All of the upholstery is up front. If you've been in there, you know what I mean, Alex, up front.
Yep.
And we've moved all the mattresses in the back. I've got stacks of mattresses. I've got stacks of Stearns & Foster, stacks of Cluft, Heirloom.
That's somebody calling you right now with a deal.
Yeah,
they need a deal right
That's
now.
a deal right now.
It's probably Sam Farnsworth from KSL TV who keeps asking about sectionals right now on the deal.
What kind of man cave is Sam building?
We got stacks of sectionals.
Let's go.
We've got stacks of everything you can think of, and we are up to 70% off. I mean, name brands that are the absolute best in the industry. We're bringing in upholstery daily. We're bringing in 550 on the floor right now mattresses. I've never seen anything like this anywhere.
I've never seen – look, and you've done crazy deals, and I took advantage of a crazy deal one time too when it came to getting an adjustable bed for my wife and I. And so we hit up Tom, and it was like, you're not going to regret it, and we have not. But I've never seen this level of luxury brands that are on sale for the types of money that you're throwing out there.
It's insane. It's insane. But that's not all. If you need some stimulus money.
Okay. That's some old school. That's old school.
Well, I kind of missed out on that. I was in a coma.
Oh.
So let's do our own stimulus. I've got financing for you.
Okay, what do you have?
I've got 100 days, same as cash. If you have good credit, I can get you a year, same as cash. If you have a driver's license and a checking account, I will get you approved.
How about that?
I've got extended warranties. I've got delivery service. I've got everything. We've got to clear it out. Come and help us. Take advantage. We will not refuse any reasonable offer. Come and negotiate.
So people can make an offer, and you guys will talk to
100%.
them.
We'll negotiate. If it's reasonable, we'll say, yeah, you got it.
You pulled my arm. I got to do it.
You don't get that other places, by the way. That's not a thing in other stores.
No.
And so this is something you got to take advantage of. Come in and get with Vidal. You guys have extra help in the stores right now, obviously too.
I do.
Because
I've
you got to
got
get all
Dave.
this going.
I've got Crystal. I've got like 5 salespeople who are very, very well trained. They know the inventory. They're prepared to make a deal. And any deal that you suggest, if they're not able to approve it, they will take it to Vidal or Dave. Dave is helping me run this cell.
That's probably them calling right then too.
And
going,
Nanette.
oh, she's going to get the
Nanette
final
will
word.
approve it.
I love it.
And she wants it gone because she can't manage it.
Yeah. 1825 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. That's 1825 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's just across from just north of Sam's Club by about a block and a half, and it's just east of the Costco, right there across the street. You'll see it right there. So take advantage. Let's get going. Get those prices. Tom, we appreciate it, man. We'll chat with you in a few minutes. We'll come back. We've got more. Stay here. I've got some tickets to give away, though, before we get out. What do we have? Guess what? RSL versus St. Louis City coming up on Saturday. Hey, is Diego Luna going to be there? He's got to play for Team USA in the final on Sunday. But you can still win tickets, a 4-pack of tickets to RSL in St. Louis City on Saturday here in Sandy. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. Jump in. Let's get it going. Get those tickets. Call in number 12. Get a 4-pack of tickets to see RSL this weekend. More to go. We're right around the corner. We've got our own personal media poll to put together before Big 12 Media Days. They're not allowing – this is an unauthorized media poll for the Big 12 to rank teams. You're going to get it right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's talk on the street, it sounds so familiar. Great expectations, everybody's watching.
Neff's gonna play some "Living in America" by James Brown. That's a 4th of July song for me.
You know what is a classic 4th of July song for me too? You remember the scene in Sandlot when those guys, they stole their dad's like chewing tobacco and they start barfing as they're on like that. They're on that carnival ride that they're spinning on and they're just throwing up. And then
I'm watching that this weekend. I'm breaking out the yard.
And then they get to Ray Charles, America the Beautiful. Oh, beautiful, for spacious sky. As they're barfing, their way through the. Actually, I think they had just barfed. Then they beat the rich kids in that baseball game.
Oh yeah, that was the best day ever.
Look, that's a pretty good 4th of July.
That's
video,
the best day ever.
If you're wondering about it, yeah.
Can we do karaoke at the KSL Christmas party this year? Like you just hit that.
Nobody wants to be embarrassed by me, right?
You gotta define embarrassment. You gotta define embarrassment because I'm there all day.
What the problem is that people will accuse me of
cheating. Cheater.
Well, no, it's
stole that
it's
voice.
going in there. It's like playing.
It's the voice of an
It's
angel.
it's like being an NBA Hall of Famer and playing a church ball game. You guys, the church ball. I'm the karaoke Hall of Famer, right?
Jimmer Fredette and church ball.
All right, listen.
That's great.
I told you that the Big 12 and Big 12 Media Day did not authorize a media poll this year, okay? And I think that it goes without saying that we all kind of blew it last year. And I don't know if this is our punishment. I don't know if this is our just kind of like, hey, it's really hard to guess. Hey, we have no idea. You guys embarrassed yourselves so much last year. I'm not going to let you do it again this year, but they didn't put the email out for the vote this year. They said they're not doing it. Let me remind you of what 2024's Big 12 Media preseason poll had, okay? If you'll recall, the number one team in the Big 12 media preseason poll, and one of my votes is one of the 20 that's on here, is Utah at number 1. Kansas State was number 2. Oklahoma State was number 3. Kansas was number 4. Arizona was number 5. All of those teams got first place votes, by the way, all the way up till Arizona. Do I need to remind anybody how things went? Oklahoma State went 0-9 in conference play. Utah went 7-2 in conference, or 2-7 in conference play. Had one of the worst losing streaks that they've had in the modern era. Ever. Kansas State, I guess, performed okay, but definitely underperformed compared to with what their expectation level was. Now, you start to get 6 to 13, and you have a pretty mixed bag. Iowa State, they put at 6. They played in the Big 12 championship game. West Virginia was 7. They underperformed compared to that. UCF was terrible, but they were 8th in that poll. Texas Tech had an improved year. They definitely were better than 9th. TCU 10, Colorado 11, Baylor 12, BYU 13, Cincinnati 14, Houston 15, and Arizona State, who went to the college football playoff and won the Big 12, was in 16th place in the preseason media poll. Sly.
Shows how much we know.
Why would we have guessed it any differently?
Why? There was no reason. That's why I think it's stupid to have it all out. But hey, it's a huge money driver, and it's fun. I can't say that it's not fun.
It's not fun enough, and it's not a big enough money driver for them this year to ask us to do it again.
Which is,
it's fine. It's fine. So, Sly, you and I are going to put together an unauthorized Big 12 media poll. And I'm going to put it on the big board here. I'm going to actually put this thing together. I'm going to steal Jake and Ben's whiteboard. Okay?
Don't hurt yourself.
Just so I can remember, because then I'm going to take a picture of it, okay? So I'm going to steal their whiteboard here. Let's go through the votes, or let's go through what the top 10 looks like for you, okay? I have a hard time. I've been convinced through this whole process of the power that Devin Dampier and Jason Beck bring to this Utah team that have lacked offense for so long. Are you okay with putting Utah at number 1? I say that
and
a little bit
this is current?
Right now, we're making our media poll.
Okay.
Since the Big 12 doesn't want a media poll.
Since Retzloff news and all that.
Yeah, does Retzloff play for Utah? I didn't know that.
No, he won't.
Ooh, what if he transfers to Utah?
Why?
What if Retzlaff transfers to Utah? You can have him, says the BYU fan. All right, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay, I've got the numbers all right here on the board, okay? And we're going to make our media poll here for you. Sly, are you okay with do you think that Utah should be number 1? Make a case.
No.
Okay? Looking at the list right here as it is, where do you think Utah should be on this list? Let's just start with the local teams, and let's go with Utah. I could be convinced Utah could be number 1, but I agree that I don't think they should be yet. Okay? I'm going to put Utah at 4 for me in my head. Where's your vote? And then we can see if we can adjust it on our list here.
You know what's crazy? Before the Retzloff news, I had Utah at 4, BYU at 3.
At 3?
But now I just flopped those 2.
You're going to switch them?
Yeah.
So BYU for you only goes down to 4 after that.
One spot, yes.
I can be convinced with 3, and so let's put Utah at 3. I'm okay with that. You say BYU at 4. With Retzloff's news, I put them at 6.
Fair.
Are we okay to put them at 5 then, since we combine those two numbers together and we can put them at 5? I have them at 6. You had them at 4. What if we put them at 5? Is that a good compromise?
I like them as low as possible.
Well, you had them at 4, which I thought was a little bit.
I know.
Okay, I'm going to say BYU at 5.
All right.
Which may be aggressive. 5th place after you lose your quarterback and you don't know really. I mean, honestly, there's not a soul out there who's really convinced, who's not inside that BYU room, who knows who the quarterback is going to be. So, all right, so let's start from 1 and 2 then. Utah 3, BYU 5. What do you have as your 1 and 2?
Iowa State 1, Arizona State 2.
So you're going to say that it's going to be a rematch in the Big 12 championship game with
as of today,
Arizona State and Iowa State.
As of today.
Okay. I don't think I agree that Arizona State is not going to be at the level that they're going to be that they were last year. I'm okay to put them at 2. ASU at 2. Iowa State I have a hard time putting at 1, except for Matt Campbell's a really, really good coach. I don't disagree with that. Let's say Iowa State.
I like Rocco Becht.
And Rocco Becht is a returning quarterback that we actually know of, right? So Iowa State at 1. All right. So right now, here's what we're looking at. What's this look like? Can you see it right there on your? You can see it, okay?
And this is a consensus. This is Alex and Sly's list.
This is just it's the only media poll that we know, Sly. Okay, it's the only media poll that we know. We're in the media, and no other media is allowed to make a poll for the Big 12 Media Days. So there you go. I'm going to allow me to throw a little bit of a lot of people have Kansas State in that top 5. I'm not there yet with the Wildcats.
No.
Let me allow us to put a couple teams at 4 and 6 that I think are actually dangerous. I'm going to go TCU at 6. And I'm going to say Baylor at 4.
Disagree.
Okay, what do you?
I like TCU at 6. That's where I got that.
Okay, so you got okay.
Texas Tech at 4.
Okay, all right. So Tech is a very popular. Tech is a dark horse winner of this conference.
But BYU and TCU, those are one of the two that at 5 and 6 right there, I could flip flop those. Those are really, really tight.
Okay.
But I got Texas Tech at 4.
Okay, so Tech at 4. I already got a text from a friend that said, I can't believe you'd put Utah above Texas Tech. That's fine. You're not a media poll.
See.
We'll see. You're not invited to our media poll.
Yeah,
right?
buddy.
So there you go. So Tech is at 4. I think that's okay. TCU would put at 6. And I will relinquish and say that because one of my dark horses is Baylor, but I'll put them at 7. Just because at this point now we're getting kind of crowded, man. So Baylor I have at 7. All right. Are you okay with Baylor at 7? Aranda and his guys, he ended up putting them. They ended up in 7th place last year.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
I'm going to do something different here. Let's go to the very bottom.
Oh, okay. We're halfway. You can go to the bottom.
Because this is an easy one. I think Cincinnati is the worst team in this league. I think between them and West Virginia, you could toss a coin, but I don't hate the idea of Rich Rod coming in and making a little bit of an impact year 1. But I think Cincy is my worst team in the conference. You disagree?
I got UCF down there.
Okay. So between 15 and 16.
My West Virginia was 16, but I can move them up to 15. I was kind of debating on.
Okay, I'm okay
UCF
with that.
So we can go UCF 16.
So we're going to have to squabble over Cincy being either 14 or 16. I have them in my head at 16. You've got UCF at 16.
You got Cincinnati
I have UCF
lower than Houston?
I do. No, I think Houston is going to be.
I think they're going to be all right.
I think they're going to be okay.
Better, but
better than. I think they might even have a. They're not a single-digit team yet, but they might be my 10th team. Okay.
Oh,
so,
really?
Unauthorized media poll for the Big 12 Media Days. We are at. Okay, I'm going to make an executive decision here, and I'll allow you to have the 16. You had UCF down there. They're going to be struggling. I agree. And then I'm going to put Cincy at 14. Okay. Now, I am not going to allow Colorado to get into the single digits. I can't do it. Now, we haven't put any team. We have not put Kansas State yet on this board, and we're at 8 right now. And I'm okay with that. I think that Avery Johnson was overrated last year, and I don't know if that necessarily gets better this year. And I like Chris Kleiman, by the way. I like the head coach.
Right.
But I'll put them at 8. Okay? And at 9, I'm going to hold off of putting Colorado there. I'm going to put Colorado at 10. You okay with that?
Yes, that's where I got it on my list.
Okay, so you got Colorado at 10.
10 on my list.
We both agree on that. All right. Kansas State at 8. We have 9 is open. 11 and 12 and 13 we still have to figure out. Okay.
Arizona's so up in the air.
Arizona is
no
not.
idea what they're going to be.
Arizona could be, but I don't think Arizona finishes anywhere higher. I mean, they're in that mushy middle between 6 and 13 somewhere. Okay.
Oh, for sure.
6 and 12. Who is worse than Arizona right now? Who is worse than Arizona?
Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State is an interesting team for me because I'm going to give them a little bit of the same treatment that I give Coach Whittingham, which is the respect of, and Mike Gundy doesn't actually deserve the respect, like as a person, but having the year that he did last year was an outlier compared to what we usually get.
Yeah, but I seen that team, the way those players played. They were veterans.
So 9, 11, 12, or 13 for Oklahoma State.
I got them low. So.
Okay, 13?
Give 12. Give OK State 12.
I like that. I like that better.
Okay.
So OK State at 12. I'm going to go.
Sound like Peter Griffin.
I mean. All right, so
Houston. Where's Houston?
Houston, I think, is going to be above Oklahoma State, and I'm going to put them at 11. Okay.
I got them above Oklahoma State on my list.
Gosh darn it, we're getting into a weird spot here.
Yeah, we are.
This is going to be weird because the Big 12 is freaking nuts. This is why they didn't want you to do the media poll. All right.
So the two teams left are Arizona.
Okay.
And you already got Baylor on there. Arizona and Kansas.
Arizona and Kansas. Between those two teams, it's pretty easy.
Just go there. Go put Kansas.
Okay.
Oh, Kansas. No.
No. This is Arizona. Arizona's got to be 13, right?
No, I don't.
You think that
Arizona's 9? I mean, I got Arizona at 8 on my list.
We disagree on these. There's a big chunk between those two. Let's flip a coin. Because I think
Lloyd
Arizona
and Knapp, can be our
Alex Napolis, Arizona 9 or 13.
I'm gonna have to go 13.
Yeah, I'm there too. You've been outvoted. On this media poll.
Where's Lloyd at in here?
He doesn't. He's on vacation already.
His foot is in the parking lot.
Look, I just have it. They were disappointing last season.
They suck.
They were disappointing last season,
Yeah.
So
and I
is
need
Utah.
to see something better before I can trust them.
So is Utah. Utah's on number 3 on this list.
Yeah, because what's his name? What's the coach's name? Is it Brennan? No. What's his name? Yeah. That's not Witt. That is not Whittingham
No,
level.
not at all.
I'm going to put Arizona at 13. You've been outranked.
All right.
And then I guess I hate to do it, but I'll put Kansas with a single digit next to them. Okay. So can you see it on the? Tell me where I need to go when it comes to putting this thing all together here, Annapolis. Is this okay? Can you kind of see it? Okay. So there it is. There's our unauthorized media poll for the 2025 Big 12 media event. So we took care of BYU and Utah right off the bat, and I'm going to be honest. There's part of me that thinks that BYU being 5 is pretty high after the Jake Retzlaff news. Can you, in good consciousness, BYU fans out there, can you really say, not knowing who the quarterback is going to be, that you'd be okay to put him at 5? It's crazy. All right. We're going to take a break. Sly, we officially have a media poll, though.
Yeah,
That's what I love.
How about that?
People go, there's no media poll. I'll go, I beg to differ. Actually, I've got Kansas State at 8 and Kansas at 9 on our media poll. And if you say it's just stupid, how dare you? There's nothing on this list.
That's great artwork.
That is anything more.
That needs to hang in the
There's
loop.
nothing on this list that is any less wild than the stupidity that we put together last year compared to what ended up happening. Okay? So stifle it. All right? Critics. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Before we do, we got Tom Curl, of course. Did it get a little bit warmer in here for you? It did. It went up a little bit since we opened the door.
It feels like 2 degrees warmer.
It did. It went up about 1.75 degrees.
Felt like it was 40 in here.
It is chilly, but as
Came
a fact,
from Arizona yesterday, 114. I walked into the
listen,
studio.
That's a
and
difference.
I told you.
There's ice cubes coming up my nose.
I told you I'm perpetually sweating. So being able to have this chilliness going on is
I used to be.
It's a blessing, all right?
I used to be very hot.
Tom, I can't,
still am good looking, just not
Yeah,
hot.
you are. You know what? You got like dialed up here. You must have gone to the barber or something. Your hair looks pretty good, man.
I got a haircut before I came.
Yeah, the curls, the Tom curl, it's still there, man. It's still there.
It's crazy.
We used to get it. We used to at one point. Can we say there was like a kind of a Tom Curl mullet at one point a few years ago?
Well, yeah, I was mullet after the hospital.
It was mullet town, and I didn't ever want it to go away. That was locks of love situation right
my
there.
My wife said, you don't have to cut it, so I was growing.
It looked good, man.
Don't tell me twice.
I don't. I'm jealous as a guy
she
who
told me don't shave, and it was like, are you kidding me?
As a guy who doesn't get haircuts because there's no hair to cut, I'm all for it. Tom, let's talk about some deals here, man. I've never seen deals like this. You've never done deals like this. Sometimes people will go, Tom said we've never done a deal like this, but he says that every time. But I'm looking at you here in the eyes in the studio.
About 10 years ago.
We've never had something like this. You said about 10 years ago, but
well,
this is
about
crazy.
10 years ago, I got 2 Cluft mattresses.
Two.
And I didn't really understand the power of that mattress until I went on the Bloomingdale's website. And Bloomingdale's, they have a Cluft that's like $41,000. And some of the models that I have are $22,000 on Bloomingdale, on sale for $22,000 at Bloomingdale's. We're going to be 70 to 90% off those prices. So this is something that I've always wanted to do. And so I agreed to do it as a thank you to Salt Lake for all of the loyalty. And I've just talked to Nanette. We're going to try to do an in-store remote with you guys before we shut the store down, just so everybody can come in and say goodbye.
I love it.
Because you guys have been family, and we've been in business a long time. We have serviced this market with the best prices on furniture, mattresses, adjustable beds, everything you can think of. And we are now selling everything off to the bare walls. Nothing's going to be held back because we can't hold it back. We got to get rid of it. So if there's no offer on it, we've got to sell it. So make us an offer. And I've got 550 mattresses that you've never seen anything like it. There's nobody that has the picture that I have to show you. And then you asked me a question generically over the air, Alex.
Yeah.
About that media poll.
Oh, yeah.
And the BYU at number 5, you said something about BYU fans. You upset about having to go 5?
Sure.
I think I'm not upset, but I'm wearing blue glasses. I think BYU's number 2.
Hey.
What did you say?
I think BYU's number 2. I think Utah might be number 1 and BYU number 2.
Listen, I'm not going to...
In what world?
Listen, I'm not going to...
I'm alive, buddy. Trust me, I've been to multiple worlds.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, Tom, there's not an order you can put this in
that's going to make sense to anybody.
That it would be totally wrong compared with how
but
stupid
I'm looking
last
through
year's
blue
guesses
glasses,
were. I like
and
it.
right now, BYU is number 2 and Utah is number 1.
Maybe that's. And look, I don't hate it.
And 2 weeks ago, I would have said BYU is number 1 and Utah is number 2. But, we have a new quarterback. It might take him a half hour to get going.
Tom, oh my gosh. Tom always does a good job. Look,
we need you to come down, financing, whatever you need help getting this to your house. You can pick it up, save a delivery charge, whatever it is. It's got to go. We are closing the store. Going out of business, we're done.
Okay, let's make it happen.
Everything must go.
Let's make it happen. Check it out for yourself. See how this goes. All you have to do is go down to their store and make this thing happen. Go to the shop itself. Ask for Vidal. Ask for their team to put together a deal for you here, and then make an offer on it. Look, go check it out for yourself. 1825 South, 300 West. It's east of Costco, north of Sam's Club. You've never seen luxury mattresses like this at prices like this. So go check it out for yourself. 1825 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. Let's go check it out and let's get it done. Tom's going to join us in just a few more minutes here. We're going to come back from the break. We've got an NFL Blitz to cover. We've got a best and worst. And, of course, this portion of the show is always brought to you today by the folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJANwealth.com, for all your trusted local needs in retirement. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Trying to get out of the valley for the holiday weekend is proving to be a tough task. Northbound I-15 is still slow from Layton all the way up to the north part of Ogden. Southbound I-15 also slow heading from Midville to the point of the mountain. For system installs to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call Whipple Service Champions today for the win. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Danny Ainge, Utah Jazz CEO.
Austin is going to be good at this. There's nobody that I've enjoyed working with more, not just because he's my son, but it is a unique relationship, and it does have its advantages, as we can knock down, drag out, fight, and go to dinner 2 minutes later. And I think the relationship is very, very healthy for what the Jazz are trying to do. And I thought that Ryan made a great move in coming up with that idea, and I couldn't agree with him more. Austin has learned a lot from his mother, obviously, and the thing that he's learned the most is he likes to boss me around.
Yeah, well, I still think that when it comes to who has the final say, it'll be Michelle.
Maybe so. Maybe Ashley and Michelle together, they're having their own meetings.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So, Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
You can't get dust on your boots with your feet propped up, or feel the rumble of hooves with your volume up loud. The spirit of the West is wild, it's unbridled, and it's waiting for you at the Utah Days of 47 Rodeo. Saddle up for something you can't stream, live in moments you can't pause, and make memories that'll replay for years to come. July 22nd through the 26th, trade the sofa for the stands and join us for more than just a show. Get tickets at UtahDaysOf47Rodeo.com.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Coach Ron McBride's hanging out with us.
This is Under the Radar. Lavani Damuni, Lander Barton, Logan Fano.
Woo. Oh, yeah. The Fano boys, both of them, the tackle is pretty amazing. You know, I mean, you look at him, he looks different than everybody else.
Talking about Spencer.
Yeah. The two offensive tackles at Utah are very good. BYU tried to steal those two guys.
They did?
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't heard that.
You got to be kidding.
No, hey.
Coach.
Hey.
That seems like
I don't make these things up.
that seems like you're repeating rumors, Coach.
No way.
You make it seem like BYU maybe had some money to spend that they were throwing out there.
That is correct.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it, We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Are you looking for a fun way to get your kids outside and off their screens this spring? Try flower gardening. Starting a beautiful flower bed or easy container garden is a great hands-on way to spend quality time together while teaching kids about nature. They'll love digging in the dirt, picking out their favorite flowers, and watching them bloom, all while making real, lasting memories. Plus, gardening is a great way to slow down, soak up some sunshine, and enjoy the fresh air as a family. This is Brian with Olson's Greenhouse, and my family has been growing flowers with care for 4 generations right here in Utah. Whether you have a big sunny backyard or just a small shady front porch, our colorful, locally grown flowers make it easy to add beauty to your home. So this spring, start with a new family tradition, one that grows with your kids. Get inspiration at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens on Instagram or find a garden center near you at ogg.com. That's ogg.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like, Zodiac. People are showing up at your door. Yeah. You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody.
No fly list.
Yeah,
Day
immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on back, everybody. Thanks for being with us on the program.
Is that your Elvis?
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Hey, I'm going to pull an Elvis this weekend. I might have a fried peanut butter and bacon sandwich. Go full on America this year.
Is that Elvis?
Oh, yeah. I think the tale was that he may have even been eating it when he passed on the toilet at Graceland.
Peanut butter and bacon.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds delicious.
Peanut butter, banana, bacon. Peanut butter, banana, bacon.
Those are like all my favorites.
There's no way that wouldn't taste good, but everybody makes fun of it.
I got a fried daddy.
Is that what the sandwich is called? Is Fool's Gold? Has to have a name. Why wouldn't it? Throw some marshmallow fluff on there. You got
All right,
yourself
how
a sandwich.
about I'm going to try that this weekend,
Okay.
but I'm only going to try a piece of it. So I'm going to cut it into fours.
Oh, you are so
you know?
dedicated. You are so. I love your commitment to health. All right, the NFL Blitz is what that music means, of course. By the way, on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, the KSL Sports Zone, we're going to be live from Big 12 Media Days, and the media coverage is going to be brought to you by Window World, nationally known, locally owned. Call Window World for free quotes on windows, doors, and siding today. We're going to be down there at the media event, of course, down at the Star in Dallas. That's in Frisco. The NFL's gotten pretty interesting because the rookie class in 2025 is quite funny to look at because we're already still looking back at 2024 and going, are these guys going to turn it around? Is Caleb Williams ever going to be? And by the way, if you look at his numbers, they were not terrible. I think we dissed the guy, but he was on a bad Bears team.
I mean, it's a combination.
Is that his fault?
Yeah, you can't sit here and gloat and do the things that he did and then not. It's all about W's at the end of the day, right? There's guys who throw interceptions because you want to be nitpicky, but are you picking up the W's at the end of the day? And that's just what he wasn't doing last season. And so I think, the scrutiny comes from himself. He's a talented guy. We've always known that. But can he put it together, be a team guy, and rally his teammates around, not hang his head and do these antics that he does after the games, but just put his team on his back and put them in the best position to win week after week? Can he do that?
I really hope that. I mean, I didn't like Caleb Williams when he was at USC. I don't like anybody at USC. It seems like, but especially that guy. He acted like his poo didn't stink and he was amazing.
Just grinds my gears.
He ran into it. The NFL is at a different speed, and not only that, the media is at a different speed. This is a guy who, after winning the Heisman Trophy, kind of fell off the planet. It seemed like from a talent perspective, or at least from a performance perspective. And I felt bad because he actually got killed over all the things that happened last year. And he didn't have a statistically awful year. But he has a quarterback whisperer type coach now with Ben Johnson coming in. And I think that's a big deal. I think that's going to be an awesome thing. I really do. I really want to see what a guy, we talk about all the time, a guy needs to find himself in a good situation. And I think that that's the case. So can Ben Johnson bring down the magic from Detroit to Caleb Williams in Chicago? Chicago's a franchise that I never have hated on either. I like, it's a classic franchise. They have an awesome history, and I don't like Caleb Williams as a person necessarily, but I like the idea that the guy could maybe turn around.
I mean, they got great skill set guys.
Are you gonna see Jaden Daniels with the Commanders this year improve on what he did last year somehow?
How do you?
Or do you?
I mean, improving would be win the division, get to Super Bowl.
But C.J. Stroud had a phenomenal rookie year, and then he had a step back his sophomore year.
Sophomore slump.
But part of it, so does the sophomore slump hit Jaden Daniels? Part of it is that you had injuries that killed C.J. Stroud's production because all the guys who he was throwing to seemed to get hurt. But does Jaden Daniels just? I can only see that guy catapulting to the next level. I just don't see him. It's not like teams are going to figure him out, so to speak. I just think he's that good. So does he take a step forward next year, or does he have a sophomore slump?
If I was a betting man, I would say no. They just added Deebo Samuels, which his ability, what he adds to an offense, he takes things off of the quarterback. From being able to hand the ball off to him, for him to take direct snaps, for get him the ball in short passes, short spaces. Jaden Daniels, his style of play, I just don't see a sophomore slump. Because you've got to come at it from a defensive standpoint. Is Jaden Daniels' game easy to figure out? It's not. And so for that, I think he's going to continue to strive and be better. Plus, he gets his offensive coordinator. He gets his quarterbacks coach back this year, his head coach back. Nothing changed, but they improved. They improved in the draft. They improved in free agency. And so I just see them taking off, understanding exactly what they have at their disposal. And everybody's going to be looking out for them, and they're going to be on top. So it's kind of like their show. How they lose games is them losing it themselves. I think they're putting themselves in a good position to be dominant in the NFC.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got our best and worst here for you around the corner. I've got some sound to play for you from yesterday's Team USA semifinal victory.
Luna.
Yeah, RSL fans should be very excited. And also quite sad, knowing that the future is going to be way too bright for Diego Luna. I don't know. Does that catapult him into an insane atmosphere of getting looks everywhere else in the world? So stay right here with us. More to go around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From Midville to the Bangor exit, southbound I-15 is slow in Salt Lake County, while Utah County drivers are experiencing delays southbound from Lehigh to Linden. Northbound on I-15 continues to be slow from Hillfield Road in Layton all the way up to Far West. Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits, but mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
It's the perfect way to end the hour.
All right, welcome
I
back.
had to send Sly off.
Huh?
With his song.
Wait, could you just imagine us pulling up the Big 12 Media Days? All the boys jumping out of the Ford Windstar.
The Ford Windstar.
Alex flipping his hair. Collar popped. KSL polo. Just ready to go.
Well, listen.
Just flowing hair, with sunglasses on.
First of all, it's an Astrovan. Or it's not an Astrovan. It's a, what's the other? So the Windstar is like too classy.
Is it?
Yeah. What was the Ford van that they did? Was it the Astrovan? It was, or was that the Chevy one? So the Ford vans, we had one growing up, and I'm trying to figure out what the old school one was. Either way, good pull with the
It's the Windstar.
With the Windstar. The Windstar was like too classy. I'm trying to think what it was. Tom says he knows what it is. Hold on, Tom. What's the name of the? No, not the Econoline. Hold on. The Ford minivan. The Ford minivans. Let's see what they were.
Yeah, and I got the button. I got the remote button on the side doors.
Oh.
As we walk into the MGM Grand.
So you've got the Aerostar. It was the Aerostar. This guy right here. Look. This guy.
Oh yeah, that's real.
That was like first. That was like first
80s.
edition.
That's
oh
80s
yeah.
for sure.
Oh yeah.
Is that not on Breakfast Club? Look.
I think the Breakfast Club was the old. Was that old like the Chrysler version of it? Man, we really got into minivans in the 80s, man. But we also had station wagons too. Station wagons were also helping us out. All the big families out there.
You saw those.
My wife would only drive a Suburban.
We're a Suburban family because my wife is like, we're not going to be the minivan.
My wife wouldn't drive a minivan except on vacation.
Yeah, that was the thing, is because it was hard to find the Suburbans on vacation. So the minivans will do. Absolutely. Before we get to Tom in just a moment here, I do want to roll out our best and worst. Our best and worst end of the week. First of all, Sly, thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate your last few days. You've had a lot of fun.
Of course, man.
Despite the fact that they gave you multiple banana puddings last night, and you didn't freaking share even a bite of it. So, by the way, I went and bought fireworks with Sly after the show last night, and he's handing out banana puddings to everybody in attendance except for freaking me.
You missed out, buddy.
It's fine. I felt weird.
Why do you think I'm the crowd favorite? I bring banana pudding.
I felt weird walking up and being like, hey, can I have a bite of that? I know we just met, but can I get a bite of that? All right.
I keep looking over there, and I see Sly in his sunglasses and smiling.
Dude.
I keep thinking he's going to break out in my Rio Mo.
Oh, little Stevie? A little Stevie?
Listen.
Give it to me,
We were
Sly.
talking about Stevie Wonder earlier this week because what song was it that we were talking about? Oh, yeah, it was Every Superstition.
Doesn't get better than that.
See,
Does not
Alex,
get better than that.
Alex is good at karaoke.
Listen, I will.
I'll
I'll blast it. All right, best and worst before we get to Tom here. Best is, do we have the sound of it too? Diego Luna firing off 2 goals to give Team USA that catapult. Landon Donovan, for all the negativity he's been throwing around with Team USA, decided to throw a little bit of a positive vibe to the RSL forward with that bleached hair who gave Team USA the boost into the final of the Gold Cup.
Guys, 3 years ago, Diego Luna was playing in the USL.
For what team?
For the El Paso Locomotive.
What a great name.
We were literally coaching against him in the USL, second division in America. Today, he pushed his team to a Gold Cup final. Incredible story. Could not be happier for that young man.
Those 2 goals in the first 20 minutes. By the way, I think that Fox was saying that there was like 75% of the crowd was Guatemalan. I was disappointed by that. Hey, America, let's go. And then but Diego Luna's 2 goals quieted the entire stadium. That was a phenomenal showing last night. Yeah.
Great.
So, what's the shot against Mexico on Sunday?
It's gonna be a good one.
Mexico's won 10. Team USA's got 8.
Honest opinion, Nap. We got a shot at this.
This is. I mean, I've been expecting Team USA to suck this entire tournament, and they're undefeated. So they've been playing awesome. Tom's a soccer guy. We got to get Tom on this. But what's going to happen?
We've been playing really well against Mexico for the last 12 games.
Yeah, but
we lost the last one.
Mm-hmm.
And they're kind of we're trending the other direction. This isn't our A team, as I've been told. But tell me what happens on Sunday.
It's not the A team. It's a mix of like A's and B's and C's. No, it really is. It really is.
Sorry.
And I think Mexico right now has been the best defensive team in the Gold Cup, and USA has been one of the highest scoring teams in the Gold Cup. And so that little mix-up, I think there will be fun to watch on Sunday.
Okay.
They are losing all of their A-plus players. All of them are not there.
Yeah.
But I like that it's giving these B players a chance to get some pitch time so they can contribute when it really matters. And Diego Luna is a perfect example
phenomenal.
of that.
Is he going to be? Is he playing in? Is he going to play in the MLS in the next couple of years? Or do you think he's going to get? This is going to catapult him over to Europe.
I think based on the conversations I've seen online already, I think this is there's a pretty good chance that Luna is already. There's teams already inquiring. I would be very surprised if no one's on the line.
You not turn down Cristiano Ronaldo, man.
He's gonna go play He's gonna go play for Al Nassr. Let's go.
Yeah.
Give him $200 million. All right, Tom. Before we let you out, before we cut you loose here, last time to be able to pimp this thing here, we've got the best deals we've ever seen from you. The liquidation is at a mad clip here because we're trying to get this thing buttoned up here. The best deals you've ever rolled out on this program. Let's hear it.
Well, I just pulled up my phone because Vidal gave me a call while I was out in the hall about a shipment. Tom, help me. I don't know anything about shipment. I pulled it up on Macy's. The Schiffman Elizabeth plush king mattress, pillow top, regular $12,299. On sale, 51% off. Clearance sale at Macy's, $64.97, $6,497. You can go down to our store right now and buy it. We've got 3 of them.
The Clough mattress we looked at during the break on Bloomingdale's.
$27,000.
$27,200
for a mattress.
For the mattress, but you also get the box spring. That's a deal right there.
Oh,
Almost
yeah,
30
okay.
grand.
I forgot about the box spring.
You're going to get the box springs and that exact mattress
and
at our store for less than $3 grand.
That whole thing.
Who would
less
do that?
than $3 grand?
Okay. So these are deals that you've never done. I've never even heard of these deals.
We are going out of business, so we are doing it right. I've got the warehouse, the off-site warehouse, bringing product over as fast as we can. We've cleaned out the whole receiving. We've reset the floor. 550 mattresses. You know how our showroom's up front, and then we have a showroom in the back that's a warehouse?
The big warehouse, yeah.
The entire thing is covered. The entire perimeter is covered with stacks 10 high
of mattresses. These are high quality too, you guys. I'm telling you.
The best quality, the best brands in the industry. We've got from natural latex to natural wool. You name it, we've got it. And you're going to save up to 90% off.
Let's go.
Boom.
1825 South 300 West. The boom deals are going to continue for a limited time here. So let's get this thing going. Go visit Tom and his guys and say, hey, I heard it on the zone. I want to make sure to get those good deals. They're going to point you in the right direction. Make them an offer on some of these things. Let's get it going.
This is the mop boom.
What's the mop boom?
The
mother of all pearl boom?
Well, it's the bomb that drops at 300 feet deep, 32,000 pound.
Boom.
The mop.
It's the Deca boom. It's the
no, it's the infinity boom.
I love it. Tom, thanks for hanging out today, man.
Thanks,
we appreciate
guys.
it. 1825
Miss you
South.
guys, love you guys.
I know. We'll be in. We're gonna get in studio, or we're gonna get in. Take the show on the road, and we're gonna be in the warehouse. We can't miss it.
We'll do it.
We got to be back out there. We will take the break here. 1825 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City is where you find the warehouse. Sly, good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Happy 4th.
Happy 4th. I got root beer floats, banana pudding.
All right.
Banana pudding.
Right.
And some Kenny J's burgers coming
Got the burgers going for sure.
Let's do it.
All right. We'll be back. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code. Boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through July 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
What if you could unlock over $1 million in personal and business credit? That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal or business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW that became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call for a 750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-427-5991. 800-427-5991. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a 750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-427-5991. That's 800-427-5991.
Market volatility isn't slowing down.
If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sounded so enthusiastic.
Hey, I need you to redo that energy
you gotta
situation.
do that again, Alex.
I know you guys can't hear it over the radio, but our producer Alex Napolis did
Lackluster.
Okay.
All right.
I guess we're the only ones in the building today.
Have a good Friday, guys.
What's going on here? Look, we're all in this together.
Yeah, buddy.
It's the day before the holiday, man.
I know. Team USA's in the final. Your guy Diego Luna put both goals in the net yesterday for Team USA. My heavens.
Football is live.
Yeah, we better be excited about it around here.
Football.
But I get it. Sly, when you pulled in the parking garage, was it tough to find a parking spot today? Or
Oh, my gosh. I wish it was busier in the parking garage than it was on the street. Streets are nuts.
Streets are nuts.
So when Knapp gives your traffic reports, listen.
Today's going to be
listen. It is
today's going to be an important one.
Bonkers outside.
All right. Well, Stevenson Sylvester, Sly, nice enough to finish off the week here for us because we're going to have our holiday tomorrow, and we wish you the happiest of 4th of Julys, or in some cases, just happy putting your lawn chair out on